Welcome back to another enthralling, creepy, dare I say satisfying episode of CreepCast. Today we are going over 3 classics. We've been talking about doing this for a while. It was going to be a little grab bag of shorter, older horror stories, and the ones that we've came out with are Been Drowned, Normal Corn for Normal People, and Squidward's Sewer Slide.
Woo! Let's go. Sewer slide, YouTube censorship, baby. Let's get it.
Let's do it.
I'm so excited.
Patented my friend Harry. He just said that yesterday, and I was like, that's a really great. I feel like sewer slide is a lot more fun to say. Also, it might get dinged still. We'll have to definitely see if it just immediately is like, no, we know what you're saying.
Yeah, it'll be even funnier if it's like you and I talking, and it's like you going bleep, and then I'm like, oh, I love bleep. Like, that's awesome.
I love
that's
bleep.
Cool. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, we're covering 3 classics today. These are ones that I've known about for a long time. I know a lot of you all have as well. We haven't covered them just because they're like too short for their own standalone episode, unless you guys want like a 20-minute episode or whatever. But judging by the views on the left-right game, I don't think that's true. So we're going to combine these. We'll see how you all like it, like broken up 3 different stories. If you all like it, we can do this with more, because honestly, most old school creepypasta that at least got really famous, I think, was shorter form like this. So if this does well, we'll do more of it in the future. And if you hate it, then we'll pretend like it didn't happen and it's all Hunter's fault. So
I know it is my fault. It's my fault, but I wanted to say that it kind of seemed when we were talking about it initially that you were like, oh, we might as well not cover those because they're so well known, or like they're just like they're such like old classics or whatever, but in a different way, where I once again, I have just assume I've never read any of these, so it seemed like you were extremely surprised when I had, because it kind of seemed like you were like, oh, I feel like everyone's heard of, Been Drowned or Normal Corn and that kind of stuff. So I'm still new to this.
It's not so much everyone as much as it is someone who has a horror YouTube channel. Right. That's more so what I'm mad about.
Yeah. No, I completely missed out on all the good internet stuff when I was younger. I didn't have internet till I was like 18, a freshman in college. So I missed out on all of the goodness of this when I was growing up. Well, starting it off on our triptych gambit here is going to be Normal Corn for Normal People on r/NoSleep, the classic Reddit. 12 years ago by a user named Wreath, Reathe. Oh, actually, I get to start the story off. It's in quotes. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Hold on. Let me clarify, as I do with most of these episodes. Oh, my dearest Hunter, I've never read this before. There's no telling what tomfoolery we may come across.
Fuck you!
Don't worry, Hunter. All we have to do is go back into the French Quarter and everything will be okay. Hey everyone, I want to take a quick break from the show to talk about today's sponsor, Factor. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, dietitian approved meals straight to your door. And these fresh, easy to make meals means that meeting your nutritional goals have never been easier. I understand that a lot of us eat unhealthy because it tends to be the most affordable and easiest option. But now Factor is here to also be both of those things and make you not miserable. That's because Factor meals can be ready in as little as 2 minutes, and compared to other options are less expensive and way healthier, as all of the meals are made by gourmet chefs and then approved by dietitians. And on top of that, you have a meal that's ready to heat and eat, meaning there's no prep work, no cleanup, no cooking, etc. You can also get as little or as much Factor as needed to fit into your schedule, as you can choose between 6 to 18 meals every week. And of course, this can be paused or rescheduled at any time. You can also get as little or as much Factor as needed for your schedule, as you can choose between 4 to 18 meals to be delivered each week. With 35 meal options each week and over 60 add-ons, it's never been easier to get a variety of delicious foods that are also good for you and won't break the bank. All I assume to you are good things. Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, a company that we've worked with before on the show because all of the products they send us are fantastic and we can't recommend enough. And here they are just as committed to delivering healthy, delicious food straight to you. So while you're enjoying Hunter and I deliver our weaponized stupidity, you might as well get in on something that's actually good for you. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because if you head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code CreepCast50, you'll get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders. That is right. That means you get half off the first box and 20% off your next 4 boxes. Again, use code CreepCast50 at factor75.com to get in on this fantastic offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring the show. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the episode.
All right, okay. Normal corn for normal people. I'm so excited I get to start the story. All right. Everybody knows that if you surf the web long enough, you'll see some sick shit. This is especially true if you intentionally dwell into the dark underbelly of the internet. I've seen quite a few things I don't care to admit. But one thing that I'll always remember is a site called normalcornfornormalpeople.com.
The first strange thing about this site was that I didn't find it by actually looking for it. It was emailed to me by someone I didn't know. The email was as follows.
Hi there. Found this site is very nice. Thought you might like normalcornfornormalpeople.com. Pass it on for the good of mankind.
Pretty standard issue chain letter, although the URL and the last remark really piqued my curiosity. I was having a very boring day when I got this, so I made sure my antivirus was working, and then I clicked on it. It was a very average, very generic looking site. It gave the impression that the creators just barely gave a shit about making it look professional. The authors seemed to have a very tenuous grasp on English, and on the front page was a long, boring, and incoherent rant that I don't remember or have saved. The site had a strange tagline, which even today people haven't figured out the meaning of, which was
Normal Corn for Normal People, a website dedicated to the eradication of abnormal sexuality.
And from the sound of that, I wasn't sure whether I was here to watch corn. That's so fun. I wasn't sure if I was here to watch it, or if I had stumbled onto some kind of eugenics program. But I was here now, and I was very, very curious to see what normal people get their rocks off to. So I scrolled down through the rant, and nothing. Page didn't seem to link anywhere else. And I was about to leave when I noticed every word of the rant was its own hyperlink.
Ooh, I like that. First off, I just want to say, just to interject, I just want to say that getting this kind of email too is, I really liked how casually he's approaching, you know, the aspect of being like, oh, someone sent me this, and as just like a goof, I said, like, you know, I checked it out. Yeah. But honestly, that's like, it's a pretty fucking horrifying thing to get an email, or like to get a message of. Yeah. It's also so not threatening that it feels threatening in my eyes. Does that, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, normal corn for normal people. It's fine. Yeah. It's not, I mean, it's not weird stuff on here. It's normal.
I mean, the concept alone raises weird questions, right? Like, what would you define as normal, right? Or why is there a website dedicated to it? It makes me like, a lot of people have commented on this story being like, I would assume a title like this would be like some weird gay conversion thing or something like that, right? Yeah. That's what you kind of the train you're expecting it to go down. But I don't know where this story's going to go, Hanya.
I don't know where the story goes. I'm just a baby. I'm a little baby. Mommy want milky. Baby want milk.
That is a wild accusation.
You're right though. Like, it does have the same vibe. It's funny that you say like gay conversion camp, because it has that kind of fanatic kind of thing where it's like it's like a passive aggressive sign is what it feels like. Yeah.
The eradication of abnormal sexuality, like, smacks of the pulpit, you know? Mm-hmm. And also, like, you have to kind of transport yourself back. This is 12 years ago, right? So...
Oh, yeah. I guess we should have said that. This is posted 12 years ago, so it's been a while.
Yes, by user Reath, by the way. R-E-A-T-H-E, so for credit. We were going to mention that at the beginning, but at the end, I mean. But oh, you did? Oh, okay. Well, I don't... It's just that whenever you start talking, my brain just kind of, like, zones it out and quits paying attention because I don't care.
I don't know how to process words. I'm just a little baby.
So you have to take yourself to like 12 years ago, because now, like, you open Twitter and it's like, oh, there's 3 people that died. That's cool. You know, like, it's kind of everywhere. But back then you had to go looking for weird stuff, right?
Live leak.
Yeah, like live leak stuff. Yeah, like it was much harder to come across than just general internet browsing. So that's like, you kind of have to be in that mindset, like, oh, a weird website, who knows what could be on it.
Right.
So I clicked one of them and was sent to a white page with very long list of links in the form of normalcornfornormalpeople.com / and then random letters. So I stopped for a minute and asked myself if I really wanted to waste God knows how much time clicking random links that will likely give me a virus that will rape my computer.
God!
I figured I'd just try it for maybe 5 minutes just to see if anything came up. I clicked one of the links and was sent to another page. This page apparently had totally different URLs than the last one. I was just about to say,
fuck this,
when I clicked on the third link and a video download came up. It was called peanut.avi. It was a 30-minute video of a man, a woman, and a dog in a kitchen. The woman would make a peanut butter sandwich and the man would set it down for the dog to eat. This was all that happened for 30 minutes. It was obvious that the cameraman had to stop filming and wait until the dog was ready to eat again, and the dog seemed rather sick by the end of it. I know what you're thinking.
What the hell does that have to do with corn?
I have no clue. I've seen a little over 24 videos from this site, and the majority had no sexual activity at all. After watching peanut.avi, I went on a certain image board I frequent to play online show and tell, like I always do with weird shit like this. But someone had already made a thread about it, some guy who had received the same chain letter I did. The image board thread got lots of people with nothing better to do dig through the site, and that's how I saw other videos. Most of those 24 videos were very uneventful and consisted of people talking to the cameraman in a room with nothing in it but a desk and a few chairs. I mean, literally nothing on the walls or in terms of furniture. The whole room had a very cold, sterile feel to it.
You know what this kind of reminds me of is that old video online.
Soup.avi?
Yeah, exactly.
So I actually...
Do you think that it was born from this?
I can't remember, but I can't remember which way it was, but I remember hearing speculation that one inspired the other. I can't remember which came first, though.
It's interesting. They're reading definitely the same. Like, even just so far with the peanut butter, like, of the... Because the thing with the soup.avi, whatever, is that it's so... Like, it's nothing happens to the point where it does feel like a snuff film. Like, it feels like this is a video we should not be seeing kind of thing. Even though nothing explicit truly happens, it's so uncanny and, like, just vile. It's odd.
I think it's far more menacing to me that it's so... I mean, we're going to get to more intense stuff, but it begins so sterile, right? Like, what could possibly be the motivation of a dog eating a sandwich, right? But it, like,
I don't know. I mean,
the
honestly,
implications
I'm very
and
bought
stuff
in right
feel
now.
very, very weird, you know?
I'm very, very bought in. I love these old stories too because they read so much like actual social media posts or forums
Yeah,
or
like
blogs
this thing
or
happened
something.
to someone.
Yeah. I really appreciate the, like, I don't know, maybe legitimacy is the wrong word, but it feels very sincere.
That's right. I think, it feels legitimate. Like, it actually, like, sure, it's fiction, but it feels like unfiction almost, you know?
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah.
The conversations were just idle banter about previous jobs or embarrassing childhood moments. I kept expecting some kind of discussion about what the people were filming or what the site was about, but of course, nothing. You would never know these videos had anything to do with corn if you saw it out of context. I will say one thing though. The people who appeared in these videos were quite attractive. However, the other videos that actually did feature content, which I suppose could be called sexual, is where things got weird. I'll give brief descriptions of the stranger videos. If you're really eaten up with curiosity, you can try to hunt them down on a torrent site. First up, lickedclean.avi. A 10-minute video filmed by a hidden camera in which we see a repairman working on a washing machine for the first 2 minutes. When it's fixed, the repairman talks to the owner briefly and then leaves. The owner checks to make sure the repairman is gone. He begins to lick all over the top of the washing machine. This goes on for 7 minutes.
Ugh.
Isn't this like so much worse than just like normal snuff film stuff, you know?
Well, you know what's weird? It's like, which I don't want to get ahead of myself, but so far, even like the vignettes or how it's set up, I kind of like it more than 1999, if I'm being honest.
Really?
I think so. I mean, like the deal with 19. I mean, I'll redact that statement. It's the first one, but I feel like I'm a little more bought in, if I'm being honest.
Okay. I respect that. You did get taken out of 1999 a little bit whenever he talked about his personal life and stuff like that.
Well, even just the aspect of like, oh, it's in his basement. It kind of has the Poughkeepsie Tapes vibe, which I like, but it is very like one note of like, it's like a guy, like a kidnapper who is recording these things. And I feel like we're getting ready to, it feels like we're being propelled into various odd, live leaky kind of videos that is going to go all over the place.
Jimbo.avi, I guess, the second one. A 5-minute video of an obese mime performing his act. It was actually pretty funny, particularly one part where he pretends to pull up a chair, then pretends that it breaks because of his weight. In the last 30 seconds of the video, the camera cuts to static briefly and cuts back to the man sobbing quietly, still wearing the mime outfit and makeup. Some kind of obscure fetish? Diana.avi. 4-minute video in which the cameraman talks to a woman in a room different than the interview room. This room looks like one you'd find in a normal person's house. Exactly where they are is never specified, as Diana only talks about her violin playing. She obviously plays her violin, but she keeps getting distracted by something. I didn't notice this until someone on the image board thread pointed it out, but if you look at a mirror in the background, you can see a fat man in a chicken mask masturbating. Jessica.avi. Another 4-minute cameraman video. This time, he's outside a house talking to another young woman. They talk about canoe rides. The camera zooms out to reveal the city streets behind them occasionally. The strange thing is, no one so far has been able to identify where this street is. Guesses have ranged everywhere from Europe to Australia to the Philippines, but there's yet to be a match for the street shown in the video. Tonguetied.avi. 10-minute video. The first 5 minutes consist of an elderly woman making out with a mannequin. The video cuts out like it did in Jimbo.avi halfway through, and the scene is now a group of mannequins huddled together in a circle around the camera. The lights have been dimmed, and the elderly woman is nowhere to be seen. From this point on, there is no sound.
With stuff like this, you have to assume that people have recreated these, right?
I mean, probably. That one actually kind of... mannequins are always kind of like a... I don't like them, you know?
So creepy.
So the idea
so
of
creepy.
like, it just cuts to them around the camera, and that's it for 5 minutes. That's not fun.
In complete silence, yeah. Kind of imagine like a... just like the gain of the camera mic just kind of playing, so it's just like weird little slight crackles and pops, almost like that's what you
can hear, maybe like the fluorescent lights buzzing or something.
Yeah, exactly. It almost imitates these kind of like weird pickups and feedbacks, almost read like little bits of fire, like fire crackling or something. It's very menacing.
Yeah. Stumps.avi. 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to breakdance on a DDR mat in what looks like... I'm sorry, Hunter, is something funny?
Yeah.
Is there something you want to bring up?
Well, the structure of that, a 5-minute long video where a man with no legs is attempting to breakdance.
The phrase, the word attempting is pretty funny. Like
they're literally, it's just the word putting attempting in there that makes it very funny and tragic.
What's funny about a disability, Hunter?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing, sorry.
In what looks like the kitchen from Peanut.avi, but much dirtier. There's a radio playing music unseen in the background, but it stops at the 4-minute mark when the man collapses on the mat in exhaustion. He breathes heavily and pleads with someone off-screen to let him rest. This off-screen person becomes terrifyingly enraged and yells at him to keep dancing, which he does. You can hear this off-screen person begin to scream as the video ends abruptly.
That became a lot less funny at the end of the...
Yeah, you want to talk about how funny that was, Hunter? Talk about how funny that was?
No.
That's good. That one does kind of amp it up to me, because you imagine whoever's running this site has some sick game or like motive behind this, right? But to hear like that, to me, it's always scary when people or creatures or something like that exhibit rage. you know, because we're used to seeing like, you know, kind of like this dulcet, like, you know, watcher, wanderer, you know, character. Like we see a bunch of stuff about serial killers being these stoic figures that stalk people or whatever. But the idea of like something full of anger, you know, like it, I don't know, it always bothers me a bit.
I mean, we've officially entered into snuff film territory, is what what I think it is. Like, I mean, it's literal torture now. So
yeah, well, wait for this
you're not
last
wrong.
one.
I mean,
Privacy.avi. The woman from Diana.avi is masturbating on a mat. Do we need to censor that word? Y'all know what I mean. On a mattress in the interview room, while the man from Stumps.avi walks around on his hands while wearing some kind of goblin mask. The door in this room was always closed in other videos, but now it's open. In this video, the only light is in the room and the hallway is dark. Near the end of the video, you can see an animal quickly run through the hallway. And finally, the last video we uncovered, which was useless.avi. In this 18-minute video, a blonde woman from one of the previous interview videos is tied down to a mattress in the interview room. She attempts to scream, but her mouth is taped over. After 7 minutes, a man in a black suit and mask opens the door, but he does not enter. He holds the door open for the animal that was running in the hall in the previous video. It's revealed to be an adult chimpanzee. Its hair shaved and its entire body painted red. It seemed to be starved and abused, with several wounds along its shoulders and back. When the chimp enters the room, the masked man closes the door behind it. The chimpanzee sniffs the air for a moment, may have been blind, and notices the woman tied to the mattress. It goes into a frenzy and begins to maul her. The assault goes on for a grueling 7 minutes until the woman finally dies. The chimp eats flesh from her corpse for 4 minutes as the video ends. The thread exploded with activity after this video was uncovered, and people discussed it long into the night. When I came back to the image board the next day, I found that the thread was deleted. I tried to start another one, and they banned me. I tried emailing the guy who sent me the chain letter with the site's URL, sent him 5 messages, never got a response. I've tried to discuss this website on various places, and I got banned frequently. The site itself was also deleted about 3 days after useless.avi was uncovered, likely because someone contacted the authorities about it. The only proof that normal corn for normalpeople.com ever existed was a few screen caps people took and videos from the site that people saved and uploaded on torrents. The most popular of which being useless.avi, which found its way onto a few gore sites. Wherever you upload them to, all of the videos from normal corn for normalpeople.com get deleted after a while. So, what do you think?
Man. That's the end. First off, is that at the end?
So as far as I know, yes, that is the end of the story. As far as I know, there's no sequels or anything.
I think it's especially 12 years ago. What an interesting. I mean, like there has to be no way that like 1999 isn't influenced by this kind of thing, or even that this story isn't influenced by the Poughkeepsie tapes in some kind of way. Is what I would say.
Yeah, I mean they're very similar. In terms of, yeah. But also keep in mind, like 2012, snuff films and like the dark web, stuff like that was everywhere. Oh yeah. Like everyone talked about it. Everyone had a story about it. That was the thing to make horror stories around.
The amount of times that my friends told me about videos they saw in like, even just like in passing at school, like, hey, I just saw a video about this or, you know, X, Y, or Z, whatever. It was insane back in those times. Mm-hmm. So I think like, I don't know. I mean, like, man, what a just I really liked how they played with all the vignettes, and I liked how subtle and sweet it was. Like I kind of like how short and sweet it was. Actually, that's one thing I feel like I'm liking a lot more about a lot of the early creepypastas is how short and just to the point. I know we've driven in this point many times.
They just like dive straight into it. No time to wait around. No time to slow.
But because of that, it uses the archetype of an online forum in a very effective way, where it just feels like a post. You know what I mean? And I do feel like people expanded on storytelling later on, but I do feel like right now, if I read this when I was younger, I'd be like, this is 100% real.
I think I read it I don't know, it was maybe 13, 14. And I went into it. I think I listened to it actually through like one of the creepypasta YouTube channels. So I went in under the assumption like this is fake. But I remember a bunch of people being like, is this real? You know, did this actually happen? I think I might have actually sent it to a friend and been like, dude, this actually happened, who like wasn't familiar with it. Or I used to do that a lot.
Yeah.
I used to send friends stuff and be like, this is real, knowing it was fake. But yeah, there's a bunch of people.
Friends of mine say that as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like weird stuff like, there's no this happened. You know what I mean?
Bro, this is so real.
Also,
I was the chimp, actually. It happened. It's real. I was there.
I was honestly really creeped out about a blind shaved chimpanzee that they've just painted red. Also,
that's a terrifying image.
It's a terrifying image just because, I mean, like, raw power, like, I mean, just like it's a rabid animal kind of thing, you know what I mean? And I think that just chimp attacks obviously are just especially ever since like Travis the Chimp, it's just haunted me forever. Remember seeing that Oprah interview with the survivor of the Travis the Chimp attack.
That was a pretty heavy thing to just throw out there onto the news, you know, when all that was happening.
It scarred me forever. I have never forgot about that. Especially when Oprah stands up and takes her hat off of her head and like reveals her face. It's unbelievable. So, you know, and I know that like Jordan Peele included the chimp attack in Nope, and that was a big part of it as well. One thing I will say about the last video, I actually thought it was going to be a lot more graphic in that nature. And was surprised that it didn't go into that direction. But I think like even just ending the story on a chimp attack thing and just being like, now if you ever upload videos there, it's just, there's just so much mystique still. It's kind of like that idea that like the person is still out there doing stuff, but you can't, it's like when the killer gets away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
It has that kind of vibe, except it's just like, oh, living on the, like existing in the vibe of just like the guy who was maintaining this website is still out there and you just have no idea is very haunting.
It's like an unobtainable antagonist almost, right? Because like, how do you even start to try to find the person that did that, right? It's just kind of, there's some stories that are just kind of about the passing evil in the world, right? Like there goes a glimpse of what's happening behind the curtain, but it's intangible. You're never going to catch a ghost. They're very menacing.
Next up, we have Been Drowned.
Been Drowned. Here we go.
People in the comments and just across social media have been scolding me, saying, how have you never heard of this? What am I supposed to say? You know, I have never heard of it. I'm sorry. All right? I'm sorry. I've never heard of it. But now, today, we will finally rejoice. We'll become one.
Yeah, so I don't remember all the details of Been Drowned. I remember the big ones, like without giving anything away. I remember like the save files and some of the conversations and stuff like that. I don't think I remember how it ends. So I'm excited to look at this. I will say also, someone who like was familiar with normal corn and stuff, I'm glad it still holds up. Like I said, I read it when I was younger and it scared me. Like it was good. But looking back now, I think it's kind of similar to Borrasco. Like the nuance of it bothers me more now than it did then. So it definitely holds up. Yeah.
Well, I'm stoked. Let's get into it. Right. Which looks like this. It looks like the first post, it's broken up into a series of posts here. And the first post was uploaded, or at least is dated September 7th, 2010.
Yep. And this, again, most of our information comes from CreepyPasta, the CreepyPasta Wiki, because that seems most reliable. The story was created by Alex Hall, who goes online as, or did at one point as Jaduzable, whatever that means.
Jaduzable.
And of course is about a haunted version of Majora's Mask. Did you ever play Majora's Mask?
No, but my friend had the Nintendo 64 game. I remember the gold cartridge very well.
Yeah, it's a very strange game. You know, like in hindsight, a lot of the aesthetics were kind of weird. The choices, and for a kid's game at least, like you know the. I
remember like watching him play it with the moon. Or, smiling
giant,
or whatever.
Giant very smiling creepy. Moon. Yeah. So, post number 1, September 7th, 2010. Okay, X. You'll never guess where this was originally posted. Okay, X. I need your help with this. This is not copy pasta. This is a long read, but I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest shit that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old Nintendo 64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all of those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His Nintendo 64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take long until I became bored of beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score on some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars there, and only one table was set up with random junk on it, but something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and I was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for a lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything. There was just something about him that put me on edge. I can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it wasn't in the middle of the afternoon and there were other people within shouting distance, I would not have even thought of approaching this man.
What would you say this old man looks like? When he says that, what would you say? My mind immediately goes to a Vietnam War veteran. I don't know why.
I kind of go the other way a bit. I almost imagine he's too clean cut, you know, like glasses, trousers, you know, like very...
Oh, yeah. Hello. Well, this is my garage sale.
Kind of like he's like a character out of a show or something, you know? Like,
would you like to browse my goods?
Yeah, I like that. Like his hair is like super thin.
Yeah.
You can see the top of his scalp.
Yep.
And he combs it over and he's just like,
would you like to buy a lamp?
Yeah, that guy.
Because that would creep me out. If I went to a garage sale and it was just one old man with a table and he's just like,
what do you think of this?
And it's like a butterfly collection. You're like, you're a fucking psychopath, you old freak.
I haven't seen my grandson in a long time.
You kind of look like him. You smell like him too.
Just like him, and you smell like lavender.
Let me touch you.
I want to caress your cheeks and pinch your cheek just like my grandson. He died in a drowning accident when he was 7 years old.
Why did you say drowning accident just then?
Ben drowned.
Okay, all right. I forgot that was the title of the story. Cause,
that's the title of the deal, Ben drowned.
I forgot that was the title of this story because this story does go to a drowning being related. And I was like, there is no way you just pulled that out of the air.
You had such a fucking Poindexter point there. You're just like,
how did you know that? Actually, how did you know that was going to happen?
Like the title says Ben drowned.
Oh, okay.
He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for. And immediately I noticed that he must be blind in one of his eyes. His right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look to his left eye instead, try not to offend, and asked him if he had any old video games. Glazed over is a wild way to say cataracts. I was already wondering how I could politely excuse myself from the situation when he would tell me he had no idea what a video game was, but to my surprise, he said he had a few ones in an old box. He assured me he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back into the garage.
I hate that. I hate when old people use the word jiffy.
Is that a reoccurring problem for you?
There's been many times with my grandpa. I'd go to see his friends and he'd be like, I'll be right back in a jiffy. That's what they say. And they scuttle off because old people are bugs. They're a waste of space. They deserve to die.
Kind of like how you feel about our fans.
No.
Exactly how you feel about our fans. Yep.
You know what?
You can get money from the fans. So
no. You know what's cute is you think that these fans are going to turn against me when they know that Papa Meat is the real champion of the fans. I'm a man of the people, dude.
You think if we had a poll that was which one of the two CreepCast hosts cares about us more, you think you would win that?
No, I don't think I'd win because I think you're the more popular host for sure. But I think that in people's body and mind, they know. People know deep down, even if they won't admit it now. They're going to be 40 years old. There's going to be some CreepCast fan who's I don't know how old our fans are. Hopefully like 20. I don't know how old people are. Would sit there and when they're 40, they're like, you know what? Hunter really was the champion, wasn't he? And my fucking spirit's going to haunt him. And I'm going to say, yes.
That's a cute little fantasy you've constructed for yourself. I'm going to go back to the story now.
Never ending story.
As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across his table were rather peculiar paintings, various artworks that looked like ink blots that a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. They weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at these garage sales, some Freudian bullshit was projecting itself into the ink blots. But given the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked the man about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm's length in front of me, smiling at me. I'll admit, I jumped out of reflex and I laughed nervously as he handed me a Nintendo 64 cartridge. It was the standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free. That used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird.
What?
What?
What a weird fucking thing. What do you mean, what? The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. What like your grandson? What does that mean? The child doesn't live here anymore.
He opened by saying he went to a weird neighborhood. So I assume he means the neighborhood.
That makes it even worse. That makes it so much.
An old boy used to come play this game in my basement.
Well, it doesn't mean that he. Okay, that means no. You're doing the thing.
He move?
You're doing the thing.
Did he move?
Look, I'm sorry.
No. He doesn't live here anymore.
I'm sorry about Baraska, okay? I know that you have this knee-jerk reaction whenever kids come into stories now because of all that. I get it. But just because you have an old man who's like, oh, well, I came across this cartridge, and yeah, it belonged to some kid who lived around here. I don't really need it. You can have it. It is not infeasible. Kid moves away. Parents start giving his stuff away. Old man buys like a trunk of clothes or whatever, who knows what. And oh, look, there's a game cartridge in there.
I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh so hard, Isaiah. I'm going to rafflecopter, as the kids say. The day that you were like, hey, I can't record today because someone harvested my organs because you're so fucking naive. You're going to let someone come in and cut up all your gutty works and take it.
Yeah, sorry, I can't. Someone took my spleen,
is what you're going to say. And I'm like, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy was just following me, but it seemed normal.
That's you. That is such a cryptic message that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age who didn't live here anymore. What is that even? Did he live in the house? Then why just be like, hey, it's my grand, because listen, you can do this in a different way where the guy's like, hey, my grandkid used to play games here, right? But no, this old creepy fuck is like,
and there was the kid doesn't live anymore, but if you want it, you can have it. I don't know, I'm an old man.
Doesn't make any sense, dude. Go ahead, keep reading. Go ahead. Let's see where it goes. No, I bet the old guy's fine. I bet he's a perfectly normal guy.
He could rationalize it in his mind. Our protagonist could rationalize the interaction as just like a weird way to phrase some kid that lived down the street. The next sentence, he says that he phrased it weirdly, but it's not the old man going, it's the kid I had in my basement. It's just like, oh, a kid lived around here. And that's enough nuance that your brain could be like, oh, that's a weird way to say it.
I love that the literal next sentence is, there was something weird about the way the
Yes, clearly there's something weird about it, but that's not immediately like, I capture children.
Okay. All right.
Can I go back to the story?
Yeah, I'm waiting to hear what happens next.
There was something weird about how the man phrased that, but I didn't really pay any attention to then. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge and there's no guarantee it would work. But then the optimism inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the man, and the man smiled at me and wished me well, saying,
"Goodbye, then."
At least, that's what it sounded like to me. All the way in the car ride home, I had a nagging doubt that the man had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine, and there was one save file named simply Ben. Goodbye, Ben. He was saying, goodbye, Ben. I felt bad for the man. Obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and I, for some reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, Ben.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. The whole idea, too, about being like, goodbye, Ben, and then feeling like you, like, do you think that the person that's writing the story, too, do you think that he's saying, like, oh, I probably took, like, this old man was like, oh, of course, this is yours because you were Ben, so now he feels like he stole it, in a way.
Wait, what do you
know
mean
what I mean?
Yours? Like, it was the old man's?
Like, because he thought he's like, goodbye then, and he's like, oh, okay, sure, and he got the game cartridge for super cheap, right?
Yeah.
So he goes back and sees the goodbye Ben thing, or he sees the Ben, and he's like, oh, he said goodbye Ben, so now the guy, I'm wondering if our narrator is like, oh, fuck, well, I just, like, probably borderline stole this cartridge from this guy because he thought that it was...
there's also a level of, like, an old man, because he says a grandparent, right? He's like, oh, I assume this was his granddad. Like, that's kind of sad. Maybe he just wanted rid of it, you know, and he passed it off to me. That was more symbolic for him than anything, you know.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, even him being senile, I mean, I don't know. It's just like old brain rot type stuff.
Yeah, he has sympathy for him, I think.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file. Eyeballing it, I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all of the masks and 3/4 remains of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but he never finished it. I made a new file named Link out of tradition and started the game, ready to relive my childhood.
You know, there's something kind of interesting too. You ever like go to a buddy's house, or you ever get like buy like a used game or something, or like a used memory card, and you see all the saved games, and there is like a weird kind of like, I guess not nostalgia, but there's something that's just like you're kind of taking over somebody else's life on that system. You know what I mean? You know how weird that is?
I remember being a kid and like we would go to, I think it was a GameStop or like one of those local GameStops, whatever.
Right.
And they were selling, it was like a basket of old PS2 memory cards that are used.
Yeah.
And I remember being man, that's kind of, there's something kind of haunting about that. Like it'd be cool theoretically to grab one and be like, oh, let's see what's on here, you know, but.
Well, you know what's weird is I always used to get freaked out because I don't know if people feel the same or if you feel the same, but whenever I did the same thing with like PS2 memory cards, and they'd have like a little basket, and it's like they're all just like a set price. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But my whole thing was I always got hung up in the idea that like, oh, I'm gonna get some memory card of like a guy who was super shitty. Like a guy that I like there was a kid in my school who was such a dickhead about video games, and I was always like, I almost every time I got a used memory card, I was always like, God, I hope it's not this guy's memory card. It was like some kind of weird ownership aspect. I don't know. It was such a weird thing, but I got hung up about it.
Man, I'm looking at pictures. I was like, how big was that memory card I have? I looked up the picture of the one I have, 8 megabytes, and it felt like it held so much, you know? Anyway, for such a shady looking game cartridge, I was impressed at how smoothly it ran. Literally just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there. Like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out though after a while, and it was around after I had beaten the Woodfall Temple that I regrettably went into the save files and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file just out of respect of the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files anyway, hoping that would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was just a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down for a day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the lens of truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora's Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't know, you can Google it, but the gist is that right as the clock is about to hit 0 on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Decided to do the glitch to try and finish the Snowhead Temple. I happened to get it right on the first try and the time counter at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in arena, staring at Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still creepy. Immediately, my palms began to sweat. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen though, and this kept up for around 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged or something, but I was beginning to doubt that very much. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on my screen.
You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation.
I instantly recognized that text. You get that message when you get the room key from Anju at the Stockpot Inn. But why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started navigate the room again, testing to see if that was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was to even think that someone could reprogram the game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen. And again, like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase.
Go to the lair of the temple's boss? Yes? No.
I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react, when I realized that I couldn't select no. Taking a deep breath, I pressed yes and the screen faded to white, with the words, Dawn of a New Day, with the subtext, all eyes beneath it, or at least all lines. Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear I had ever experienced. The only way I can describe the way I felt here is having this feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I am normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. I appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of Clocktown. I walked out of the clock tower, as you normally do when you start from day one, only to find that all of the inhabitants were gone. Usually, with the 4th day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower. This time, they were all gone. What replaced them was the ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point, I wasn't even considered for my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the Song of Healing, ripped straight from the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up so as if you should expect something to pop out at you, but nothing ever did. And the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then, I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was just hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clocktown, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown had me walking on air. The entire area felt broken. Hopelessly broken. As the reverse song of healing repeated for what must have been the 50th time, I just remember standing in the middle of South Clocktown, realizing that I had never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I don't know whether it was a combination of the out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful and soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears and I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry. Something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression that was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clocktown, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black and I would just zone into another part of Clocktown. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape. I did not want to be here. Every time I played the Song of Time or Song of Soaring, it would only say,
"Your notes echo far, but nothing happens."
By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself at the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman smiling at me. Not Link, me, with Skull Kid's scream playing in the background, and when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. Are you familiar with what these things look like, by the way?
I feel like I wouldn't say I'm definitely an expert, but I feel like the only thing I truly remember, if I'm being honest, is just the mask on the cover of the game and the smile of the moon. But I'm just getting pictures, like I'm kind of painting pictures of myself that are, or like to myself that are, you know, like just variants of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do remember, I think like the South Clocktown, like I feel like I remember that pretty well.
Yeah.
And honestly, I love the world building of this too, because it kind of feels like, so far, if I had to guess anything, just because we're at a preamble here, is it feels like it's like possibly the ghost of a child or some kind of kid like haunting this game or is stuck in this game and is maybe looking for somebody to like take his place in the game or something, or you know, that kind of vibe. But I love the idea of, because I feel like everyone has been there, right? Or at least me when I was younger. I used to play
been
like
trapped inside of a game. Am I right, boys?
Or even like the idea, I guess more so I meant like, you know what I mean, when you're like transfixed and you're scared playing a game, but you don't want to turn it off, but it's like you also don't want to proceed forward in a weird way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I remember I had Quake on Nintendo 64. I remember I was so scared playing that game. I was so fascinated by it, but it was so haunting. I would like yell for my mom. I'm like, "Mom, come here and watch me play this." Whatever, but I was just horrified the whole time. It's kind of one of those things. So it's like to be trapped in this, to be actually transfixed in this, but then also to have the game be altered in this way where you're like, I feel like I cannot even like lose grip of the controller is just a really interesting archetype.
Yeah, it's also like, it's a weird area of gaming where, like, you know, everyone's experience was personal. You know, online play wasn't a huge thing yet or whatever. You could kind of, like, not that it happened to you, but you could see this situation playing out in your head, you know? Because nowadays, if this started, you'd just be like, "Hey, Reddit, what happened? How do I fix this glitch?"
Yeah. There's like really no exploration to it.
Yeah.
There's also something interesting of like owning someone else's game cartridge or something that's like theirs. You know what I mean? It's almost like buying a house to somebody who died or something. The same way that also whenever you delete someone's save file, it's almost like you're deleting their memory or their soul off of this thing. And that's just, it's so like, I don't know, cheesy, but I also love that idea of just like a horror concept.
Yeah. I think so. It's this is better than I remember so far.
Yeah, I'm curious. I really don't know really where it's going to go, so I'm curious.
We shall continue on. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunting facial expression. I turned around and ran out and back into South Clocktown, and to my horror, the statue followed me in the only way I can compare is like the weeping angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me, or I don't even want to say it, haunting me.
The statue, can you explain a little bit why, like what that looks like?
Yeah, it's a statue of Link that looks like Link but made out of clay almost. By this point, I was on the verge of hysterics, but not even once did the thought of turning off the console occur to me. I don't know why, I was so wrapped up in it. Terror felt also real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I had never seen him do before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with that statue again. I ended up running into the Swordmaster's dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one. And as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in the cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue with my sword, but to no avail. Confused and backed into a corner, I just stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy mask salesman, and Link turned to face my screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with his copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was completely shattered while I ran out of the dojo terrified. Suddenly, the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse song of healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again, this time aggressively. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in Southern Clock Town. As I ran aimlessly in a sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed and the screen faded to black as Dawn of a New Day and the line title card appeared again. The screen faded in and I was standing on top of Clock Tower with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silent. I looked up and the moon was back, looming just meters above my head, but the Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly, that mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid, and it actually hit him, and he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again, and on the third arrow, a text box appeared saying,
"That won't do you any good, hee hee."
And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upwards on my back, and then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I had never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning, Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force, and he immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time during the death screen, the faint sounds of the reverse song of healing could be heard. My third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time. That all there was eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time, Link was lying on the ground, dead, in a position I had never seen in the game before. His head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do is just stare at Link's dead body. After around 30 seconds of this, the game simply fades out with the message,
"You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
before kicking you out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately When I did, I was returned to the clock tower rooftop scene of my Link dead and the Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kids laughing, looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more save file added below your turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple with the moon almost crashing. I turned the game off at that point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too messed up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse song of healing music in my head and just remembering the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going there alone, only to find that there's a for sale sign in the front yard, and when I rang the door, no one was home. So now I'm back here writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if some of this has grammatical errors and whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I relived it a second time writing this all down. But I feel like there's still more to it than meets the eye, and that there's something calling me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the man, then I would be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity, I feel like, but next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea to record only came to me towards the end, so you can see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the elegy statue, but it's on YouTube here. I'm going to stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light into this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal shit, but this is a little messed up. But maybe this Ben guy is just a really good hacker or programmer. I don't want to think about the alternatives if he isn't. That's the end of the copy paste. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag the developers had, and that other people have gotten gag or hacked copies of the game like this. This just really scares me.
End of post 1. I really like that there really is a little video file too that you can watch.
Oh yeah,
there.
the whole thing I think is recorded. All the big story moments.
Yeah, I was noticing that too. Just kind of like very whimsical, very ethereal. Did you picture this whenever he was reading the story? Did you picture that? Do you still picture a guy who is just sitting there watching the game, or do you feel like he is totally submersed in, like, he is completely like in the, not like in the game, but like his perception is like he's no longer just a guy holding a controller.
I don't think he literally got pulled into the game or anything. But I think that, yeah, I mean, you've been there, like, you know, you're playing a game like late at night or whatever, and you're like zoned in, and then you kind of like snap out of it a bit, you know. I think he's in that kind of state, like where the things happening to Link actually scare him. But then it's like terrifyingly broken by these fourth wall moments where like the thing in the game looks directly at him or whatever.
Well, it also feels like the only reason I was wondering, because I agree, I don't think he's literally in the game, but I do think I'm wondering how much of like his psyche or whatever is getting sucked into it to where it's like he's in a trance almost or something.
Yeah.
To where now it's like you're kind of like stuck in this hell loop. You know what I mean? He's kind of hearing the same songs going backwards or whatever. It's just kind of interesting, and to especially be in such like a familiar world as something like a Zelda game or something feels kind of interesting.
Are you ready for post 2?
Post 2. September 8th, so literally the next day.
Yep. I'm going to post what happened and link the video footage, but last night everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread. But last night, the Elegy of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hairs stand up on end. I would turn around, that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. But the important thing is, I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could, I drove back up to that neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As I expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door mowing the grass killed the power to his lawnmower and asked me if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to the old man that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the old man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered that this old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question. One that I should have asked from the beginning. Who was Ben? The man's expression turned grim, and I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago, on April the 23rd, the man informed me that it was the same day as his anniversary. That's how he knew the specific date. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben in the neighborhood. Shortly after his parents moved, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't divulge anything else.
If you were him as well and you went back to the area to get some answers from the old man and the house was for sale, what would be your initial reaction to that?
If I had a haunted copy of a game and I thought the ghost of a child was stalking me because of this old man, I think I would kill him. I think I would.
Well, yeah,
I
would definitely want to kill him.
You want to wish this demon on me, huh? Buddy.
But do you believe right now that he thinks that the game is haunted?
I think he's putting it together.
By this point in the story?
Because that's what he says at the end of part 1, where he says, I hope he was a really good hacker or programmer because of the alternative. Now he's just figured out that Ben is the name of a boy that died, not a kid who got really good at programming, right?
Right. I was curious because I was just like, if you went back, I was trying to put myself in those shoes of just being like, because you can kind of justify it where it's like, oh, well, he had the garage sale. He's probably selling some stuff before he was going to move. But it would still just be one of those things that would just be like, this is turning into a very series of like, I don't know, horrifying things that keep like a domino effect almost or something. Yeah.
Oh, no, I would definitely blame the old dude.
100%.
His initial reaction is like, well, maybe it was like his grandkid or something, and that makes sense, but now it absolutely doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you've thrown all of that out the window pretty much.
Yeah. I went back and started playing again. I loaded up the game, and immediately I jumped at the title screen where the mask flies by. The sound that played was not the normal whoosh sound. It was something much more higher pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, but just like 2 nights ago, the files Your Turn and Ben were displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the Ben file earlier. It seems to fluctuate between displaying the owl save and not. I brought up the Ben file, hesitated for a moment, noticing that the stats were not the same as they originally were 2 days ago. It seemed like he had already completed the Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I selected it. So it seems like since it started, the save file has progressed somewhat.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, oh, now he's even further along. How the hell did that
There's something alive in there progressing, yeah.
Yeah.
Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside Stone Temple Tower, but that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Temple Tower, but rather ST_O_N_E. And immediately, a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me.
Do you read that as Saint 1?
Oh, it could be. No, yeah, I didn't think of it that way. But I'm just
thinking out loud because for people it's ST, no spaces, and then space O space N space E. So it kind of reads like Saint 1. I don't know.
Yeah, or at least the 1 is supposed to be like emboldened out of it. But yeah, it could be.
Right.
Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked violently to the side where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly back and forth. I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed I had a C button item I had never seen before. Some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth that I didn't recognize from the game, almost demonic in nature. And there was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laugh or something playing in the background. I had all of 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned, and immediately after I was cut into the Dawn of a New Day screen, except this time it was without the line subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Tattle would say,
What just happened? It's as if everything has...
But instead of saying, started over, she finished her remark in broken text as the laugh of the happy mask salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from a screwed up camera angle. I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went into the door. There, I was greeted by the happy mask salesman who simply told me,
You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?
Before the screen widened out. I was in Termina Field as a human again. I might as well not have been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around and there was no sign of a day clock or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field, and immediately I could tell that this was not normal. There were no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman's theme was playing. I decided to run towards Woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona. As I approached, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now, I told myself that I should know better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that the Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop, say with Epona, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue was doing what it has been doing all along, just standing there eerily. It was the Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other two. He too was idle, wearing that shit-eating grin, but wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. Reminded of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of Clock Tower, pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and tried a song I hadn't played yet, the Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop back in day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song, and as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted on my TV. The sky immediately started flashing, the Happy Mask Salesman's twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death screen as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying the transition from eerie to terror it is. You're going to have to watch the video if you want to see firsthand. That same fear that caused me to lose sleep 2 days ago started to grip me again as I was met with the text.
You've met with a horrible fate, haven't you?
For the 3rd time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. I had little time to ponder as I was immediately given another small cutscene of transforming into Azora, and now I find myself in Great Temple Bay. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach, where I found Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason she was placed there. Suddenly, I realized that Epona kept neighing, and the way she was angled made it look like she was trying to signal a point to me off in the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Elegy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it, and suddenly, my Zora started doing a choking animation I'd never seen a Zora do before, which didn't even make sense because Zoras can breathe underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died. And again, the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as if I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it would put me here is because the save files had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and I was right. The new save files told me about Ben. Now, it made sense why the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 o'clock town. The 2 save files told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It taunts me with these new save files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further. But I'm done with this shit. I'm not touching any more of the files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal, but I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me this message? I don't understand it. I just get too depressed thinking about this. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to screw with it anymore.
End of post 2. So do you think that Ben here is, how do you read this? Do you read it as a threat, or do you read it as Ben reaching out for help?
I think Ben's trying to tell him something, is the vibe I get. Maybe not help. Maybe if it's something as simple as a kid trying to communicate with the outside world, right? Like he's stuck in the game or something like that. His ghost is stuck in it. So if Ben is that statue, or is represented by that statue, and he's following him around, there's something haunting about the statue out in the ocean, you know, like the same place he drowned, or like representative of it. That's like pretty brutal.
It feels like a digital map of something that maybe happened in real life or something, like a recreation.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you find his presence threatening, or do you find it threatening or not threatening? I guess just to make it easy.
I don't find Ben threatening. I find the mask salesman threatening.
Yeah. No,
I think he is the entity who is pulling the strings, and Ben's a victim in it.
I find the game, I find like the mass salesman kind of vibe, or just the game in general threatening, but I don't find like it's odd. I don't find the statue necessary, which obviously the statue I believe is supposed to represent Ben.
Yeah.
But I don't find that as threatening as the salesman, or even just the game as a whole, contorting around and stuff. It feels like a trap. Almost like a bear trap.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. And like he's kind of parading Ben around as like his last victim, right? I
think so. I mean, that's at least what it thinks like. And it feels like, especially because he's a statue, it's like he's a statue. It's like the game's version of like a ghost or something too. Like it's like a haunting. Oh, it's indicative of like a statue you'd find in like a cemetery.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like, okay, so the 3 save files together is Ben drowned, your turn, right? So the haunted mask salesman is kind of collecting souls almost, you know, or like victims in the game, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, even the sentence of the files coming together, Ben drowned, now it's your turn.
Yeah.
Like, it's like he is coming to, it's almost as if every time that this guy goes on and plays this game, it's almost like the ritual is becoming more and more complete.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like a seance or something.
Pretty good so far. I'm like,
I feel like I don't know, I enjoy it. I feel like it's an interesting thing. It also feels very catered. Like, do you find that, because you said you don't really know this game super well, do you think with him saying such specific landscapes and names, do you think that's distracting, or do you?
I can picture it in my head. You know, if I played the game, I think I'd appreciate it more. But I mean,
that's what I was gonna say.
I can put it together.
I feel like if you're a diehard of this game, I feel like
you can just go to the video and just see exactly what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, that makes it more helpful too.
Anyway, post 3, which is 2 days after post 2. I know it's early in the morning. I stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to type about this. The less I dwell on this, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given, but I think that's what the game, or Ben, man, I can't even believe I'm even humoring the absurd idea that he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's following me now, not just in the game, he's in my dreams. I see him all the time, behind my back, just watching me. I haven't gone to any of my classes. I've stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way I know he can't watch me. But he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It talked to me for the first time. Not just using text that's already in the game. It spoke to me. Talked to me. It referenced Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm so far away from home here at this school. I just want to hug my mom again. I just want to forget that statue's horrible blank face. My original game file is back, just the way I left it before it was gone. I don't want to play anymore. I feel like something bad will happen if I don't, but that's impossible. It's a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Like seriously though, it can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself. But every time I think about it, I'm not so sure.
I don't know. The game actually talking back to you, that would fuck me up.
Yeah, I would say it would. Just speaking to you.
Just sitting there thinking about it too, though. You're playing the entire time it's been text, and then all of a sudden it actually talks to you. I feel like I'd be like, well, I have gone officially too far. I'm fucked. That's immediately what I would think. Well, all right, I'm done.
I'm looking at the footage he posted. It's like full bore cutscenes and stuff.
I love all the inclusions of the videos, like just like the weird mods and stuff.
Yeah.
How fun. The music is inherently creepy in the game too, honestly.
He plays the song, the music's being played backwards, and then it cuts to black. And every time that he does anything, the text says, "You shouldn't have done that." Then he's in the Happy Mask shop. Shouldn't have done that. Game freezes, cuts to black. And I'm going to read the text that it says. It says first, Ben is getting lonely.
Ugh.
Then he's walking through a field to the tree. The statue appears behind him. It's just him and the statue in the field. Screen cut to the man, and then the text says, "You will be given one last chance, back to where it all began. Come play with us. Dawn of the final day." And then it goes back, cuts him back to the main screen. Yeah, that's terrifying. The game being like, you get one last chance, right?
What's I mean is I'm like, yeah, it's just like you get one last chance, and it's like, well, what am I doing wrong? I don't even know what I'm doing wrong. Especially like, yeah, it's just it's super
the game
odd.
saying repeatedly too, you shouldn't have done that is so menacing.
You should have done that, and then to think too, now I'm in this place of sympathy even more for Ben, where it's like we're just seeing our main protagonist go through it now, but then you just have to assume that Ben was going through the exact same thing in his neighborhood before. You know what I mean?
Before he drowned, yeah. Now, part 5, or wait, sorry, post 4, which was made 2 days after post 3. Let me just clear things up. I know you guys are worried about Jed Usable is okay. That's the guy who's writing the story, by the way, Jed Usable.
Right.
He finished moving out today, and he said he's going back home. He's just taking the semester off. I'm not really sure what's happened. I have a vague idea, but you guys probably know more than I do. I'm Jed Usable's roommate, and obviously I knew something was wrong with him for a few days now. He stayed in his room all the time, out of contact with literally all of his friends, and I'm pretty sure he hadn't been eating hardly anything. After the second day, I couldn't stay in there anymore, so I've been crashing at a buddy's place, only coming into my room to get stuff that I need. I tried talking to him several times, but he would cut me off or keep the conversation brief when I asked him about his strange behavior. It's like he was convinced something was hunting him. Yesterday, I came to grab my philosophy book, and he approached me, looking awful, like horrible bags under his eyes. He handed me a flash drive and gave me specific instructions. He told me that he needs me to do one last favor for him. He finally explained to me what has been going on, gave me the account info to his YouTube account, and told me that he's getting away from here, that it lured him to play it again instead of trying to change things, and that he shouldn't have done that, and to upload the footage and inform people what happened. I told him he could do it himself, and he got this wild look in his eye and told me that he is never looking at that game again, and that's the last thing he said to me. Never even said bye when his parents came to pick him up. I never even got to meet his parents. Honestly, can't tell you what happened. When he spoke, it was kind of hard to understand him, and his screwed up appearance really distracted me. On the flash drive, there was footage of the game last night, a text document with his name and a password for YouTube, a third document called the truth.txt, containing what he told me were his notes that he'd taken. He told me that this meant everything to him, that I follow his instructions exactly. Normally, I wouldn't be so to the letter for a request over a video game, but the way he spoke and the way he looked made me know this was really serious, and I'm going to honor that. I've had this video since yesterday, but had to have someone help me use Pinnacle. That's not really my forte. That, after watching it, I had to go back through and look at his other videos on his YouTube account to realize what was going on, and even then, I'm really, really confused. This video I'm releasing tonight, the truth.txt, will be released on September 15th, just like he requested. I haven't dared peek at it yet, so the first time I see it will be the first time you see it out of respect to my friend. To answer your questions, no, I haven't tried calling him yet. I think I'll give him a call tomorrow to see if he's okay or not. He should have gotten back home by now. About the video. In this video, I cut straight to when he uploaded the bin file in the game. Looking back, I realized that Judusable left the save select screen in because it said different names sometimes, so my bad for that. But all it said this time was the same as the end of his last video. Link and bin. Nothing different. I wasn't there when he played it, but it looks to me like in the beginning when he first spawns, he's testing out his equipment or seeing what items he has or something. Because apparently they've changed randomly before. Then after that, I just
took over the post for it, or just kind of let you know what happened, and the guy couldn't even like keep preparing it.
Yeah.
Or like keep typing into it.
So he's playing the game normally. I think someone who's more familiar could tell me anything specifically. Nothing horrifically wrong has happened yet, I don't think. Okay, here we go. First thing. A picture appears of the bin statue or the elegy statue next to the masked salesman and says, keep this picture, yes or no. He selects no, and the screen starts shaking. Well, that's cool. There's always like broken text whenever he's talking to these creatures. Maybe if you went through and analyzed it, you could get more out of it. But it kind of looks like they're saying believing in your friend, believing in your friends and racing that belief by forgiving. This could also be text from the game. These feelings shaved, because I'm not familiar with the text of the game, happened. I think it is text from the game. It's just so broken up. But whenever it goes correctly, that's when, you know, it's the game speaking to him. Statue appears behind him once again. Camera pans over it. And then he's shoved. I think he just got teleported underwater. Oh, what is that? I don't like that. So after he fights that thing underwater, Link suddenly appears in front of a grave. Like, not the statue, like his character appears in front of a grave. And it says on the front of the grave, the melody that summons the tears of angels rests here. After that, he goes to another grave that says, the soul of a brave soldier from Akana rests here. So he's reading the text on tombstones. He's very slowly walking and then gets kind of dragged over in front of one grave. And it says, a vessel that holds wandering spirits rests here. And then Link trips and falls. He clips through the floor and falls through the world in front of the grave. And then the text says, this is once again a black screen. The game speaking directly to him says, it'll be our little secret, okay? And you can hear the man laughing.
Weird.
He then comes to in an underground tunnel that the world's like twisted around. And then when he gets into like the interior of the temple, the bin statue is there once again in the underground, literally underneath a graveyard, right? The bin statue. And then screen goes black and says, you can't run. The screen comes to, and now Link is standing in line with the bin statue in front of the salesman. And the audio is like backwards and weird and creepy, and I don't like it. I don't want to listen to it. The camera then pans around Link, and the text from the game speaking to our player says, please help me. And he gets thrown back to the start menu. So after that, he goes back into the game, and there are now two save files. One that says Link, and another that says Matt. So I'm guessing our author's name was Matt, and he did not do what he was supposed to with that final chance, probably. And now his save file's there.
So now it's almost like he's a part of the cycle now too, I imagine.
Then we have our final post.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's September 15th, which is 5 days after Jozable. Is that how you're saying his name?
Jad usable or Jad usable or whatever.
Jad usable, whatever. So it's been 5 days since he posted, and I think this time, yeah, hey guys, Jad usable here. So now it's actually him posting and not his roommate.
Yep. This will be the last time you'll be hearing from me. And this is my final gift to you. These are the notes that I have taken and the realizations I've made. Before I delve into this, I want to thank you for following me and thank you for listening. It feels like the weight of a powerful burden is about to be lifted. By the time you read this, I won't be around anymore. But after spending 4 days with this maddening game, I've begun to understand what's really at play here. And hopefully after reading this, we can ensure that this never happens again. These are the things that I could not share with you while this was going on due to the circumstances, to which I'll explain. With Ben blocking any attempt I made to try and relay the truth to you, I tried, ever so subtly, to warn you guys in various ways. Amidst the chaos and my delirium, I devised to make a barely noticeable pattern in my videos. In all 5 videos I recorded over the 4 days, I have either had the mask of truth, interacted with a gossip stone, or the lens of truth equipped at some point. For you Zelda enthusiasts, these are all symbols of honesty and trustworthiness, and I would hope that one of you may have picked up on the reference. As I played the file, which I would name Ben, being mindful of how Ben was watching over my every move in the game, I made a point to avoid doing anything too obvious, but I sent out a hidden message to you guys. I never equipped the lens, nor the mask, nor visited a stone. It worked and the video was uploaded. I prayed that someone would notice the pattern didn't apply to Ben. The tags followed suit too. I hope you guys paid attention to those as well. They were my little message to you. Nothing big enough that would catch Ben's attention or make him suspect anything. With Ben manipulating and changing my files, I honestly hope that what you guys saw was close to what actually happened, but there's no way for me to know. This may be a long read. I don't have time to proofread or make all my research pretty, but here it all is. That's pretty sick that the stuff in game is actually like he was holding like items of honesty during like moments of legitimacy or whatever. All right, so he's talking about here's everything I was able to compile that Ben wouldn't let me put out there, which we don't know what that means yet per se, but September 6th. Can't believe this is at 11 p.m. Can't believe what happened. Not sure if this is some kind of elaborate hoax. Despite the fear, I can't help but be exceptionally curious about this. Who or what is the statue? A lot of questions here. I'm starting this document as a diary so I can keep track of everything. I'm typing up a summary of what happened so I can come back to it later. The next day, beginning at 2 a.m., he has updates that read, summary was posted here. You can go back and look at my first post for day 4 for that, which we already saw, I believe. I can't sleep. I've been trying so hard, but the harder I try, I just get more restless. I feel like that statue is appearing whenever I close my eyes. Didn't sleep at all, just going to start my day. I don't think I have the energy to do class today. I'm gonna drive back down to talk to that old man. Taking my buddy Tyler with me just in case. Back home now. No sign of the old man. Really weird that he appears to be moving the next day. But maybe the for sale sign was up there yesterday and I just didn't notice it. Tyler wants to know what's gotten me all worked up. I didn't tell him. Going to eat, feel like death. Could have sworn driving back from Subway that I saw the elegy statue buried in some shrubbery staring at me go by. Now I definitely need sleep. Don't think a lot of people would believe me if I told them about what's happening. Think I'm going to try posting this on the internet. Think I'll just use the summary. These notes are pretty sporadic. Connected my capture card to my computer to upload the footage. Thought my computer froze for a second. Made this strange popping sound when I hooked everything up, but now it seems to be working fine again. My computer can't die on me now. Footage is finished uploading. Quality's a lot better than I thought it would be. Gee, guess this is a really special cartridge. I've never had it come through this clear before. Thought I saw an icon pop up on my desktop that looked like the statue's face for a split second. Gave me quite a scare. Getting really unnerved and delirious. Gonna crash after this. Began uploading my YouTube video in an alternate account. I don't remember having uploaded a Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video last year. This is probably the account that I shared with a friend of mine last summer. Hope he doesn't mind me using it to upload this. Posting my summary of day 4 with a link to the YouTube video. Going to try to stay awake, but I am so tired right now. And then the post began again the next day at 10:48 a.m. I had a dream about the statue. I dreamed that it was following me in my dream, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand up on end. I would turn around, that horrible, lifeless statue would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, merely inches away. My dream, I remember calling it Ben. Power of suggestion, most likely, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. Really don't want to play this game again. I think I'm going to go back to see if that old man's there instead. No old man, but I had an interesting conversation with this neighbor. Post the full thing with my summary of tonight's attempt playing the game. Going to wait for a bit though to see if I can't dig up any information on this Ben guy. I've been getting random, inexplicable headaches due to the lack of sleep and keep hearing that song in my head. Also, it's flu season, so I need to be careful not to get sick. My immune system's going to be shit right now because of the all-nighter. My computer just, on its own, opened up a text document and wrote the words, "Hi," and www.cleverbot.com by itself. WTF. I went to the website. It's one of those bot chatting programs. I think it's best if I just let the conversation speak for itself. Hello?
Hello.
Who is this and how are you able to control my computer?
Who am I?
Right. Forgot you're a bot.
Do you really think that?
Listen, I know whoever's screwing with my computer can see my screen right now.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll wager that you're one of those IT kids who thinks he's tough shit. You know what you're doing right now is illegal, right?
Is it?
No shit. Are you familiar with the terms invasion of privacy? Get off my computer, kid.
I am your computer.
Cool story. Anyway, I'm calling DPS. You picked a bad time to screw with me, kid.
I should wait until you play the game again.
What is this voice? Why are you making...
Wait, it's Cleverbot.
What makes you think that this text-to-speech program's like, oh, I'm just a little boy? Like,
should I wait until you played the game then?
Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna keep going. What?
That game.
Majora's Mask?
Yeah.
How did you know about that?
Because
what?
I did it.
Did what?
I played with you.
What?
Were you scared?
Who is this?
Big.
The statue? You're inside my computer now?
Yeah.
How?
You connected me.
How the hell did I connect you?
Cable and cords.
How?
Tell me about yourself.
What?
Tell me about yourself.
What do you mean?
What is it that really scares you?
What?
Answer.
No.
Answer.
What the? How did you just open that by yourself?
I'm your computer now.
How much can you control?
Oh.
What do you want from me?
To entertain.
You're stuck inside there. You can't hurt me.
Go play.
No, you can't hurt me.
Took you longer to type that.
So?
You're not sure.
If you're so powerful, why use a ridiculous website like this to chat with me?
Less messy, more structured, fun.
Fun?
Yes. Tradition. I like that.
You think it's funny?
Amusing.
And my notes?
You may write them down.
Why are you letting me?
It is amusing to see what you think of me.
Window closes. You want to explain what that voice was you were doing?
It's Chatbot, dude, or Cleverbot.
I've never heard Cleverbot. Does it sound like that?
Yeah.
Shut up. I hate you. I'm in the middle. We are at the end of this story. We're gonna keep going. Okay. What have I done? I've invited it into my computer. I continue to write these notes, write my summaries. I feel like I am a prisoner in my one place of security. I don't know. I don't know if I'm hallucinating or not. I feel like I'm going insane right now. I can feel it watching over me, even as I type this. Ben is controlling everything in the game, toying with me, leading me like a sheep, but for what? What's the purpose? I know Ben drowned, but why these hauntings? What am I even doing? It can probably even see this right now. Ben called me to
Are you bored of me?
I'm not bored. I just know that you're gonna derail this. I just know you're gonna derail this. He tells me that he's sorry and wants to be free, that I can free him. That's just like how he got on my computer from the capture card. He could spread, but he needs my help. Says I am special because I can help him. This is the first nice thing he said. He promises to leave me alone if I do it. He swears he will. I don't know what to think right now. How can I even trust this thing? I'm terrified of it, but now it's saying that it was just having fun. It's twisted and screwed up version of fun. He's saying that the game is over. I do want it to be over. He says that he just wants to be free, that he's trapped in the cartridge of my computer and he wants to be freed. I don't want to have to deal with this. I don't know how long I could deal with the watching. It's watching my every move, every keystroke. I have nothing private anymore. It knows everything that's been on my computer. It tells that if it wanted to, it could do horrible things to me, but it hasn't, so I should trust it. Something tells me that I'm being played again, just like in the game. Ben called me to Cleverbot again. I ignored it and went to go take a shower. When I came to my laptop, I was welcomed with an image elegy statue staring at me with those dead eyes. I don't want to talk to him. Screw you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. Screw you, Ben. I'm not talking. Screw you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. Screw you, Ben. I'm not talking to you. It's been more than half an hour and the messages have stopped. Ben has stopped. I'm beginning to think that Ben isn't confined to just my computer cartridge. I'm beginning to feel something. It's hard to explain it. I've never been spiritual, but there's something different about the air in my dorm room now. I'm begging to see the elegy statue randomly as I search the internet in places I shouldn't. Places where he shouldn't be. I'd be scrolling down and suddenly I'd be staring at a picture of the elegy statue. Always the elegy statue. I don't know how much more of this I could take. Let me move into the next day. Okay, so I will say right now, I was locked in when he was talking about, like, he was playing the game and he was having moments of like, I am so into it. It feels like it's happening to me. I can't control what's going on. Please help. And then it was this ghost of a boy. I was sold, right? But now that it's kind of like, these are the things I was writing down as I was playing the game, and I'm conversing with him in the computer, but I feel like my life is falling apart when he could just like I get you're in a game session and weird things are happening and you become curious, so you check it out again. But it's like he doesn't have that same attachment to his computer. Just don't use the computer. I'm
not gonna lie, this is getting pretty bad. It's getting
it's dragging itself out way too far.
Yeah, like there's so much excess fat to where I'm like, I'm waiting for Cleverbot to come back.
Yeah, I know you are.
Cleverbot's the only thing that's gonna save this.
I will also say that it feels kind of like losing the plot a bit. You know, where it's like, oh, well, there's a ghost in the game and now I'm like experiencing it and stuff like that. But now it's just kind of like, I'm trying to get out the truth about Ben. It's like, is that what this story was about? Like besting the spirit?
It feels kind of convoluted.
Yeah, I thought it was just about a weird experience that happened. Were we trying to like beat the ghost? Was that what was going on? You know, like
I don't know. It feels like whenever this was like, there's a mystique to it and stuff, but now it's like all these like weird things of him like journaling his entries. Like it just feels weird too, because now that's like a complete polar opposite to what he's been doing this entire time.
It feels so now it's like mapped out. Yeah,
very, very.
I mean, it's on his website, so it's obviously legitimate. But I feel like maybe other creators I listen to just cut out this part. Maybe.
I'd be curious to see, like, if people have done readings of this, if they've just like, I'm not going to include this.
Or maybe this is another point of it. Like, maybe this is because we're reading it on a creepypasta wiki, right? Where it's all laid out in order. Maybe this notes section was like supplemental reading during the actual story. In that case, it might work better, you know?
Right.
If like as you're reading his segments, he's like, here's my notes of as things were happening. But because it was a text document at the end, it's all showing up here. So maybe we're not supposed to read this because we're kind of just recapping a lot of stuff that happened. So what if we skip the stuff that's just rehashing what we've already read?
Well, I mean, you want to?
I just mean if it's like most of this looks new. I'm just saying if he gets to another long segment that's like, I was playing the game and this happened. And it's like, yeah, we know we already read that, you know?
Right.
Just if we get to the same thing again. But for now, we'll just continue with September 9th. My worst fears confirmed. Ben has tampered with my summary of ben.wmv. I looked at the summary that I posted on various forums for the ben.wmv file and parts have been omitted. There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. Okay, see, now it's starting to make sense why this document's here. Because in the version that gets uploaded or shared around, Ben edits out the parts that mention what Ben's currently doing, right?
I mean, do we even know that he actually had a roommate?
Oh, that's a good point.
Could that just be Ben posting? Like, is it something similar to, you know what I mean? Like,
could absolutely be. Yeah, I think that's possible. So maybe here, say Ben's been tampered with and stuff like that. Or Ben's tampered with it. Yeah, everything that we've read thus far could be bad info.
It's true. That's why it's like, yeah, I'm curious to see.
There's no mention of Ben existing outside the game. There's no mention of the Moon Children. How could he have been that quick to delete the post without me noticing? I'm wondering if maybe it appeared to me that I was posting everything, but in reality, Ben was posting his own censored version. I'm going to ask Ben why he did it. He was responding to me on Cleverbot. It's just giving the generic response it usually does. Just talking to a bot this time. I think Ben is mad at me. That's a funny predicament to be in. The Moon Children appeared in my dreams last night. They lifted up their masks to reveal their hideously disfigured faces. Maggots crawling out of their orifices, sunken black holes where their eyes should be, yellow smile that slowly grew bigger and bigger as they came closer to me. They told me that they wanted to play. I tried to run from them, but the 4 children pinned me down to the broken bodies bouncing up and down. 2 of them held me down while the other 2 began to sew the mask onto my face. My shrieks and screams caused the happy mask salesman's face to turn into the most horrific smile I had ever seen. He sporadically moved around, examining this procedure like a curious doctor. In that impossible movement, I flailed around, but it was no use. My eyes rolled in the back of my head because of the pain. It felt so real, but I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up no matter how hard I tried, and I couldn't wake up. After the mask was melded onto my flesh, they began sewing my legs together. Then my arms, horrible feeling of a needle puncturing your legs and pulling them in, rupturing your Achilles tendons and tying them together resonated throughout my entire body. I tried to scream, but the mask was pressed so tightly against my face that it was my new face, and my new face had no mouth. I didn't make a sound. I tried telling myself in my head that I was dreaming, tried telling myself again and again. Suddenly the Moon Children stopped and looked at me. They just stared. The happy mask salesman slowly bent down and stared at me. In his dream, he's experiencing what Ben experienced in some way, becoming a model within the game, right?
Yeah, that's what's appearing to be. It seems like as if this keeps going on, our protagonist is going to be a statue in the game as well.
All right, time for Cleverbot. Are you ready?
Yes.
Answer me, Ben.
Welcome back.
What is the point of doing this? Why?
Amusing to see. Fun to play. Fun to toy with you. Make you feel safe. I wonder how you would have reacted.
To what?
If I hadn't revealed myself and stayed hidden, only doing little things to play with you. Close out your windows. Turn off your computer. Move your mouse by itself. Whittle things. Make you wonder if I'm there, but you never know. Give you little hints that I am. I wanted to do something different for you.
Okay, this story has officially lost me. Ben goes from being the dead soul of a child who died tragically, trapped within a game that somehow wound up in an old man's position, and like this interesting mystery to just a troll. Just I could shirt off your computer, Mom.
He's like a malevolent demon kind of thing, or like a trickster, whatever.
And not even a good one. He's like the equivalent of your little brother with the controller. Like,
why don't I go ahead and take all your snacks? I just went ahead and deleted your game file.
That's literally what it's like. Like any goodwill it had of like, oh well, like maybe some of the absurdity that happens because Ben's just a kid, you know. Now it's just like, I'm dead and caught in this purgatory hell forever, but you can't play with your mouse.
You can't play with your mouse anymore. Sorry, bozo.
It's like,
who
what?
gives a fuck, Ben? You stupid bitch is what I want to say to him. God, annoying little prick. Also, it's like, why are you also losing this much sleep over this stuff too? It's like you're having like horrible nightmares, and then like the reality of it, you like wake up and he's like,
sorry, I ate all your Fruit Whoops. No more delicious snacks for you.
That whole section was awful. Like I could move your mouse by itself.
Deep cringe.
Yeah,
deep cringe.
Okay. You did this before?
Yeah. And I will do it again.
To who? Ben? Did you know Ben?
Won't tell that information to you.
How did Ben die?
You know.
No, but how did he drown?
Won't tell that to you.
Why?
It is reserved for another.
Who?
Another who asked.
When?
Later.
Okay, what? Hold on. He's not talking to Ben? Who's he talking to then?
That's what I don't get.
Did I miss something? Is he talking to like the spirit of the salesman? Yeah.
That's what I'm guessing.
But no, he's explicitly said every time up until now, I think Ben's mad at me. Ben won't talk to me. He opens the conversation by saying, answer me, Ben.
Yeah, but I'm a trickster like that. I'm a man of many faces. I'm a very twicky demon.
That's what it feels like. This is the kind of hell I'm in.
This is sucking pretty hard right now. Like, it's so long too. We're gonna get through it. We're almost there.
We're almost done.
Yeah.
Actually, kind of. I mean, there's still, I guess, a chunk, but it's almost done.
There's another Cleverbot conversation though. So.
Yes, Cleverbot.
I'm beginning to think that this thing maybe isn't Ben at all. In its sadistic nature, I wouldn't be surprised if it took the boy's name after it killed him. My room is beginning to feel different again. There's something out there. I feel really threatened, like there's something that is trying to reach out to me and strangle me, but it can't quite get there. I think Ben doesn't want to play with me anymore. I'll play again. I'll play the game again. Ben, can you see this? I'll play the game again. Please, just stop this. Please, please. I'm going insane trying to decide what is real and what isn't. Is Ben just playing a trick on me, or is this for real? Is Ben generating these replies, or are people actually posting them? Did I just see that screen flicker, or was it my imagination? Imagine depending on the internet and trusting your eyes for your entire life and then being blinded. You can't rely on it anymore. You second guess everything. For the brief moments I am looking at my responses to the videos, people were pointing out things that looked fake or photoshopped or whatever. There's literally no way for me to know if Ben changed something on purpose to try to shut me up. Or if maybe those replies were just constructed by Ben to try and discourage me from even reaching out. See, I get caught in an infinite loop like this, and this is what has been wearing on my insanity and pushing me to the edge. As I'm writing this, there's no way of telling if anyone even cares as much as I think they do. Just another trick. Does this whole document even exist? Am I writing nothing? I'll also say, I feel like the story should have ended after the roommates post.
Yeah, 100%.
Because
I mean, it's just dragging way too long.
It is
it's
dragging
getting to a point where it's like,
and like that ending worked where it's like he left. And I thought the whole part about, come to think of it, I never met his dad. I thought that was implying that like maybe the creator was going out to drown himself in a lake or something, like possessed by the spirit of Ben or something like that.
Yeah, then the cycle continues with the roommate or something. Or even it's like Ben gives his final message kind of thing, and you don't know if the roommate's even real, but he, like, you know, you never hear from our protagonist again. And
the last gameplay we see there is the whole, like, you shouldn't have done that segment, which is a good point to end on, I think. I think that's a high note. But anyway, we're back to Cleverbot. What is it? What's the point of playing? I die whenever I do anything.
You die because you can't figure out the secret.
What?
Semantics.
What are you talking about?
The beauty in your suffering.
I can't, bro. Part of it's exasperated by you, admittedly, but Ben's making me play the game again. It tells me that it has something very important to show me. So it's two summaries we read earlier. And then the next day, the drown.wmv playthrough was up when I woke up today. I remember typing it up, but I don't even remember posting it. He censored it again. There is no mention of the old man. I have no voice anymore. I am only posting what he wants me to. I am the mask he uses to disguise himself as he lies. There's an entire video summary of a video that I don't remember doing. Reading through the summary, this sounds morbid, resembling my dream from 2 nights ago, except on a far more sadistic scale. These moon children. There's something more to them, almost as if they're another entity from Ben. Something happened last night that I can't remember. I'm posting the 4th summary to the forums now. Shadow of my chair moved. Ben won't let me visit YouTube. I can browse the rest of the sites, but he keeps on exiting the window when I go to YouTube. Why? For the love of God, pull up a different computer. I'm feeling the air start to constrict. I don't think I'm alone here. Whatever aura has been here is getting more violent. I'm trying to contact Ben on Cleverbot. He's not responding. I just get the AI. My ears aren't fooling me. I'm hearing the reverse song of healing. Keep hearing it. Now I'm positive of it. Earlier I thought it was a weird coincidence, but just now I went to open my window and 3 floors down at the ground level I saw the old man. I'm completely positive I did. The same guy. He was just staring up at my window, standing in the middle of campus. If any students took notice of him, they didn't seem to acknowledge it. I'm sorry, was there any maybe we're reading the text format wrong because it's on Creepypasta Wiki, and if so, my apologies, but there has been no mention on if I'm not criticizing the story, I'm criticizing the wiki. Why is that the first mention we get of him appearing in real life?
I'm assuming it's supposed to be that he's like going insane and he's hallucinating him, right?
Suppose,
like they're building up this whole, they're doing this, but it just seems like such a the old man, so here's the thing. Are we supposed to assume that the old man, I might be reaching. Are we supposed to assume the old man is the smiling salesman, right?
That's
and
what I
did he drown the child,
yeah.
Ben?
That's my thought, at least, yeah.
So now it's like, I guess like premonitions or some kind of like...
He's coming for him
trying,
next. Yeah.
Yeah, or something.
Yeah, that's what I figure, at least. Okay, so that's where my notes end. I fled my room, taking the cartridge with me. I don't want to go into details of what happened. I'll lose my train of thought as I hammer... The details or the cartridge? Which part?
I don't want to get into details of what happened. Why? You've literally painstakingly put down extremely specific times, but like, why not get into the details now?
We're almost there, man. It's been roughly 2 days since then. This is my last summary and service to you of the final video you guys saw, Matt.wmv. Last video entry I made, Matt.wmvv, began as normal. I was spawned in Clocktown as usual and nothing seemed to be out of place. Determined to set things right and play the oath to order on top of the clock tower on the 4th day, I prepared myself. Sped up time and got to the final day, making my way to the observatory. As I got up to the telescope room and approached the astronomer, he would not let me look into his telescope. He told me that it would be cheating and that I should follow the rules. Despite my repeated efforts, the game would not let me do the 4th day glitch, no matter how hard or what I tried. I tried working around the game and doing the glitch, but it was adamant this time. Regardless of if I simply had the illusion of free will in prior games, this time the game became more aggressive than anything I've ever seen. It eventually told me to go to Ikana Canyon, where the game would end and it would stop haunting me. What? Why would the game be... Whatever. Anxious and desperate to end this nightmare, I played the Song of Soaring and ended up there. I was told to check my inventory, that I would find the answers there to end the game. I arrived at Ikana Canyon and saved my progress at the owl statue. As I searched through my inventory, which because when this opened, Ben had saved his last file at the owl statue, so now he's mimicking the final steps of Ben. As I searched through my inventory, I finally noticed what I was missing: a reoccurring song, the Elegy of Emptiness. Obviously, once I traveled there and learned the song, I suppose that was the last thing I needed it needed before Ben decided it had enough fun playing with me. Ben is a manipulator. He tries to fool his victims into security and makes you drop your guard like a Venus flytrap. He ensnares them. Is that what this story's been about? The Ben's a manipulator, not the child victim. I thought of this old man or that, but how is the old man connected to Ben? I thought the old man's worse than Ben because he was doing all this stuff. I thought Ben was just a kid that drowned. Why is he manipulator? Why does he do it?
If he is also, because I know he had the one line that was like, oh, I think the spirit might be taking his name since that was his last victim. But if that was the case, it just feels weird that you still refer to it as Ben then. Yeah. Because it just makes you seem like the victim is the one that is.
Okay, so you're calling the spirit Ben, but you're calling the old man, and you're also calling the child Ben. So
yeah,
whatever.
I almost wish he would just have the spirit or like the haunting as
just call it the salesman's face, because that's clearly what's being implied, the salesman
as manipulator,
or the devil or something. I don't care. I'm nothing but a puppet to him. He enjoys seeing what kind of human emotions he could trap into by doing different things. And this ancient demon who apparently kills children or whatever was content to be like, some people, I just move their mouse around. There's still some things about this whole experience that still don't make sense, really. But then again, I never was good at figuring out these things, and I'm not exactly in the right state of mind to. I've given you all the pieces of the puzzle for you to analyze and piece together the missing links. I'm typing these closing thoughts on the library computer on campus. Finally, I've emailed myself the notes I have stored on my infected computer for the last 4 days. Why would you send an email? Does he not move through? Whatever. I'm then going to combine those copy-paste these notes with the closing openings that I've typed here on the safe public computer to the one text document. Not taking any chance of spreading Ben. I would not wish this horrible torment on anyone, and I've made sure to have my bases covered here. I didn't run into any problems with Ben when I was back on my computer trying to email myself the notes. Went right under his nose. He has no idea what he just let me do. Had no problems opening the text document for my infected computer or my email either. Can't describe to you how it feels to finally be able to get the word out on this post. Nightmare ends here. That said, do not download any of my videos or anything about my videos through YouTube video audio ripper, screen grab, whatever. I don't know how he could spread, but I know that just watching them on YouTube, reading my text won't be able to allow him to spread. How do you know that? Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed my help in the first place. I thought you said he loves tormenting people. Okay, what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I strongly recommend you not take anything you see streaming online onto your own personal computer. This will be my last posting, putting up this form here for the world. Woo! If you see any further posts from me after today's current date, September 12th, and after the current time, 12:08 a.m., just credit them. It already has proven to me that Ben can access my account password and manipulate my computer. And like I said, I have no idea to what extent it can do this, but know that it will do anything to break free. He is desperate. To ensure your safety, just forget about me, please. What if Ben is typing all this? And obviously, this goes without saying, but from here on out, do not download any images I may put up. And any files, anything. This day will be my last day. I'm going to burn the cartridge, then come back to destroy my laptop. Again, even though I don't know you, this is sort of bittersweet for me. A semester I really didn't have any friends, or rather, I stopped paying attention to them. But I suppose that's partially to blame because I am the genius who picked to live in a single, I suppose. Wait. Yeah, okay, you were right about he doesn't actually have a roommate, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a lazy way to unveil it, but whatever. I am the genius who picked to live in a single, haha, I am a guy who chose to live in a single, which for those watching at home means I do not have a roommate. So hypothetically, if someone were to say they are my roommate, they would be untrustworthy. I suppose someone to get... I'm unnecessarily mad. I'm sorry. I suppose someone to get a hold of me and save me before I got too immersed into this game would have literally saved my life. However, it proved too much for me. I'm just glad it happened to me and I could get the warning out so that Ben dies here. Lastly, thank you for taking the time to open this and open yourselves up to me by hearing my story. Despite maybe not believing me, you didn't have to do that. Really, you shouldn't have. Your support this entire time has kept me going, and now I'm finally free of this. Thanks again, Juducible.
Oh God.
I liked it in the beginning.
I think that it's an amazing setup for the idea of a spirit trapped inside of a video game, especially like those old video games with like save files and stuff, of like a lingering touch of like a previous owner of something. Yeah. It just went on way too long. Like I think even you probably could have even had that kind of roommate entry be the last thing.
That's what I thought.
And I think you still could have had the twist thing too, of being like, is that even really his roommate? And I think it still would have read fine.
Just leave the question available. You don't have to explain everything to the audience. Even at the end, you don't need that line, I guess I live in a single. Just let the audience speculate if that was maybe him or not. Because you've set up like 8 times in a row that Ben can manipulate what you post. So cool. You've never brought up the roommate. Leave that as enough breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
You'll be like, well, I guess that's what I get for living in a single. Am I right, fellas? Wink, wink.
Was this just like one of the pivotal, like super popular early creepypastas?
This blew up. Also, like, okay, so in all honesty, you're spoiled, right? Because we've been going through and cherry picking like the best ones, right? With a couple exceptions, like Jeff the Killer for fun or whatever.
Sure.
You have been reading the cream of the crop. This is better than I think the average creepypasta.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into levels. I know people say the same thing about like SCPs and stuff.
Yeah,
like where it's
same thing, yeah.
Where it's just like there's a couple really good ones and then the rest are just utter trash because it's a lot of people that don't know how to write or whatever. I still think there's merit to reading a lot of the schlocky bad stuff like this. I think it's good. But I do think, I'm wondering, we need to start branching out of not even branching out of creepypastas, because that's not what I'm saying, but I do think exploring other good areas of horror as well. Like even if we dip back into Twitter ARG stuff, or even if we go into other storytellings. But I think me and you need a breath of fresh air from creepypastas.
Yeah. Also, I will say one detail, which is kind of nice if you just ended the story there. He emphasizes 18 times, don't download anything. And in the roommate's post, he's like, oh, here's a download to the text document, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's the game of it.
Ben posted that before he was able to do that. But at the same time, I think it's more ominous if it's like, hey, here, download this, without hearing that warning at the end.
Yeah, you just don't
because the entire story before that is a warning.
Gosh, leave something up to, like, leave them something to chew on. You don't have to spell out every detail. Authors do that all the time. They're like, but no, what if people miss this clever thing I set up? Good.
Yeah,
that makes it more satisfying for the people that do. That's the whole point.
Also, that's like one of the first rules that you hear about is your audience is much smarter than you think they are.
Audience is smarter than you think. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think like even just the part of like no corn or normal corn, whatever. Yeah. Like the way that they build that up is a nice way. Like maybe to a point to where, it's early days to where it's like very quick, but even then it's just something where I feel like I've left it to where I'm like, what is that person doing now? Or is there another website that he just doesn't know about? Like, there's a lot of fun building to, like, oh, like a fun little world building thing. This one, yeah, it's just like you have a dead horse and you're just beating it into, I guess it's grave. I mean, like, you're not even digging the grave. You're just pulverizing it into the ground.
Okay, so here's some interesting lore. On that, the page of, like, the creator, he has some stuff written about, like, the development of the story and stuff like that. So the guy's name, Alex Hall, in his second year of college, he set about writing a horror story. And J. Juicible's like a fictional character, stuff like that. There's a section called Controversy where it says, not long after the discovery of You Should Not Have Done That.net, users noticed a discussion among minor characters in the guestbook area of the website that showed the beginning of the plot. Hold on, okay. The sentence I just read says, the guestbook area of the website showed the beginning of a plot to commit a school shooting. I'm probably going to have to censor that, but
that's probably not a good thing to write when you're in college.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if that's
when you're going to school.
I think it's saying on the website people were discussing it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, not him. What I will say for everyone is the link we put down there. It's much better formatted in that there is a text document of his notes that you can just not read, right? So you can just read the story as is and then end with the friend posting the update, right?
I really do think you can just end there too. And you get the kind of you get the same kind of satisfaction of what he was trying to go for, I believe.
And also, like, not to let the ending take away from it, the whole the YouTube channel is insanely well done. Modding the game that everything that's described actually happens. That's awesome. That's incredible.
A very fun use of like interacting with a new platform, or like you newer like YouTube and stuff at the time and everything, and actually being able to have like video footage to add to your story is just another, it's just a nice evolution of storytelling, like horror storytelling on these blog posts.
Yeah, and actually if you go to his YouTube channel called it's called Jeduceable, he's got like 67,000 subs. He does a ton of these like ARG stuff. Like some of it looks
sick. Okay,
still today. This looks, yeah. He uploaded 3 years ago was the last one, but there's like dozens of videos on here, and some of it looks really good.
Yeah, I'd be curious to check that out. That's kind of sweet.
So yeah, he does good work. So yeah, I love the YouTube channel, stuff like that. Did not need that text document.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, it is what it is. It's one of the most classic. I mean, we've had people been talking about that forever, so I'm glad we finally got to read it. And at least I know now what it is. I feel like I'm in the club.
You're in the club.
But lastly,
that's also the second one that we've read, right? That was a user suggestion. So yeah, so far the users have suggested that, and the thing in the basement scheme better at mimicking people. So what is that?
Well, you know, it is what it is. Lastly, we have another extremely popular one here, Wendy. It's called Squidward's
This one's
Slide.
a good high note to end on, I think.
Squidward's Sewer Slide. I like it. It feels very cheesy. I hope that this is funny. I'm very excited.
So, we've kind of hit the bases, because the first one was like internet stuff, and the second one was video game stuff, and now we're doing a TV thing, right? There's a bunch of creepypasta based around media like that. That was really common. So this is a good little
nice little
internet.
gambit.
It's a nice little throwback, if you would. All right, so this one I'm also very interested in, because I remember watching this so much. The image of like Squidward with the burnout eyes sticks in my head. Now this Hunter, as someone who is not creepypasta savvy in a younger age, this was the standard. 90% of the ones you read were stuff like this. This was like the poster child for just like creepypasta back then. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. I just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I was an intern at Nickelodeon Studios for a year in 2005 for my degree in animation. It wasn't paid, of course. Most internships aren't, but it did have a perk beyond education. To adults, it might not seem like a big one, but most kids at the time would go crazy over it. Since I worked directly with the editors and animators, I got to view new episodes days before they aired. I'll get right to it without giving too many unnecessary details. They had very recently made the SpongeBob movie. The entire staff was somewhat sapped of creativity, so it took them longer to start up the season. But the delay lasted longer for more upsetting reasons. There was a problem with the Series 4 premiere that set everyone and everything back several months. Me and two other interns were in the editing room, along with the lead animators and sound editors, for the final cut of an episode. We received the copy that was supposed to be Fear of a Krabby Patty and gathered around the screen to watch. Now, given that the final cut isn't final yet, animators often put up a mock title card at the beginning. It's sort of a inside joke for us, with phony, oftentimes lewd titles being used, such as How Sex Doesn't Work, instead of Rockabye Bivalve, in which SpongeBob and Patrick adopt a sea scallop. Nothing particularly funny, just work-related chuckles. So, when we saw this title card, Squidward's Suicide, we didn't think it more than a morbid joke. One of the other interns did a small throat laugh at it. The episode started with the happy-go-lucky music playing as normal. The story began with Squidward practicing his clarinet, hitting a few sour notes like normal. We hear SpongeBob laughing outside. Squidward stops, yelling at him to keep it down, as he has a concert that's not common. But when Squidward stops playing, the sound finishes, as if the skip never happened. There's slight murmuring in the crowd before they begin to boo him. Not the normal cartoon booing that's common in the show, mind you. You could very clearly hear malice in it. Squidward's in full frame and looks visibly afraid. The shot goes to the crowd with SpongeBob in center frame. He too is booing, which is very much unlike him. That isn't the oddest thing, though. What's odd is that everyone has hyper-realistic eyes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, so Hunter, some lore, right? Every single, without fail, every single video game, movie, TV show, whatever, creepypasta would have some mention of hyper-realistic body parts. They're like, she was stabbed to death and a hyper-realistic heart fell into the screen, or he was shot in the head and hyper-realistic blood splattered across the wall. It was just, that's what, all the time, implying that.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the uncanny aspect of these like cartoonish worlds.
Real human eyes in SpongeBob. Yeah. But everything was hyper-realism.
Okay, all right.
All very detailed. Clearly not shots of real people's eyes, but something a bit more real than CGI. Pupils were red. Some of us looked at each other, obviously confused, but since we weren't the writers, we didn't question its appeal to children yet. The shot goes to Squidward, sitting on the edge of his bed, looking very forlorn. The view out of his porthole window is of a night sky, so it isn't very long after the concert. The unsettling part is that at this point, there's no sound. Literally zero sound. Not even the feedback from the speakers in the room. It's as if the speakers were turned off, though their statuses show them working perfectly. Squidward just sits there in silence, blinking, for about 30 seconds, then starts to sob softly. He puts his hands, tentacles, over his eyes and cries quietly for a full minute more.
I imagine he puts his hands in his face. It's like,
this was one of the most terrifying stories to children online, by the way. Keep that in mind. Yeah. All the while, a sound in the background is the screen then twitches a bit, as if it twists in on itself for a split second before going back to normal. The wind through the trees sound gets louder and more severe, as if a storm is brewing somewhere. The eerie part is that this sound, Squidward's sobbing, sounded real. It was like it wasn't coming from the speakers, but that speakers themselves were holes that the sound was traveling through from the other side. Yeah, that's how speakers work. It's almost as if the speakers weren't speakers, but instead holes that sound is projected out of. As good a sound as the studios like to have, they don't have the equipment to be able to produce audio of that quality. Below the sound of the wind and sobbing, very faintly audible, something sounded like laughing. It came at odd intervals and never lasted more than a second, so you had a hard time pinning it. We watched this episode twice, so pardon me if things sound too specific. I've had time to think about them. After 30 seconds of this, the screen blurred and twitched violently, and something flashed over it, as if a single frame was replaced. The lead animation editor paused and rewound frame by frame. What we saw was horrible. It was a still photo of a dead child. I miss this. I miss this kind of thing. Because every other one I would read back then, like if there was a cartoon I watched, I'd read a creepypasta and it'd be this, like random dead kids or blood or something. Yeah. He couldn't have been more than 6. His face was mangled and bloodied, one eye dangling over it, popped. He was naked down to his underwear, his stomach crudely cut open and his entrails splayed out beside him. He was laying on some pavement that was probably a road. Pavement that was probably a road is a really funny
He was laying
line.
on some pavement that was probably a road.
Yeah, it's a picture of a dead kid and someone in the back's like, is this a road or a sidewalk? quick.
We thought it was a basketball court, but we're pretty sure that it was a road.
At first, we thought this was a lake until someone pointed out, no, that's pavement, actually.
No, that's not water. That's pavement.
That is, in fact, pavement. We can confirm. Oh, and it's just for a single frame.
Oh, my God.
Oh. The most upsetting part was that there was a shadow of the photographer, but no crime tape, evidence tags, or markers. And it turns out this man wasn't a police officer at all.
Yeah, wait, hold on, guys. This isn't evidence. I think this is the guy who did this.
And then the guy taking the picture turns around the camera, and it's the Ben statue.
Yeah.
You want to know why I killed this kid? The angle was completely off for a shot designed to be evidence. It would seem they were the person responsible for the child's death. We were, of course, mortified, but pressed on, hoping that this was just a sick joke. Yeah, that's what I like to do to my workplace friends. Display images of children I killed.
We're just interns. I didn't know. I'm just an intern at Nickelodeon.
Well, I was playing.
Where's Dan Schneider?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, as a Dan Schneider, Brian Peck thing, it's funny to imagine them like, I was just goofing around. You know,
it's just a joke. It's just a picture of a dead kid on some pavement. It's not a big fucking deal.
This is just what guys in Hollywood do, okay? We're
just Hollywood script writers. This is what we do.
We just have some pool parties with like 14-year-old girls at our house, throw some dead kids onto sets, and then
not a big deal.
Do some cocaine. Like that's part of showbiz, all right?
That's what we do. That's that's what we did every day before the Guts game TV show or Legends of the Hidden Temple. That's what we did.
The screen flipped back to Squidward, still sobbing louder than before, half of his body in the frame. There's now what appeared to be blood running down his face from his eyes. The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style.
The blood was also done in a hyper-realistic style.
Let's go. Looking as if you'd get it on your fingers if you touch the screen. The wind sounded now as if it were that of a gale blowing through the forest. There were even snapping sounds, like of branches. The laughing, a deep baritone, lasted for longer intervals and came more frequently. After about 20 seconds, the screen again twisted and showed a single frame photo. Editor was reluctant to go back. We all were. But he knew he had to. Why does he have to? Why does he need to call the police? What do you mean?
Well, we will after we do our edit because we're interns.
The editor leans around. He's like, we have to go back. Could be a dead child. Could be a photo of a dead kid, you know?
I have a feeling this is just going to get progressively worse here.
Yeah, of course. We all were. We knew we had to. This time, the photo appeared to be of a little girl, no older than the first child. She was laying on her stomach.
Her barrettes? No, I'm just reading it. Yeah. She was laying on her stomach. Her barrettes?
Oh, like a hair beret. It's a beret. Like you put in your hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were in the pool of blood next to her. Her left eye was damaged in the same way as the boy, and she was in a state of undress. I feel weird reading that about a child, you know?
God, yeah.
State of undress. Her entrails were piled on top of her above another crude cut along her back. Again, the body was on the street. He brings up the street again. It's very important to mention the street. The body was on the street, and the photographer's shadow was visible, very similar in size and shape to the first. I had to choke back vomit, and one intern, the only female in the room, ran out. The show resumed. Yeah, this is for men. This is a men's group. This is for the boys.
Get out of here, Toots.
Get out of here, woman. Loser.
What, you can't handle two dead kids?
What, you don't like seeing
You're
some
never
dead
gonna make it here at Nickelodeon.
Yeah, the show resumed. The loser woman got out of there. About 5 seconds after this second photo played, Squidward went silent. All sound cut out, like it did when the scene started. He put his tentacles down, and his eyes were now done in hyper.
God.
Yes. His eyes were now done in hyper-realism like the others were at the beginning of the episode. They were bleeding, bloodshot, and pulsating. He just stared at the screen as if watching the viewer. After about 10 seconds, he started sobbing, this time not covering his eyes. The sound was piercing and loud. The most fear-inducing thing of all was that his sobbing was mixed with screams. Tears and blood were dripping down his face at a heavy rate. The wind sound came back, and so did the deep voice laughing. This time with a still photo that lasted for a good 5 frames. The animator was able to stop it on the 4th and backed up. This time, the photo was of a boy about the same age, but the scene was different. His entrails were pulled out from his stomach wound by a large hand. The right eye popped, dangling, blood trickling down it. The animator proceeded. The next frame was different, but we couldn't tell how. He continued to the next. What does that mean? The next frame was different, but I won't explain it. He continued to the next image, and it was the same thing. He then went back to the first and played them quicker, and I lost it. I vomited on the floor. It's so much vomit. Everyone's vomiting. What the heck? The animation and sound editors gasping at the screen. Why are these interns still there? Why are they not like, no?
We have to finish.
The 5 frames were not 5 different photos. They were frames from a video. We saw the hand slowly lift out the guts. We saw the kid's eye focus on it. We even saw 2 frames of the kid beginning to blink.
That would be, you would barely be able to notice that in video.
You would, and also at the beginning,
that's like not even a millisecond of a second. 24 frames a second. It's like 5 seconds. It would just almost look like a still image.
Yeah, it would be hard to tell. You wouldn't see the focusing or the hand moving or the blinking. Also, did you sit there and play it back and forth over and over to catch all that? Also, I know that we're literally critiquing Squidward's sewer slide, but I have to get something out of today. The part about it was different, but we couldn't tell why. Yes, you could. It was moving. It was another instance in time.
Why the heck is this different?
What's so different about it? It's the same thing.
Oh my God!
But they're in a different place.
Read the next line.
The lead sound editor told us to stop. He had to call in the creator to see this. Mr. Hillenberg arrived within about 15 minutes.
Steven Hillenberg. They're bringing in Steven Hillenberg now.
They're bringing him in. I will say that this was years ago, so this was before his passing.
Before his passing. But still, it's just funny.
It is funny. It is funny. But I just say that to say it wasn't trying to be disrespectful to him.
Yeah, no.
He was confused as to why he had been called down, so the editor just continued the episode. Once the next few frames were shown, all screaming and sound again stopped. Squidward was just staring at the viewer, his face taking up the full frame for about 3 seconds. The shot quickly panned out. That deep voice said,
Do it!
And we saw a shotgun in Squidward's hands.
Yes! Yes! Oh my God, keep reading.
He immediately puts the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger.
Yes, the next line.
Realistic blood and brain matter splatters the wall behind him in his bed, and he flies back with force.
Yes! I love it! Yes!
We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. The last 5 seconds of the episode show his body on the bed, on its side, one eye dangling from what's left of his head above the floor, staring blankly at it. Then the episode ends.
I was really hoping that they would said Mr. Hillenberg was like,
No, my creation.
No, not my child, my boy.
Not Squidward.
Man, that's so good. Just the idea of it being so quick too, just like bam, like all at once.
Do it! I mean, immediately. Do it!
Boom! Like all at the same time. Like it's the devil laughing at him and showing him dead kids, and he's also sad about his performance, so he puts a shotgun in his mouth. Man, that's insane. That's literally the Smiling Friends bit from the last episode where it's like, he could not attend as he shot himself in the face with a 3D printed shotgun. Like the drive-by nature of it. Yeah. I think so. I'm pretty sure someone animated the whole thing, minus the dead kids. Mr. Hillenberg was obviously angry at this. He demanded to know what the hell was going on. Most people left the room at this point, so there was just a handful of us left to watch it again. Viewing the episode twice only served to imprint the entirety of it in my mind and caused me horrible nightmares. Sorry I stayed. I'll also guarantee you that whoever wrote this was young enough to be like, I just said hell while writing. Yeah. And mom isn't
I won't
know.
say fuck, but I will put hell.
I'll put hell in there. And guess what? My mom would be so mad, but she doesn't know. She's stupid and I
My
hate
mom's
her.
going to beat my butt bare, black, and blue. It's going to be
My
a
mom
bruised
is going to
butt.
kick my can when she finds out that I said hell in my story about Squidward putting a shotgun in his mouth and blowing his eyeballs out because of dead, mutilated children.
Steven, what is this?
The only theory we could think of is that the file had been edited by someone in the chain from the drawing studio to here. The CTO was called in to find out when it happened. Analysis of the file did show it was mixed with new material. However, the timestamp of the change was a mere 24 seconds before we began viewing it. Dun dun dun. All equipment involved was examined for foreign software and hardware as well as glitches, such as if the timestamp was showing us the wrong time. But everything checked out fine. We didn't know what had happened. To this day, nobody does. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. No child scene was identified. What?
It's just funny. There was an investigation due to the nature of the photos, but nothing came of it. It's just like, you know those photos, the most interesting part? Yeah, nothing really came of that.
You know those dead kids? Well, don't worry about it. We're on to the next part. No child.
We didn't know what the fuck happened there. Who knows?
Yeah,
It doesn't really matter.
Yo, that was weird. No child scene was identified. No clues were gathered from the data involved, nor physical clues from the photos. I never believed in unexplainable phenomenon before, but now that I've had something happen to me and can't prove anything about it beyond anecdotal evidence, I think twice about things. All those dead kids, Squidward killing himself, and a ghost possessing the Nickelodeon studios, I think twice now.
I love credited to user / sewer slide Squidward. A 2010 upload. Wow. So so you're saying this was the standard back then?
This was the most common creepypasta you'd find. If you just went to like recently posted, like sure, if you go to like top rated, you would find better stuff. But if you went to like recent and just clicked on one, this was the standard. Yeah.
I want to make my own creepypasta that is in this vein.
Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be a parody of something, but I do want to have something that is this needlessly violent that leads absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
It's just this huge.
It's just reading about dead children and nothing happens.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just like, I just love the idea that it's supposed to be creepy that in the episode it's like, do it! And a cartoon octopus kills himself, and that's supposed to be like, oh my God, no way. And it's like, yeah, so Steven Hillenberg was pretty upset. And those pictures of the actual dead children that were absolutely real, we don't even know what the hell happened. I ended up working at Bed Bath & Beyond after that because my cartooning career went nowhere. The end.
Anyway, that was weird. See you kids next time. This also, I remember, was... there was a video called Red Mist. I know there's videos of it online, but there was like Red Mist, or it was like another 4chan post or something like that. Because I'm pretty sure the original Squidward sewer slide got uploaded to 4chan, I think. But it was either Red Mist was inspired by this or vice versa. I'm pretty sure Red Mist came first, but it's like an animation of the things that are happening. I'm pretty sure this version was the only one to mention the photos of dead kids or whatever. Because back then, that was how you spiced it up, right? Like, my story's not doing well enough, throw in some dead children. That'll get the people going. And some hyper-realistic blood. So, I think this was second. I could be wrong, though. And it could be the other way around. Also, they straight up reference it in the TV in SpongeBob the TV show. By the way, there's a scene where SpongeBob's like flipping through. It's like, oh, what's behind this door? What's behind this door? And they open one door, and it's it's a slightly more cartoonish animation of this Squidward sewer slide face. So the creators of SpongeBob are aware of the story and have memed on it in the show, which is fun.
Yeah, that's good. Well, this episode took a lot of life out of me.
Good.
And I'm honestly
Take a lot
glad
of
the
life out of
recording's
you,
coming
kind
to
of
an
like
end.
Ben Drown.
Yeah,
Ben Drown took a lot of life out of him.
Ben Drown Goldblum.
Ben Drown Goldblum.
All right, everyone, goodbye. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm running away. I'm running away, never going to return. Goodbye. Welcome, one and all, to the very new, very hip, I would say, dare I say, original idea called Creep TV. Yes.
That is right. No one has ever thought about
No.
recording a reaction video. This
Never.
is new ground we're charting into. And horror reaction, dare I say, we might be forerunners into this new category. Very
no
proud
one's
of you
ever
for
thought of
coming
this.
up with it, Hunter. Very proud.
And if anybody says that they have, I will find them.
They're lying.
Okay.
They're lying, of course.
I'll find them. I'll break them.
But basically, like, you know, there's a lot of cool horror stuff on the internet. And while on CreepCast, we, of course, love the stories and everything, there's a lot of really cool videos, too. A lot that I cover on my channel. And more importantly, a lot that Hunter has absolutely no idea what he's dealing with. So
As
today, as hopefully with future episodes, I have picked something that I think he will enjoy, that we are going to terrorize him with, and I get to laugh while he's scared, which is really my favorite part about this channel. So,
Yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to it. And today we are discussing Greylock, which I feel like that it's going to be a similar flow as Creepcast here. But the whole thing we learned from Gregory88 and stuff that has more videos is that I feel like we just need to have a catered area to the video stuff, because there's so much video content out there that I feel like we're missing out. So I feel like this way we can try. I'm gonna put this out there, but don't hold us to it. That way we can at least do Creepcast one week and then Creep TV the next week, kind of thing. Don't hold that to us. If something that changes, don't yell, don't scream, don't cry. Please.
that is our tentative idea. Will it change? Probably, but you know, theoretically, we'll have Creep TV and Creepcast. And Creep TV, I believe the plan is to just have it exclusively on YouTube because it's video based, right?
Yeah.
That's the idea.
Yeah, it's just a YouTube thing. So no audio platform stuff. So your Spotify and your Apple Podcasts and all that stuff shouldn't be bombarded with this stuff either. This should just be for all of our lovely, lovely YouTube viewers.
Yeah. And plus, you know, it'd be kind of pointless to have like a video reaction audio.
Yeah.
That's kind of dumb. Not that would stop us, but maybe a bridge too far. So we can go ahead and get into it. How much do you know about Greylock?
I don't know anything about Greylock. Really, with YouTube horror stuff, I've witnessed some stuff. I wouldn't say I'm as well versed as you are for sure. I definitely know like Kane Pixels and Mandela Catalog and some of the various other things that I feel like oh, I've probably seen that before, but I might not know them by name. But Greylock does not ring a bell.
Perfect. I feel like you're really going to like it. It does some, I mean, we'll talk about it as we get into it, but it does a lot of really unique things with the format and points towards a kind of horror that I really appreciate. And I think you will too. But yeah, I can't wait for you to be scared. I'm so excited.
I'm excited.
So glad you came up with this derivative idea just so I could be
Creep. No, not the very, very original.
No,
Creep TV is very original.
All right, yeah, Creep TV.
Because no one's also, here's another original, no one ever puts TV.
No one has ever used the word TV.
No. No one's ever done TV after their username before, especially like that, like broken it down. So I just want to say very original. Two things very original. No one's ever done it before.
Especially because the word creepy sounds like Creep TV. That's also original for sure, of course.
I think that it's just kind of cute, I guess. I don't know. We're kind of quirky like that, which is nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Put comments, please make him feel self-conscious. Anyway.
No.
All right. Are you ready to begin Greylock?
I am ready to be completely creeped out.
Here we go.
Creep TV.
On Creep TV. Yeah, it'll definitely stick. Keep trying it. So we now begin with tape 1 back online.
Yes.
Can you hear it okay?
I don't think I hear anything. Is there sound right now?
Yeah. Can you not hear it?
I can't. I don't think I can hear it.
All right, stand by. Yes, immediately into the first one.
Accessing archival storage form, GBA. Data extraction initiated.
All right, I'm gonna help you out here because I'm cheating a little bit. having seen it. So fatal error, right? Contact on-site technician immediately. System offline.
Data extraction initiated. Data extraction 10% complete.
David extraction.
Data extraction.
Data extraction.
Data extraction.
Shut the fuck up with the data extraction. God. Data extraction. Yeah, I get it.
All right, that's your basic setup.
That's your basic setup. Well, first off, first impressions.
Best thing you've ever seen, right?
Well, what I got two vibes. All right, and I want to throw these at you. Vibe 1.
Okay.
Spooky nanny cam.
Okay.
Right. That's the first vibe I got. I was like, is there going to be a little baby goblin running around at the bottom of the screen? I don't know. I was looking for it. Right. Next thing I was thinking about, and this is I don't feel good about saying this, is I would say like school shooter. Evidence.
Okay.
Does it not read like that, kind of like a library? Kind of remind me of that.
Yeah. I mean, it gives
that.
the vibe.
So I was, so I kind of was sitting there. I was pulling my collar. I was like, ooh, where are we going here? What is Greylock? Greylock kind of sounds like a movie that would be about a school shooting, right? Greylock.
Yeah, potentially. I could see that. I appreciate that this is where your mind's going, I suppose. So I'll point out a couple things to you. For one, the computer said that the system at a company called Semiodyne, or at least that's the company that the camera was referencing.
Semiodyne.
The camera had been offline, or the security system had been offline for several hours. And when it comes back on, it says that there is a data breach and it's trying to extract the data from something. As our camera flips through all the different rooms, the one room that it cannot access is the morgue. So for some reason, the camera in the morgue shut down. And it seems to be, I mean, theoretically, possibly, who am I to judge? That might be where the data extraction was taking place.
So is this supposed to be like a hospital then?
I don't know. Why don't you find out?
Okay. I'll see. So it's not a public school, so we don't have to worry about that. So we can mark that off.
No. But
we could be nanny cam still.
We could still be a nanny cam. This is true. But here we see like a bunch of computers, stuff like that, right? So yeah, just some pieces of the puzzle to keep in mind.
Sure, yeah. I like the. I'm always a fan. I'm always a sucker for the whole analog horror vibe, like the aesthetic of it. You know what I mean?
A man after my own heart. I tell you what.
Well, I know how to get you going, don't I?
You know exactly how to talk to me, baby girl. So I'm a huge analog horror junkie. Obviously, that's kind of what, kicked off my channel. And I really love Greylock for how it incorporates analog elements into its story. Now, I'll tell you this. When I saw tape 1, I was like, okay, whatever. I'm not that interested. Tape 2 made me get into the series.
Well, the thumbnail already is insane. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Man, okay, I'm excited. You have to watch tape
stoked.
2 right now. Are you ready?
Let's do it.
All right. To the mountain.
Pursue evil, it is evil that they will find. Mark my words, there is no good that can come from the pursuit of darkness. Let me read to you, dear believer, the words of the late brilliant Charles.
God, could you put something else on the radio?
In a sermon of 1864. He said, quote, our adversary,
the devil,
goes about like a
roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. All right. So as of right now, how do you feel about this? The mood, the aesthetic?
Well, first off, there's nothing really creepier than like a nice... I'd be curious what they shot this on, because it looks great. That old kind of like really VHS feeling deal going down a very random road. I mean, you're from kind of the thicket as well, but going down those roads where it's like there's no lights at all, it's just your headlights, and it's like the darkness is unveiling itself kind of as you keep going is so good. It's very creepy. Also, the idea of the radio, of it being like a weird, just a guy sitting in silence listening to this like doomsday kind of pastor, versus like some guy, white trash guy out in the woods would definitely be listening to like Appetite for Destruction, Guns N' Roses or something like that. So I'm wondering, but the buildup is nice. It's a nice.
There's also like kind of a tonal setting I like with the sermon being played too, because what the preacher's saying there is, be wary venturing out to find something you're not going to be able to best yourself against, right?
It's a nice little...
The last thing he says is, be careful when you enter the thicket, you may pay dearly.
nice little red herring almost or something like that. Like it's just like a little warning sign.
All right, here we go.
Also, too, just being snow.
Oh yeah, the mood
Very
of it
cold.
feels great.
Yeah, just cool.
Man, I love Greylock so much.
When we will come face to face with the devil himself.
So how'd you feel about that?
On the verge of a panic attack. That really sets the mood. One thing that I love about it too, man, is like it's so interesting with these analog horror stuff. How simple it all is. It's just a guy standing around, looking around, whatever. And then you have. So was that the sermon playing? Just distorted.
No,
I'm
so
guessing?
that audio, and I'm again cheating a bit because I did all this for my video, but it's a distorted message of a news report. And the news report, okay, so I'll go ahead and get this out of the way. Greylock is a mountain in, I believe, Connecticut, somewhere in New England. In real life, there's a Mount Greylock. So the news report was saying 2 hikers went up Mount Greylock and found grisly remains. At first, they believed it to be an animal until they discovered a human skull. Oof. And that was the word that kept looping it there at the end. A human skull over and over. So it is a piece of a news report regarding an attack found at Mount Greylock. And supposedly whoever's holding this camera came across those remains, right? The blood on the ground.
Right.
But there was something weird about it, right? Like it distorted on the camera. Something was there, then it wasn't. It's something more than just a normal body, at least as far as it looks.
You're talking about the object in the tree, correct? That was kind of there, then wasn't there?
Yes. Yeah.
Kind of looked like a DVD cover, didn't it?
A little bit, yeah. No.
Just like some kind of weird... It looked like some piece of plastic or something. I couldn't really tell what it was.
It's almost like when you look at it, hold on. It's like it's too straight, right? It has to be like a sign or a cover or something. This isn't like a naturally occurring thing.
Yeah, like a sign
right?
is probably a good call.
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit wherever it's at. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely just an object that should not be on that. And then it makes it even more apparent whenever it kind of cuts back and forth between when it's not there and when it's not and when it is there.
Yep.
Also, all of their little bits of gooey snow and slushy red snow and stuff like that.
All the
aesthetically
nasty.
just insane. Like I love all the green stripes. Like if you look at any still, there's just an element of green smears. It's like it looks like bile on the lens and the area. It's just disgusting.
It's like a viscera almost over
it's
everything.
the distortion of what's supposed to be the film or whatever, but still it just adds to the just disgusting. Like it really parallels the pink and oranges of that blood in the snow, which is really cool.
It fits the vibe very well.
Yeah.
All right,
Also, it being so distorted, it sounded like a Russian gamer, like a Russian Counter-Strike player. That's what it sounded like to me. I was like, get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Well, this is actually just this is a family-friendly vlog in Russia.
Yeah, a typical family vlogger in Russia be like. Or more like typical Mormon vlogger here in America be like.
Yeah,
it's Ruby Rose or whoever the hell that
the Ruby Frank,
Ruby Frankie,
passengers.
yeah, Ruby Frankie, 8 passengers, backyard
average,
be like
average family vlog channel.
Yeah, no shit. Daddy of 5's backyard be like
human skull.
Tremble before the beast. You should make it easier on yourself and accept what it is that he bestows upon you.
Oh my God. I want to say it was fucked up how loud my headphones were when that happened. And I felt that visceral knee jerk pull. It hurt. The snipped and whipped thumbnail. Jesus Christ. The Well, let me ask you this. First off, I was like, why is he going so slow? Do you think that he saw the thing that did that out there?
What I think this is whoever's driving like sees something off the side of the road, because he's doing this thing where he's like dimming his lights, then brightening them.
He's kind of like flashing his brights a bit.
Yeah, it's like he sees something. Either he's signaling something or he sees something out there. And he's trying to like, wait, am I seeing that right? You know, like going back and forth. And then something runs up and hits the car, right? That bam, bam, bam. And then when we come back, he is driving away as fast as he can. Also, the sermon was distorted at this part because now the pastor's saying that the devil is coming for you and it'll be easier to accept your fate and accept what he bestows upon you. So now it's like, something, since this discovery he's made, something has completely changed the air of where he's at.
It's interesting. Whenever you first watched this too, now that I know that you've watched this before, is there a level of paranormal to this? Like, is there a paranormal element to this that is distorting it around him, or is it narrative devices of this sermon that are just kind of also kind of leading us down this rabbit hole this guy's now on?
There is I don't want to say supernatural, but beyond supernatural implies like ghosts and stuff.
Sure.
There is an element of things beyond strict rules of reality. Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting. I mean, the idea of like, it was one of those, it was kind of that fun moment where he was like slowing down, or whoever is recording is slowing down in the road. And then I was just like, drive, just go.
What are you doing?
Why are you stopping? I feel that way of like, I've gone camping before and stuff, and I've done that where like someone's like, oh man, look at the sky. I'm like, get out of here. Go. Why are we stopping in the middle of this road? Keep driving.
Man, I love Greylock so much. This is like a trip down memory lane. Like, oh yeah.
These are very old too. 1 year ago, so this is pretty new.
Yeah, I just remember watching them so much when I made the video because I'd watch
sure,
and rewatch.
yeah.
So
that's just crazy. I didn't know that it was this. It was this new.
Oh yeah. These are coming out. The most recent one.
So they're still going. It's an ongoing thing.
The last one came out like a few weeks ago.
Oh, perfect timing. Okay.
All right. So you ready for tape 3?
Yeah.
Orientation protocols.
Alexander Michael Marsh.
I am going to be your memory folder because you're going to get way too much info to like remember all of it 12 episodes in. So
okay.
Yeah, I will remember for you Alexander Michael Marsh.
The video cassette is intended for the sole use of Alexander Michael Marsh, subject ID. So okay. So we're saying, is he an authoritative figure, or is he a person that is being detained? Well, I guess I'll see.
You'll see. And then this is a general, like, do not use this tape outside of its intended viewing. However, the punishment seems to be a bit extreme because anyone who's believed to have violated this will be subject to interrogation, imprisonment, and a fine of $500,000 and potential military discharge.
If applicable.
If applicable. So pretty heavy, whatever we're about to see.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I like that little Easter egg in there too, because who the fuck actually reads this? Like at the beginning of movies and stuff, where it's like, hey, don't redistribute this, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's all you see. Yeah. So good.
No one's watching these.
Also, a date of 1993 at the bottom there.
Protocols and orientation video system provided by Unit 13.
Is this the Star Wars robot?
Army and Project Stargate
Does kind of sound like it.
with Semiodyne USA.
Semiodyne.
Was here at Unit 13. Congratulations on your selection as one of our testing candidates.
All right, so there's a lot of info given right there at once, right? So, property of U.S. Department of the Army, right? So this is a government thing.
This is someone saying, this is someone getting ready to be experimented on, definitely on a government, probably secret service kind of way or something. They're getting ready to test with them something.
You're thinking the right direction. If you'll remember, Semiodyne is the company that was mentioned
in the
by
very
the
first
computer
episode.
in the very first one. Yep.
Yeah.
We are sure you've heard plenty of rumors surrounding what it is that we do, but we are willing to bet that most everything you've heard is wrong. being a highly confidential part of Project Stargate, which you've already been briefed on. Unit 13 studies a revolutionary and promising area of parapsychology.
So
Parapsychology.
Parapsychology. So I'll say this really quick. How they keep saying thank you for being a part of Project Stargate or Operation Stargate. That was a real thing that happened in, I believe, the 70s when the CIA invested money into determining whether there was like psychic connections and stuff like that were real. So they used, like, they interviewed a bunch of psychics. They did a bunch of experiments regarding mind control, stuff like that. And publicly, their official findings was that there's no tangible evidence to it. But there was something called Project Stargate that did exist to determine if, like, supernatural, you know, existence could be applicable for military operations.
How long has that been going on necessarily in military stuff? Because I feel like I heard about that stuff with like the Nazis and stuff too, about people having.
It's, I mean, like armies, it's been going on forever. But
what I mean, like the army, like I mean, like researching that in the armies and stuff. I'm guessing that just has been going on for just forever, like supernatural elements and stuff.
In the United States military, I'd say like World War II probably kicked off a lot of thoughts, and officially nothing's happened since Operation Stargate.
Yeah, officially.
Sure.
Also, I just want to say this video, having it be like this kind of like almost robot voice is it's kind of interesting because it's another level of separation where they don't even have a human being just being like, welcome to settle you in. It's just like I feel like they're getting ready to do some dicey shit, I feel like.
No, this is entirely above board and fine, and nothing bad will happen.
Yeah, we'll be all right. We'll be fine.
If you're unfamiliar with what thought forms are,
that's a question. Do you know what a tulpa is?
A tulpa? No.
Yes. Oh, great.
Otherwise known as a thought form. A thought form is the manifestation of a person's will, emotion, or other deeply psychologically energized state into a semi-physical form.
All right. If my fat ass was sitting in that room, I'd definitely be peeking left and right. I'd be like, what the hell are we getting into here? Wait, what the hell are we walking down here, man? This trail's looking spooky now. There's like a Tibetan monk just standing by the door. I'm like, what the hell did he get here, dude? We're in Gary, Indiana. What the hell is he doing?
It's just like a group of monks. It's like, this doesn't look like that food survey I was asked about.
Yeah, this is in the back of a Panda Express in Gary, Indiana.
I thought I was going to be trying dipping sauces or something.
Yeah, I thought this is all about orange chicken and spicy noodles. What the hell's happening here, dude? Tulpa? Yeah, was Tulpa the new sweet and sour you got on your chicken, or what's going on with that?
So the way a tulpa works, because that's a real concept in like ancient religion and stuff, is that there is effectively ambient energy or ambient spirits within the world that if an individual can focus their thoughts enough, they can manifest this spirit or energy to take the form of whatever they're thinking, right? So basically, imagine if you imagined a person for so long and with such dedication that some entity came and took the form of that imagination.
So the imagination could be anybody. It doesn't just have to be the spirit. Like if I was like,
it could be
Billy
anything.
Mays. Like if I was like, I'm focusing and I'm trying to make Billy Mays, a spirit could come and manifest themselves as Billy Mays.
Yes, correct.
That's awesome.
And it's either a spirit or energy. Basically, you could create whatever. But some of the implications of that are about to be mentioned.
Of a person, but as its own independent and sentient entity. Thought forms are also able to be witnessed and experienced by third parties and are not limited solely to the person who developed them. Thought forms have been formed to serve as familiars. At this phase, thought forms and ghosts are very similar in a number of ways. Individuals can make contact with them through communication devices, such as a Ouija board or through EVP sessions.
So the idea is...
I just want to say really quick, my buddy walked by my window and it scared the absolute fucking shit out of me. This thought form stuff is fucking me up, man. Okay?
I'm glad that happened.
That actually, I caught a little side glance. I did not like that. Okay.
What I will say about the thought form... Now, is that your buddy or were you thinking about your buddy? And then something walks by the window.
At this point, I don't even know.
What's fun about the thought form idea is that it's an explanation for things like ghosts, right? Because if one person or several people believe in a specific enough entity, the energy will create it to exist. So imagine if enough people believe that some old bride haunts an abandoned house, right?
Sure.
Enough people believing in that specific idea will cause that thing to exist.
Yeah, like Mrs. Winchester or something like that.
Yes,
a very
or
specific person.
Mr. Wellers.
Or, of course, Mr. Wellers.
Mr. Wellers.
So it's interesting. I'm wondering, because I know I'm just indulging my own thought for a second, I'm wondering if in the first one, when the guy showed up, if he was thought forming or if he saw the aftermath of what a thought form did.
Now you're asking yourself the right questions. You're going to be a
it's
ARG
interesting though too.
analyst in no time.
It's interesting too, where you say you're like, when you're like, oh, he's more ghost-like right now, but that in time they do take a physical form is very interesting.
Yes, it's like they over time gain energy. It also mentioned that it particularly works with people in heightened states of emotion or connectivity. So fanatic nature, effectively.
Right.
The thought form may respond through moving objects, manipulating electronics, or even speaking words in short phrases. Due to their striking similarities, a current theory established by Unit 13 suggests that what we know as ghosts may not be as common as we once believed. Rather than a deceased person's energy being left behind after death, it's possible, and indeed likely, that these paranormal entities are actually thought forms that are unintentionally created by those individuals that the deceased has left behind.
That is one of the coolest horror concepts ever.
Yeah. No, I mean, that to give a rational idea of like how ghosts happen and how the human psyche can manifest its own kind of. I mean, in a way, it could be demons. Like you could could thought form somebody that you're afraid of, or like you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fucked up. It's like in a way to me, not entirely similar, but it's like almost as similar as like a Freddy Krueger kind of vibe, right?
Yeah,
no what, you will always sleep, right? And you will always. There's no way to trick your brain into not thinking about something that you either love, hate, or scared of, or something. Like you can't escape your thoughts. Is awesome. Such a cool concept.
I also like the idea that like people who are like grieving a loved one are unintentionally creating a thought form because they're spending times of heightened emotion thinking of a specific person that doesn't exist. So naturally, that is the process of creating a thought form. So the ghost or apparitions of dead friends that they see is a thought form taking the shape of that person in their memory.
That's even more fucked up too. Is like if you had a like your mom passed or something, right?
Yeah.
And then you were thinking about it, and then it's like an entity is in the shape and that looks like your mom, but it's not her. Is horrifying. Horrifying.
However, as more time and energy is invested into the development of the thought form, they begin to harness more influence on their environment until eventually exhibiting a semi-permanent physical appearance. We've sought to answer a very important question. Can thought forms be created in a manner that would benefit American society and help keep American citizens safe?
That is so funny to me. the delivery on that, where it's like, so after finding out this earth-shattering information, we asked the question, can this benefit the U.S. government?
It is a pretty good comedic beat.
How do we do this?
Will this benefit the U.S. government, and can we weaponize it? Pretty much is what they're saying.
How can we thought form an A-10 Warthog to smite our enemies?
Can you thought form a Black Hawk helicopter?
I am currently thought forming a fleet of kamikaze pilots to rain down holy justice on those who have wronged me.
That's the power of thought form.
That's the power of thought form.
Project Stargate has enlisted a world-renowned authority in thought forms, a man named Dr. Bernard Hous.
Bro, why even show the picture?
I know, they just black out the whole face.
Why even just keep a fucking stick figure guy up there if you have to? Just a dude in a suit. You're like, trust me, he's very pretty in real life.
He's gorgeous, trust us.
But we can't show you because you might thought form him.
I will say Bernard Hous is a name to remember. You don't have to. I'll remember it for you, but it will come back.
Introducing the thought form manifester. The thought form manifester is able to create truly independent and self-sustaining thought form entities from the minds of select, willing participants.
So I love this machine. It's a very Jurassic Park vibe to it, right? Because it's the idea of like, oh, well, normally this process takes decades of religious learning and meditation and, understanding of the consequences of your actions. So we decided that we can skip all of those steps with a really big machine that makes a thought form happen all at once to people who have never heard of it before.
Sit in your Secret Labs gaming chair and we're going to put a UFO over you and blast you with some kind of energy.
And I need you to think about a lot of missiles right now.
While you're at it, while you're under extreme mental anguish, I need you to go ahead and think about what we're going to tell you, or your head will fucking explode. Well, so let me ask you this. It feels like this is not linear storytelling. Am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay. Because it seems almost like the second episode was a guy, maybe someone who is a part of the thought form thing is out there, sees something crazy, or it's a person who came across somebody in a thought forming accident of some kind. But I almost think that the spirit in the first episode was the one doing the data extraction type thing as well.
Look I'm so proud of you putting pieces together, thinking things through.
I have a brain.
Sometimes.
What if after this next part, though? What about this next part? Because you said Jurassic Park makes you think like, and then they're like, that's when we bring in the Velociraptor. It's like a 3D model of a Velociraptor.
This section ends. It's like, I really want you to think about a dinosaur.
Yeah, bring back the dinosaurs for the American people.
It's like a 5-star general standing next to the chair. Like, I want you to think about a lot of dinosaurs all at once.
I need you to think about a long neck with a rocket launcher tapped to its spine. Can you think of that for me, mister? Unit 13 needs you.
And also, while you're at it, if you have the time, can you think about an 8-foot-tall copy of Gwyneth Paltrow that has
Can you think of an
triple
8-foot-tall
M chest?
Gwyneth Paltrow with missile titties, and she has a big goop candle coming out of her hands. Her goop candle that says it smells like her vagina. Could you go ahead and do that?
And she also doesn't understand what love is, and she thinks that romantic interest is the same as motherly interest, and she thinks I'm her son.
Actually, you'd be better. Can you manifest Gwyneth Paltrow? And to me, she's really skinny, but to everyone else, she's really, really fat.
Also, can she have a penis, please?
Thank you. Just like combining all of her movies into one character.
but also that everyone else doesn't see it, so I don't have to deal with the
repercussions. Can you make her invisible and all I can see her? She calls herself Pepper Potts.
Actually, you know what? Scratch that. Robert Downey Jr., 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Huge rack.
Kill this guy. He knows too much. Kill him. The guy's like, I've been here for 3 minutes. All right, he knows too much. Kill him.
They could look like a person, an object, an animal, or even something as abstract as the physical representation of an emotion.
Weird. Yeah. All those pictures, too, were totally abstracted. Like
They
the
were
guy's
all
face was kind of
strange.
uncanny.
Yep. The dog's neck was too long. But then that last one, the physical manifestation of an emotion.
Yeah.
Huh.
Very creepy. Well, that's almost what I feel. I feel like we got the physical manifestation of like anger or something in the forest. Because if he's invisible, we really didn't see him. That's what I'm wondering. Because he was still able to hit the car. Right?
Yeah.
Thought forms can also take on appearances that could be considered disturbing, like a creature one might see in a childhood nightmare. There's no reason to be afraid, however. All thought forms are docile by nature, and while they may look or behave in a frightening manner, and though they are capable of making physical contact, they pose no threat.
Despite being able to appear as a childhood nightmare and have a physical form and touch you, that it won't. Don't worry.
If you see the shallow Hal version of Gwyneth Paltrow in the manifestation of a spider, don't worry. Her fat ass can't hurt you.
And if you're going through the hallways and you happen to see an oiled up Kim Kardashian that's 9 feet tall and thinks I'm her dog, ignore it. Go somewhere else.
If you see a floating purple cancerous cloud of energy that's representative of sadness, don't worry. It can't hurt you. There's no way. There's no way the human mind can be like, oh, okay. Imagine seeing that spider out in the woods. You know what? You can't hurt me. You yell at it. There's no way. There's blood all over the ground, dude.
There's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Yeah, there's nothing to fear but fear itself.
Your session in the thought form manifester is completed. Your thought form will be securely transported directly into a containment chamber. Thought forms are unable to...
Ooh.
There are some very rare potential side effects that may result from your session. These side effects include increased tiredness, loss of balance, dizziness, insomnia, vomiting, episodes of temporary amnesia, and mild hallucinations. However, there are several required mind exercises as a part of this video system that must be completed prior to your scheduled date in order to prime your consciousness and ensure the highest quality results.
The idea of having almost like, you ever see the movie 13 Ghosts?
Yes.
Kind of like just the same way that they captured Ghost in that, to be able to capture a thought form and keep him in these like almost prison cells. Yeah, dude. God forbid one of those gets out. They're going to be pissed.
Yeah, the giant spider that you brought into reality and put in a cage.
You'd have to feel pretty bad too if that manifested. I'd be like, why the fuck are you thinking about that so much, dude?
I mean, imagine going in that chair and they're like, don't think about anything that would be bad.
That'd be so funny if someone's like, don't think about a giant inside out man, just a guy with all of his gutty works on the outside, and he screams real loud like a banshee. All right, buddy, have fun. It's like, it'd be impossible not to think about it. You just put it in my head.
Well, I mean, like at the beginning, they're like, true tulpas take, decades of like, the dedication and learning and spiritual guidance and stuff. But let's hook Dave up to this chair and see what he comes up with.
Let's hook a random guy up off the street who's getting a fucking cassette tutorial.
Yeah,
up. You know what I mean? It's
what
like
a great idea.
Okay, well I guess the way it makes it presented is almost like these are random people off the street. Like these aren't anybody who's trained. It's just like, oh, you were dumb enough to sign up. Cool.
Are you ready for tape 4?
Yeah, I'm ready to just keep pushing on. This is sick.
Let's go.
Oof. That's scary. Bro, why are you giggling? You're fucking freaking me out, dude.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking about the visual of like a general, like a Sam Elliott type, just as the machine's turning on, being like, but also I want her to be like 5'6", 5'8", definitely not over 5'8", and maybe also if she could smell like a citronella candle on a midsummer's evening,
if she could
and have some freckles, but not too many.
That's right, partner. And if you could you make her not taller than 5'6", and I want her to smell like French vanilla coffee made with coffee creamer. Thank you. Can you go ahead and do that for me?
He's just getting like so hyper specific.
Yeah, he's like, I think I do it. He's like, buddy, you manifested a 6'3" basketball player. What the hell's going on? Where's your mind at? Are we gonna have problems or what?
If you could make her maybe a little bit upset when she comes home from work in the evenings, and that's understandable, but after a time of comfort, she likes to be held and release her frustrations in a healthy and respectful manner that causes us as two people to grow closer together over time. That'd be great.
Could you go ahead and give her one leg and she's always on a roller skate?
I just want to see how fast she can go.
I just want to put her on top of a hill and push her down and see what happens. Could you give her impeccable balance? Could you do that? Go ahead and put a couple rockets on the skate too, so they go really fast down the hill.
Also, if you could give her one arm but the other one's an oven mitt.
Yeah, give her one baby arm and then one regular one, but it's a giant oven mitt, and it's actually the hamburger helper icon that talks. Could you go ahead and do that?
Actually, scratch all that. Can you just make hamburger helper real?
You know what, actually? Could you just give me Oprah Winfrey? Thank you. I love her book club. Oh, I love her book club.
Could you just give me like all this being said at like a drive-through?
Yeah. This is 3 minutes after the orientation VHS video. Can you give me Oprah Winfrey from 1986, just around that time? Thank you.
But also incredibly muscular.
Yeah, but could you make her a bodybuilder?
And oiled up as well, please.
Yeah, just go and oil her up and put her in a pantsuit. Appreciate you. He's like saying it nonchalantly, like walks back, and then he's gonna be obviously upset when he comes back for the results. Who the hell is this?
Yeah, he walks. He's like, "Whoa, this isn't anything like oil in Iraq. This who did this? Who is
the
this?
hell is this?"
Dave, is that you? Dave, get out here. Stop that.
Yeah, buddy. Sorry, you're not cut out for this. Also, I just want to say too, to get back on the video here, is the idea of there's really nothing more creepy in my opinion than the idea of like found footage Poughkeepsie tape style shooting like this, where someone's like looking into an empty house on both sides, where either you're thinking like, oh god, imagine someone just watching you and you didn't know, or the idea of like, what is he about to see in this dark house? It's just on both ways. Very spooky.
Have you ever, I won't click off to it, but have you ever watched the Gemini home entertainment?
I've heard of that one, but I've never seen it. But I have heard of it.
I would show it, but we may save it for later. But there's this one scene in the first episode that is exactly what you're describing, like seeing something weird happen in a house at night. Yeah, it's effective horror. It's effective horror for sure.
Yeah, same kind of stuff as like the first VHS movie and stuff too. Kind of how they set that up, of like breaking into the dude's house. Yeah. Oh, fuck. How funny would it be whenever he climbed through the window, he just yelled, "Hello?"
You're gonna want to see this.
Your door's locked. Ruby Frankie's house.
Bro.
Daddy of Five's house at 3 p.m. be like, are we to assume that the person with the camera just caused that violent act to happen?
It's not confirmed one way or the other. In my personal theory, no. But I could also be wrong.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out is, I mean, either or. I'm trying to think like, oh, did this guy just go in and basically kill someone? Or was he in the dark just being like, oh, fuck, what did I just stumble upon?
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I think the latter, given my theory.
Okay.
I also think I know who the cameraman is, but it won't make sense to you yet.
Okay.
I'll bring it up later. That was awkward.
What is that?
The moon. Gets attacked by a werewolf.
Yeah, he just looks up and he's just like, starts transforming.
Producer, my writers, my director, my friends, and you, the ordinary people who made me what I am today.
Next Headroom premieres after moonlighting tomorrow.
We interrupt our current program at the request of the Massachusetts State Police. This is the emergency broadcast system. This is not a test.
At 3:34 a.m., Massachusetts State Police confirmed the presence of a potential group of active and unidentified home invaders who have targeted 49 residences since approximately 11:50.
Oof. damn it. I really got to turn down my headphones. Jesus Christ.
It makes it all worth it. Oh, that's so good. So, yeah. I didn't want to pause it to let you get the whole vibe. But yeah, emergency broadcast, the situation's got so intense that local malls are becoming safe zones. Don't return home. Shoot it if you have to. Like, it's become very dire straits, right? And we hear when these things are approaching the house how it sounds like a group of people screaming.
Yeah.
And then we have at the end...
just one hand.
The hand
like
shoots
glove,
up.
Right?
Yep, the glove. So we have the hand shoot up. And then we get the flashing of all these different faces. So some of them are like... It's hard to see without brightening the image. But this is like a corpse almost. Like bone and like blood ran in between. Like, there's a pretty good... Yeah, look at that. Lovely fellow.
Good God.
And then we have this one that's like skin,
almost like
a mask sewed over its
like
face.
A masked person's face or something.
Mm-hmm. You get
nice, like
this
grisly death scene.
Yep, someone like getting their top of their head pulled off, and then this got some teeth. Some lovely fellows. But the situation has gone loud enough that the police are issuing, emergency broadcasts for people to try to escape. So something's gone really wrong.
Do you hear all the different people screaming like that? Do you think that there was an outbreak from the facility, from those pods, to where there's multiple thought forms out and about now, wreaking havoc?
I have a theory about what those attacks were that I'm not going to tell you yet, but in episode 6, I can talk about it.
Okay.
All right. Are you ready for
the ending
5?
of that one? There is a little brown stain in my pants now.
Man, as soon as it cut, you could see it in the recording, but as soon as it cut to the shot out the window, I started smiling. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go.
So rude. Rude. You leave me out to die all the time.
I love it. Well, maybe if you weren't, a loser and had some like previous history with horror media online, you could use it to get me, but no. So I win.
Always the gold medal.
Always the gold medal. All right.
Never the bride, huh?
Never the bride. Tape 5. Not here, not now, not anymore. And the description reads, do you know what they did up there? These are the consequences.
So I'm guessing they're talking about the mountain.
Yes, I would assume so.
What state is this in again?
Massachusetts.
Oh, wow, okay.
Well, hello again, Tiffany.
Oh, hi, Wanda. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too. No dad this time?
No, unfortunately. He couldn't get off work today. So I'm going to have to call him on a payphone to let him know all the details as soon as we're done.
He's excited to be a dad, huh?
Oh, yes.
Liar. Liar.
And have you decided on a name for your baby boy yet?
Yep. We're going with Max.
Ooh, Max, huh? That's a nice, strong name.
What the fuck kind of porn dialogue is this? You know what I mean? Ooh, Max. That's a nice, strong name. It's like the most generic name on earth. Max. Ooh, wow. Big, strong boy.
It's better than naming a kid like, I'm trying to think of a stupid name for boys.
Do you want to know what me and my wife said that we would name our boy and daughter?
What?
Our daughter's name would be Billy, and my son's name would be Cotton. Not even joking.
I've always liked Billy for a girl. I've always thought that's a cool name. Cotton is an interesting choice.
Try to tell me that a kid named Cotton Hancock doesn't show up to school.
I mean, that does go hard.
Huh?
That does go hard. It sounds like he's destined to bootleg moonshine, which I can get
That's
behind.
fine, because also then my wife came up to me and she said, if we have a second son instead of a daughter, I was thinking Ulysses. And I was like, what is this? Like, why do we have like a Southern plantation family here at our house?
I mean, you're naming one kid Cotton. That's pretty bad.
Cotton, Ulysses, and Billy.
Billy is cute for a girl's name, I think.
I like Billy. Yeah.
Our names are Wilson and Ruth.
I like Ruth. People always say Ruth is like an old woman's name, but I like Ruth.
Now, Ruth's a good girl's name. Esther is an old woman's name.
Esther is definitely, and Helga. I think Helga and Patricia don't care for it.
Helga's like a Swedish masseuse's name.
Helga.
I feel.
I always think of German. This is Helga.
Yeah.
Like a German masseuse.
like a big strong one who could like smash your
Oh
head.
my God. Forearms the size of Andre the Giant's.
Beautiful. Delicious.
So you can hurry up and make that call.
Yes, please. He's been moving around like crazy the past couple weeks.
Oh, this is awesome.
Strong enough to kick so hard I almost throw up sometimes too.
Pussy. This is such a good idea for a found footage.
Yeah.
Let's get some measurements to see exactly how much he's grown.
Something funny, Hunter?
What's the rating? Your baby just instant transmission out of your uterus. Well, I don't know how I'm supposed to say this, but we've lost your baby. He's like, what? He's in my
what
body.
What do you mean you lost it?
Well, I hate to say this, but we seem to have lost your baby. That is really funny. Wow, it's a good comedic beat. I like that.
This is a bit strange.
I mean, as a technician, how do you even start to explain this?
But you can't see my baby.
Don't worry.
I'm just picturing. I'm picturing from the dark void because they keep doing these jump scares. I'm picturing from the dark void that the baby like jumps out of the darkness and at the screen, like a FNAF jump scare or something like that.
Just like Foxy dives out of the
Yeah. I would say as a technician, I'd be doing the same thing though.
Yeah. I mean, how do you explain it?
There's
like,
no way to.
what?
Yeah.
There's no remotely logical explanation. No, it's just like, okay. Yeah.
See if we can borrow another machine, okay? There has to be something wrong with this one. I'll be right back.
Wonder if that would feel like taking a huge dump. Yeah.
I don't know. Ask a woman who's given birth.
Well, that's what I've always wondered that when a woman gives birth, is it like the most satisfying dump you've ever had in your life?
I don't know. Call your mom. Ask her.
I can't trust anything the woman says. Are we to assume that did she sewer slide, or did she go missing?
Her cause of death isn't noted yet.
Okay. I was trying to read the newspaper, but I couldn't really read it.
All right. So the newspaper says, for one, it says her name, school teacher.
Yeah, 29, school teacher.
Most of this is just like, she was born here, blah, blah, blah. The only thing it says, I think, regarding her death is found in her home.
Okay.
But it doesn't give any specifics as to method. Now, here's the more interesting thing. Tiffany Crisaldi, right? Then there is another newspaper when the baby disappeared. It flashed for a couple frames. Bizarre events leave Berkshire's in terror, authorities mute.
That's still pretty creepy. And there's that face, too, that goes through the static as well.
Uh-huh. Yep. It, like, appears. I think it appears right after. Yeah. Yeah. This is the same face that was seen in the last episode.
Yeah.
The one we said was kind of like a skinless mask.
Yeah, I was going to say, I noticed from the marks around the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Same face. This won't be the last time you see it either. And then here we have that there's a bunch of weird events going down. This is hard to make out, but it mentions that she was not the only woman this happened to.
Interesting. Now, are we led to believe that it was simultaneously?
I imagine because as the technician
coming
walks
out
out of the room, someone else is also walking out with the same problem. Okay, so it says that Tiffany Maria, whatever, was found dead in her house, blah, blah, blah. Her son, who would be coming along, Maxwell Marsh. Now, does the name Marsh ring a bell?
Wasn't it Alex Marsh?
That is correct, because if we go back to episode 3... This tape is intended for the viewing of Alexander Michael Marsh.
Oh, so we're led to believe that's probably her husband.
Is probably her husband, right?
Yeah,
who this happened to. Just things to keep in mind. So,
yeah,
are you ready for tape 6?
Yes, I am.
So I'll go ahead and preface like this. So I watched the first episode of Greylock. I was like, kind of mid, whatever. Just some pictures or whatnot. Episode 2 had me hooked, and I was watching all the way through. When I watched episode 6, I streamed the whole thing. There's a live stream reaction of me watching it, and I paused midway through, and I'm like, I think this is one of my favorite YouTube horror projects.
Wow.
Like, because Tape 6, like right now, I'd call the series at like a 7, maybe, out of 10. But this dials it up to 11.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go. Sleeping Dogs.
Dr. Bernard T. Hayes.
Yep. Who, if you'll remember, is the one who started the Unit 13 experiment.
Yeah, the trust-forming boy.
Yep. There came a red flash as it pitched from heaven. Corruption wrought truth. 0707.
Humanity has fought tirelessly past through a great many trials of intellectual fortitude to achieve but one singular goal. Higher and higher they ascend, so that we will at last reach the one called God. And there, on his apex of infinite knowledge and power, he will approach and look him in the eye.
All right, so one of the things that I think is underrated about Greylock, and it's not the only series that does it, but it's kind of rare in like YouTube horror stuff to find a lot of like symbolism or thematic imagery and stuff like that. But one thing I do like consistently about Greylock is kind of the Tower of Babel idea it puts forward.
Sure.
Because like we have in the second episode, we have the preacher talking about be careful wandering into the thicket, the devil roams about, stuff like that. And then we have like the thing that the thought form manifester is effectively playing God, right? Like creating creatures that you think you have the ability to control. And then we hear Bernard Hayes talking about how one day we're going to climb the tower and look God in the eye as an equal whenever we reach that level of power. So there's almost this recurring theme of us like asking for more than we're capable of and getting the consequences of that. And it's just something that's well done throughout the show that I don't think gets brought up enough in a lot of analysis. Even my own analysis, I don't think I brought it up enough, but it's something I like a lot.
I mean, it's a brilliant theme. It's very thought provoking. And
yeah,
true,
and like I said, it is like the Jurassic Park thing, right? What's the Ian Malcolm quote from Jurassic Park? The you were too busy asking if you could, you never stopped to think if you should.
Yeah.
Or wait, hold on.
That's a great fucking quote.
I have a moment to do the impression. Just because you can stop and just because if you could doesn't mean that you should.
God.
Would you like
my
to meet
God,
my son? His name is Jeff. It is Ben Drown Goldblum.
You know what my favorite Jurassic Park quote is?
What?
Dino DNA.
Yeah, that's good.
That shit gets me every time, dude.
What's the other quote? What you call discovery, I call the rape of the natural world.
He's like, you're very unsettling when you talk. I know.
There's that scene where he's laughing on the helicopter, and the laugh's literally like, what a little freak. I love him.
I like the little Colonel Sanders guy in that movie too. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck about my grandkids. You should feed them to the dinosaurs.
The dude made dinosaurs. He's like, we can sell lunch boxes.
We can sell lunch boxes. That's what's going to put us over the top. It's like, did you have to have $1 trillion to open this? Like, right? And you're worried about selling lunch boxes?
Yeah. Isn't this worth, infinite money? Basically.
Yes, but lunch boxes, yes, lunch boxes. Lunch boxes, yes. That's what we'll break even. We sell lunch boxes, yes.
Lunch box. That scene at the end of the movie where his grandchildren are being chased by a T-Rex and he's at the museum eating spaghetti or whatever.
I was quite famished during this lockdown.
Man, these dead grandchildren really give me an appetite. Is that spaghetti?
Is that spaghetti?
My son, Benjamin Goldblum, loves spaghetti.
Benjamin Goldblum is such a bad character. I had to save our viewers once. Don't make me have to do it again. Benjamin Goldblum.
I'll keep going. If you get me going, I won't stop. But we'll get back into it. Episode 6.
Welcome back, user. Frank Porter. Please enter your credentials. Credential requirement bypassed by system administrator. Greetings, no user ID. Welcome to establishing custom telephone message settings. Sender, Paul Morelli, of the Morelli Construction and Mining Company. Dates of receipt ranging from March 24th, 1987, to March 30th, 1987. Beginning playback of your messages.
All right, so Paul Morelli. Everything we're about to hear is from someone named Paul Morelli, right? Mm-hmm. The name Porter that was mentioned earlier will come back later, but he's the person who these messages were sent to. Or, sorry, he was supposed to be the one to have access to these messages, right?
Right.
Now, keep this in mind. For one, all the messages we're about to hear occurred within 1 week, right? 24th to the 30th. But also, 1987. Like you pointed out, the Thought Form Manifester was in 1993.
Yeah.
So all the stuff related to that was 6 years after. The guy's speech at the beginning
was 81.
Yes. So this is way predating like the Thought Form Manifester, the events that we're seeing currently, stuff like that. So just to keep in mind.
Message 1. March 24th, 11:14 a.m.
Hey Frank, it's Paul Morelli. We ran into somewhat of an issue today. We came across these tunnels inside the mountain, pretty deep in, but well, this is going to sound a little crazy, but he told me to call if anything strange came up, and I figured this qualifies. People have been here before. Some obviously man-made shit in there, like carvings and stone. This shit looks ancient.
Okay, so just to put it out there, I am a whore for some forgotten, but like unspeakable history of mankind.
Yeah, people
it's
know.
So
people
cool.
know us, dude. We love the nice pagan get down. You know what I mean?
Right. Put it in my blood. I'm all about it. I'll sell cheap for that. Absolutely. Sure. Like the idea of, hey, we were doing some demolition and we found some like ancient runes, stuff like that. Stuff about like monsters or creatures that we used to have records of but have been blotted out for some reason from our history books. Like, oh, so good. So good.
I love it too, just like some Boston blue collar guy just being like, yeah,
hi,
hey Frank, yeah, it's Paul. Yeah, man, I'm seeing all kinds of weird shit down here. Like, it's really old. Like, there's stick men drawn on the walls with all kinds of weird... And there's diapers. There's tons of diapers. So, I don't know. I'm just going to keep working and not really give a shit. So, I'll let you know when we're done. See ya.
Look, buddy, I clock in and out. I put my 9 to 5 in, get an honest day's work. I'll fight whatever, demon monsters you want me to. But after 5 o'clock, I'm checked out.
11:14 a.m. He's just like, we're getting ready to break for lunch. Just letting you know, I did find an army of beetles. It's like beetle people. I don't know how else to describe it. They're like insect men. I really don't know how else to say it. So we're probably just going to plow on through and see what we can do. But I got Subway in my car. I got a cold cut combo. So I got to get down to that. And I'll let you know. See you later.
Hey, look, pal, you're talking about sending security guards down here to take care of the beetle people? Look, pal, I'm in the union, all right?
Yeah.
If they're on my side, it's my job, all right? So if you're going to undercut me, hire some contractor to come in here, that ain't happening. I'll get the Teamsters up in here, all right?
I'm not going to lie.
You respect my work, I respect yours.
Paul is becoming a favorite of mine. Message 1. What's message 2? Need to hear message 2 to see if he's still one of my favorite characters.
All right, message 2.
I'm calling in some guys who have a day off, so hopefully things will get a little closer to normal, That being said, I don't know how the hell this happened, but the section of the tunnel here caved in is clear. The tunnel's been wired up with a few lights, too. Wanted to see if maybe you sent someone in while we were all shift. Night crew said you didn't, but I didn't see anybody else either, so... But a few of the guys said they'd seen something running around in the woods surrounding the site. I figured it's probably a deer or whatever, but seeing all the ruckus we're making out here,
What?
For safety's sake, we're going to avoid the tunnel until I hear back from you. All right, bye now.
Love Paul. This, I like Paul. I love Paul because Paul says this. Yeah, I came down and that blocked-in tunnel. Yeah, it's clear. And like an electrician came in and strung up lights. People thought that they saw something, and they thought they saw a deer, which I thought that was weird. Is a deer supposed to string up the lights in the tunnel? But it turned out it was just a tall guy. So it's like, how'd you get that confused with one another? Nah, it's a 9-foot tall man walking around the woods.
Look, pal, if you're hiring some tall guy to come in here and pull our job, buddy, we're in the union. All right, you better.
Frank, you are pushing my buttons. First the bug people, and now you have a human ladder putting up lights. All right? Need you to let us know, because this is our contract.
He did say that he thought the deer did it. He said that
the flow of that sentence, the way he structured, he's like, I thought it was a deer.
He said at first I thought it was a deer they were seeing, but then they all swore it looked like a tall man.
Yeah, but it's insinuated, at least for me, whenever I was listening to it. And I could be wrong, and I know you and all the viewers can say I'm wrong.
I like the image more of a deer
putting up wires. And he had a DeWalt drill, and he was putting up lights, but it turned out it was just a 9-foot tall man.
Look, that guy ain't my crew. So if you have some other crew in here, you need to let us know, all right?
And they're all sick as dogs. All my guys are sick. I did DoorDash about 60 pounds of Mongolian fried chicken last night. They're not feeling well after the altercation with the bug people. And the 9-foot tall man, I think, did do something to the water supply. I don't know, Frank. All I know is my guys are royally pissed. Call me back. Also, why can't Frank pick up his phone? What the hell?
We'll find out.
Paul's been calling him every day. What I'm seeing here, multiple times a day.
Mm-hmm. We'll find out.
All right.
Hey, Frank, it's Paul again. The guy you sent out to take photos just left, but, he seemed totally fine when he got here, but we practically had to carry him back to his car when he was done. Also, we found some really old shit down there. We got a guy on the crew who used to do archaeology work or whatever.
What?
I do find that line funny. I know.
We found a Mesopotamian pyramid down here, Frank. And one of the guys on the crew, he's dug a couple of these up before too.
Archaeological work.
And,
it's like you used to work in retail. Like it's just a common thing every crew has.
I'm just saying he's dug up some of these pyramids before, and he says that this is kind of old, Frank. I also like it's
not an expert Mesoamerican archaeologist, if you ask me, but he does have some history with like runic examples of the ancient, of lost tribes dating pre-12th century. So he's all right. He knows most of the edges.
He said that he's seen these gargoyle statues before. And we keep reading them. We keep trying to read the names out loud, but we keep going blind when we read it. So I don't know what's happening down here, but if you could give me a call. I also like how just nonchalant he is too. He's like, man, Frank, I'm telling you, there's a lot of crazy shit down here.
Frank, there's a lot going on, Frank. I
think it's a bit serendipitous because we did offer the Mongolian fried chicken to the guy you sent out, but he didn't eat it, and he's sick as a dog too. So now I'm wondering what the hell's even happening.
Now I'm thinking, okay, it's probably something else entirely. Potentially the Beetle people.
Yeah, it could be the Beetle people because we had to rule out the tall guy because it ended up just being 3 clowns on top of each other's shoulders in a large trench coat. So that can't be them. All right, Frank. Call me back when you can.
It turned out to be 3 clowns. Fooled by the old 3 clowns in the trench coat at a construction site.
Man. A construction site? That's a typical thing you have to deal with when you're in a construction
site. A classic high school prank.
Classic, yeah. They're all 14-year-old clowns. Very young. I didn't know clowns started this early, Frank. All right. Call me back.
And then the next message, he's like, hey, Frank, did you ever do the clown prank when you were in high school? Because he's just like talking about.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say the next call is brrring. It's just honk honk. He's like, all right, Frank, I'm a clown now. I'm not going to be able to finish the job. I am going to the circus. I wish you all the best, buddy. He's like, I'm making a bunch of pies right now to put in people's faces. I think the crew's getting a big laugh out of it. All right, Frank. Talk to you next time.
I'm hitting play.
But I guess there's some old artifacts down there, like weapons and trinkets.
God, what are you talking about?
Report for you and send it your way, because I feel like you'd be interested, and he can explain all this shit better than I could anyways. All right, bye.
Message 4. March 26th, 1:03 p.m.
Frank, something ain't right here. I feel okay so far, but I don't know how long that's gonna last. I saw that thing the guys have been talking about last night, stalking around in the tree line. I swear it had a face. Anyways, just call me back as soon as you can, Frank.
I feel like he's too composed. But if by the third missed call, I would be like livid.
Well, so what I think is happening is that he is returning his calls in between these messages, because after the third one, he's like, so anyway, I saw that photographer
guy you sent out.
So I think they are talking to each other between these
I didn't know.
messages.
I didn't know if that was the case, because he was like, I didn't know if you sent a guy down or not, or the guy that you sent down to take pictures, because I'm guessing I've been watching this, perceiving it more as him being like, oh, these people are just showing up and being like, oh yeah, Frank sent me, and the guy's like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's possible too. Yeah, that's possible. Honestly, I don't remember, so you could be right. Go ahead.
It's just funny. Just funny story that all of our food's rotten, Frank. They said sushi wouldn't go bad after a couple days, but it simply has. We went to Miyamoto Sushi. We got the blackjack roll. You know that one, Frank? I got some fried wontons too, but those didn't last either. The cabbage are spoiled. Just saying, next time you get sushi for you guys, eat it same day, Frank. You've been warned.
But that's all right. We found this kind of low income resort, like, group of people just over the mountainside, and we've been eating them for the past 24 hours, and we're rationing it out, so we should do for the rest of the job.
Yeah, luckily the man lurking around in the tree line has been cooking Totino's party pizzas for us, Frank, so we should be all right.
It turns out the clowns have stock in Tostitos, so they've been helping us out.
The clowns have been giving us cream pies and Totino's party pizzas and confetti cupcakes, so we should be okay. Onwards and upwards, Frank.
Call you back, Frank.
Yeah, call me back sometime. Miss you, buddy.
We saw it again. Something out here with us. It's in the woods. And it's watching us, goddammit. It ain't no animal either. Who are you guys gonna put up those fancy hunting cameras and see if we can catch anything? Maybe locals fucking with us? I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah. Anyways, I just...
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Message 7. Date and time unavailable. Message correction.
Interesting. Do you think that that's the do you think that comes across as like the energy cloud, like it isn't fully manifested yet?
Oh, look at you. That's good. That's a good thought. I don't want to theorize yet, because you don't know yet what I'm referring to.
Well, I mean, it makes it seem like they've definitely opened up something, or some, like,
yes,
they've definitely unleashed something, or they've stumbled upon something. But it seems like with them having now, like, oh, the path is now clear, it's either that something got let out or something's letting them in.
Because keep in mind, this is all pre-Thought 4 Manifester, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
It's Paul. Holy shit. I think I caught whatever's going around. My skin, it feels tight. A lot of pressure behind my eyes. My teeth feel like they're humming. I just started when you came across that tunnel. I feel like I need to figure out what's down there. I think whatever's down there could help my crew. But most of all, I feel like something really bad's going to happen if I don't go down. So I'm going down tonight.
Message 9. March 30th, time unavailable. This is the end of your messages.
Ooh, what was that at the ending?
It was our old friend.
Oh, that good dude again? Okay.
Yep. That was the van.
Interesting. So
how cool
really
is this whole part?
Yeah, I love the whole build-up of finding out some kind of tunnel into the mountain and everything like that. It is kind of funny that you could read it the way that we did with Paul, and that it does feel like by message 8, it feels like Paul got addicted to fentanyl.
My teeth are humming, and my skin
Paul
feels
and his
tight.
entire union crew were fent flopping.
Yeah.
No, but I love the idea of having to go down and see it, and even the weird part too. After this part, when it was almost like a veil was taken over, like like it was hiding what was actually going on. It just kind of
that
like
camera.
slips. Yeah,
where it's doing the whole like slip off.
It does this, but it looks like it was just copying the image, so you couldn't actually see what was going by.
It's like it was manipulating the camera, so there's no evidence of it.
Exactly.
Man, I love that section so much where he's like, it's ringing, and he's talking about how he's like, he feels different and he needs to go down there, and he starts mumbling to himself. And then in my interpretation is this last call is from the mine itself. So all the crew members are now deep within the mine, and it sounds like this. So good.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Super fun.
The men are compelled to sprint down into there, and they're becoming these like abominations.
Yeah, fentanyl zombies.
And here's also my other theory. You'll see more about this crew later, right?
Okay.
So what I'm about to say is going to be backed up, but I'll go ahead and tell you my theory for what. I'll mute it so you don't get jump scared again. These attacks.
Oh, you think that they're the crew?
I think it's the crew. Because, for one, all these faces we see are all humanoid. They're all distinctly
members.
like humanoid. Plus, he's there. The same person that was with the Morelli crew. So my theory is that these attacks that are happening across the city are because of Morelli construction. Or they're the crew members of Morelli construction.
Orchestrated by whatever entity this is.
Also, this whole bit right here where we see the max headroom thing beforehand, I'm pretty sure that this indicates to us this is in 1993, I think. So it's the idea that the crew's been down there 6 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think that's right. If I'm right about my theory about the people attacking being the crew.
Man, that's crazy. They're just going insane. They're definitely like under whatever spell or, under whatever kind of trance this thing's putting them through.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no, sorry. It is 87, I believe. Or
the
was
max
that the
headroom
same
thing
time?
is?
I think so. I'm pretty
so that's probably a
sure.
good theory then.
Yes, yeah. Because if I remember right, I think this specific episode aired like 1987. I think, if I remember right.
It looks like here it says, November 22nd, 1987.
Yes, so that would be right. That would be after the events of, because it's saying here it's airing October 9th. That it'll air because it says tomorrow on October 9th. So this thing's happening October the 8th of 1987. And this is what I do for all my videos. It's just stuff like this for hours. And then so if that's 1987.
Also October 4th there. Don't know how relevant that is if it's all around the same time of year or something like that.
When are these calls? These are March. So they were at least down there for a few months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because these are all the calls were March, the end of March 1987.
Weird. And Frank just totally left him there. Didn't give a shit.
Yeah, so my theory is that Frank might have known, or Semiodyne might have known what these men were going into. But all will be revealed. All right. You ready for the next one? How you feeling? How'd you feel about that one?
Very good. Yeah, no, I think it's unfolding into something. It's just piquing my intrigue. Also very spooky. I like it.
It is very spooky.
The recent crime wave that swept across northern Berkshire County left many of its residents in a state of anxiety and panic. It was 2 weeks ago when the emergency broadcast system was engaged to warn residents to secure their homes due to the activity of a group of individuals who had been targeting and breaking into people's homes.
We've seen a lot of critical information over the past couple of weeks. The investigation's still ongoing. We're getting closer by the day. Normal.
Back to normal for residents of Berkshire County.
All right, so some fun visuals there. So basically, the whole emergency broadcast thing was swept under the rug, right?
Yeah, they kind of highlighted, oh, yeah, there's some crimes, but everything's fine now.
Yeah, just return to your normal, back to normal, right?
Yeah.
But the screen at the end says he's a liar, right? And shows, like, his cut-up face.
Yeah.
And then we have the lovely image of the conjoined twins. Very nice. And then there is a brief flash of engaged couple Alex Marsh and Tiffany Crisaldi sit together as they discuss the baffling loss of their unborn son. So this is what I talked about earlier, right?
Right.
Alex and Tiff. She's the one who died and lost a child.
She died 3 years later, right?
Yes, 29, at the age of 29. We kind of have like a 3-year gap all this stuff occurs within, from 1987 to 1993. And Alex, again, was the one who the tape was intended for.
Actually, it's a 6-year gap.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So 6-year gap.
What's important about that, too, is that whenever Frank gave a speech at the beginning, it was 1981, then it pops up in 1987, now we're at 1993.
Yeah, that's true.
Just
I think, too, like the 1981 might just be like early on when the government was thinking about doing all of this, and
that,
like,
or just seemed like he was getting some kind of like footing with it. He's talking about it.
Yeah.
He probably before he got funding, maybe.
Yeah, because all he's talking about there is like wanting to best God at creation, right? Which we see here what this has caused. We also see this newspaper clipping. This name will be very important. These events are only the tip of the iceberg, says Jim Melgren, a former police officer who now works as a private investigator and hosts a radio show centered around government transparency and accountability. Quote from him, "There are horrifying reports of people, healthy grown adults, becoming deformed, growing extra limbs, teeth growing out of their scalp, people developing severe mental conditions, or even sickness. Doctors have never seen ... So
I think that you're saying from episode 2 that you were looking at Jim.
Man, how did you do that? That's good. That's solid. How'd you put that together so quick?
Because I think that just because the former investigator, it's a guy taking shit into his own hands. The way I see it is a guy is going out and investigating stuff. Because I think that from what I was thinking is that they're trying to drop crumbs for you're thinking that it's Alex Marsh because of him and his baby, but I think it's Jim going out and doing that stuff. And if anything, I think Jim going into potentially Alex Marsh's and his house is what we initially saw, is what I thought, but I could be wrong, but I didn't know.
So actually that's one of my main theories for the series, that all of the found footage, like handheld cam stuff, is Jim Melgren.
It would make the most sense right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll see more later that is explicitly Jim Melgren. So he'll come up for sure later, but yeah, that's one of my theories, that like episode 2 and like the home invasion stuff and all that was Jim Melgren. Yeah.
Because I think that he's just trying to get proof of what's going on as well. But what I'm wondering is, while there are things, well, let me ask you this. The thing that was beating on the car, then, do you believe that's one of the minors? Or do you think that because he's been thinking about stuff so much that he thought formed something himself?
Honestly, I don't know. There's not enough info about Jim in the series currently, but okay. I do think, if I had to theorize, I think the blood he found on the mountain and the thing that beat on his car was one of the Morelli construction guys.
Okay.
Because It is, I think, after he goes to Mount Greylock and films the blood, and you hear the news report that says hikers found the remains of someone that was mutilated, it's then the emergency broadcast stuff happens.
Right.
So I think that was one of the miners that ran up and hit on the car.
Okay. I mean, that makes the most sense too, and it makes it even more horrifying, which I love.
Yeah. Yeah, you got these. So this next episode's going to have a lot about the miners. But yeah, these guys are terrifying.
Okay.
All right. Ready? Tape 8. Old Odd Ends.
Well, that broadcast went completely tits up, didn't it? I've been getting chewed out by our asshole CIA liaison for the past 2 hours. What the fuck happened?
We're looking into it, sir, but we experienced no issues with the broadcast in our end, so our engineers believe that the signal was hijacked.
So this is actual real world stuff, right? So this is a picture of the real Mount Greylock, right? It has this big, it's like an observation tower. It's some art piece. This exists there in real life. What also exists in real life is right next to it is a large radio tower that delivers all of the signal for everything. So the tower that broadcasts the news is at Mount Greylock.
That's interesting.
We're looking into it, sir, but we experienced no issues with the broadcast in our end, so our engineers believe that the signal was hijacked before even reaching the transmitter. But once we started receiving phone calls from viewers, we switched to a backup transmitter.
But by then, the hijacker had already said everything they wanted to say, hadn't they? What a complete fuck up. They made us look like a fucking joke. Speaking of which, Don, where the fuck is he? I cannot get hold of him, and he needs to get in here and read a statement to help clean up this fucking mess.
Well, we've been trying to reach him. We've called him multiple times. We've tried his pager. We've asked around to see if anyone's heard from him, but nothing.
You've been to his house?
Well, no. I just thought that maybe he'd be upset if I did that.
Get in your fucking car and go to his fucking house. I don't care if you kick down his front door and drag him here by his ear. You bring him into the studio. Do you understand?
He makes the mention there's some very powerful people making sure things go well here, right? So it implies that, the government, Unit 13, whatever, is controlling what the locals get in their news as well.
Sure, yeah, definitely.
Warning, anomalous file detected. This file should not exist. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Opening
File. Arnold Rivers personal log.
Final.
My name is Arnold Eugene Rivers.
All right, do you remember who Arnold is?
Yeah, yep.
I was involved in the Morelli construction project at Mount Greylock. I was hired due to my background in anthropology and archaeology. Paul Morelli took me on after securing a government contract for the Greylock project. I'm recording this because I believe my life is in danger. On March 24th, our crew came across tunnels in the mountain that held a multitude of ancient markings and artifacts. On March 25th, Paul cleared the interior of the mountain and asked me, accompanied by a small crew, to look through the tunnels and record notes on what I was able to recognize. Many of the artifacts were... Finding Clovis artifacts here means that people have been coming to Mount Greylock since at least 11,000 BCE. There are artifacts I found that could potentially be from even earlier Paleo-American cultures that we have yet to even begin studying.
Put it in my blood. Oh my gosh. It's so cool.
So the idea too that our boy Arnie is going down there, right? And he's hired on because his buddy, essentially Paul, is like, hey, I just got this sick government contract. It would be cool if you came on, whatever.
Yeah.
And he basically comes across and he finds a gold mine, which is basically anthropological, like unicorn, where like every major like piece of human civilization is down here, which is so are we led to believe that these entities are coming down here, or is it that people from these areas are flocking to this place?
It doesn't really sound like it's anything that the entities would be stealing. Instead, it's people leaving whatever's most cherished to them.
Well, that or what I didn't know if it's my thought went that the entities were the ones that were informing and creating these cultures or these like languages, ways to communicate.
That's certainly a possibility. I haven't thought of it that way.
I mean, it's probably unlikely, but just food for thought. If they're going out from this core place in the mountain, right, and spreading out into the world, that way other people, they travel across oceans, they do whatever they can, or even that long ago, depending on how long ago these things were, the whole, world landlocked and then over time split. Yeah, who knows? Just food for thought.
There's something about, like, there's just a mountain in Massachusetts that under it, like, the Egyptians traveled, the Greeks traveled, the Vikings traveled. Everyone had to go there and leave offerings for it. Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, I eat that shit up, dude. I love that.
It was billions of years ago, when our planet was still mostly fire and rock, that a Mars-sized planet that had been drifting through our solar system collided directly with the Earth. The impact was so powerful and violent that the rogue planet was blown into countless pieces of debris. This debris collected to form our moon.
I mean, pretty easily explained. Fragment from a lost planet stuck within the Earth. Blah, blah, blah.
So it's pretty much being like the mountain is that piece of lodged moon.
Yeah, or something within the mountain, yeah.
Sure.
Adams Police Department, Dispatcher Carey speaking.
Yes, I'm calling to report a break-in at my coworker's house.
Oh.
Can you tell me, is anybody hurt? Liam, are you still with me?
Yes, sorry.
Is anybody hurt?
Yes.
Well, Don, you shouldn't have done that.
Shouldn't have done that. Also, the face that was imposed over him on the news broadcast is exactly what his body looks like.
Yeah, it's basically just like a I don't know if it's foretelling or if it had already happened or something by the time the broadcast went. The broadcast was probably live, so it was probably just a foretelling of his passing, of his autopsy photo.
So whatever hacked it is like temporal, right?
Yeah.
Or it can skip temporal, you know what I mean?
I witnessed many altars constructed out of the mountain stone, along with evidence of mass animal and human sacrifice. There's something in that mountain. Something people of countless cultures over the history of our planet have been worshipping, but I don't know why. I swear I could hear a voice, and even felt compelled to go further, to speak to whatever's down there. But that doesn't matter right now. I informed Mr. Porter in my report that the archaeological findings in the mountain are of monumental historical importance, and that there is certainly more to be discovered. Mr. Porter called me on the evening of March 28th, and we spoke on the phone briefly. It was as I thought. He disregarded my concerns. I informed him that I wasn't going to return to the site. He insisted I did, said I was a valuable asset to the project, even offered me a substantial raise, and wanted me to lead a specifically organized team that would clear the tunnels of artifacts before excavation would continue. I, quote unquote, could be responsible for the biggest historical finding of all time, he said. I refused again. I won't put a price on my sanity or my health.
So is he saying that he talked to Frank?
Yes.
Frank, you sick fuck.
I think Frank knows everything that was happening.
Yes.
And I think the reason he was offering all of that to Arnold was so that Arnold would die on the mountain and not do what he's doing now,
100%.
cataloging everything he saw. Yeah.
100%.
Plus, like, I don't know exactly what Semiodyne wanted, but considering that 6 years after this, they're building the Thought Form Manifester, I imagine, they're connected.
That, or do you think that he wanted him to successfully take the stuff out so they could harness whatever power it has?
I mean, potentially. I think really they just needed the mountain to be open. I don't believe anything Frank Porter said about, oh, well, you can publish the artifacts. And,
no.
Blah, blah,
I don't
blah.
think he's saying publish. I think he knows that he's gonna die before he can publish it.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if it's just, we need somebody to take it out of the mountain or something.
Potentially, it could be. I also like how Arnold had a little bit of the bug everyone else got, where he's like, I have to go back. Like, something makes me want to go down there.
Well, it's like
because we saw what happens to Paul if you're exposed to it for like days on end.
100%. Very Lovecraftian, especially with like the moon hitting the earth, whatever. The call to madness kind of thing is cool. But what's interesting about Arnie, our boy Arnie here, is him rejecting it. Really shows his fortitude in his mind.
I do like Arnie. I do enjoy Arnie.
Yeah, he's cool.
All right, so now this is one of my favorite parts of the whole series. These are Semiodyne's analysis of the Morelli construction survivors.
Morelli Greylock event, Group C, survivor data. Profile for patient B3590. Rockford, Thomas. Communicative. Patient prone to spontaneous violent outbursts. Treatment of heavy sedation recommended. Only communicate while patient is restrained or via intercom. Now loading. Profile for patient B9231. Washington, Samuel. Malformations.
Good God! What the hell? They caught my boy in straight demonic mode, man. Come on.
He's fine.
You can't give Thomas the one where he looks kind of grumpy and then make my boy Washington look like he's a fucking like half alligator.
Well, they're in these amp up like the severity of
Sure,
each one,
yeah,
right?
I figured so.
yeah. So
I'm saying you're doing my boy Samuel
that's your two
bad.
steps. Like you missed Sleep last night or Demon Man.
Yeah.
Like there's no in between.
Patient suffers from constant state of severe paranoia and delusions, resulting in unpredictable violent outbursts. Now loading. Profile for patient B6670. Herrera, Ramon. Malformations.
Oh, wow.
Uncommunicative. Patient appears to be in catatonic state. Warning, patient may sit up very suddenly, without provocation, to projectile vomit at any staff in area. Patient's vomit is extremely corrosive and emits nerve gas.
Imagine an entire underground mine filled with these things.
Yeah. Also, how the hell did the first guy just get out of there looking completely fine but just moody?
He had to have limited exposure.
Yeah,
I think.
apparently.
Maybe he was only there for a day, and maybe he was only down in the mines for a few hours or something like that. It has to be just exposure time.
Yeah.
I think.
B8816. Fleming, Charles. Malformations. Notes. Uncommunicative. Warning, patient will attack on sight. Do not interact. Immunity to pain. Patient exhibits cannibalistic tendencies. All treatments ineffective. Kowalski, Edward. Malformations. Notes. Communicative. Hazardous. Warning, patient possesses inhuman power of suggestion and influence over others.
Inhuman power of suggestion.
What's kind of interesting about that evil ability is that it kind of, not that it goes totally into thought forming, but it's the idea of persuasion and suggestion of form in a way.
That's true.
So it's like, it's another kind of mental ability.
Plus, where like the mountain itself compelled men to come down into it. It's like a piece of the mountain's spirit almost.
100%. I mean,
inside of him.
I would assume that a guy that has this kind of power is no longer has free will of his own conscious. Like I'd almost think of possession or something.
And also think about it this way. So this one's taken April 2nd, right?
Right.
And like the guy before April 2nd. So these people have been down there. All that happened end of March.
So they've been down there a month.
They've been down there. No, they've been down there like a few days because it was March 25th to like April 2nd.
I thought it was earlier. Yeah, you're right. It was like the 28th and all
so
that stuff.
This is what 1 week of exposure does. Could you imagine if someone was down there for like years?
Yeah, 6 years.
Yeah. Huh.
584. Rafferty, John. Malformations. Warning, staff have become ill after even brief time spent in patient's room. Mortality rate post-exposure currently 92%.
It's like that last guy was like a toxic bomb.
Yeah, I mean, if you're around him, 92% of the time you're going to die.
Yeah, and it goes through like protective suits and stuff.
I heard something awful happened up at Mount Greylock, and then simultaneously, there are all of these things that have been happening around the mountain. The home invasions, the dead bodies that fell from the sky over Cheshire, the pregnancy phenomena, so many other unexplainable things. They all must be related. I feel a looming threat that...
Jim Elgren, of course.
Yeah.
Would the government really send someone to kill me over this?
Yes.
Yes.
You're not.
This can't be.
What? Oh, no.
No. Camcorder. Oh, where's the damn camcorder? Here it is. Thank God.
Oh, hell yeah.
If something happens to me and you find any tapes or files somehow, please bring it to the investigator, Jamie Malcolm of North Adams. That goes for this video footage as well.
All the voices it's stolen.
Yeah.
Oh man, cycling through to see what would work.
Poor Arnie. Make it out, Arnie. Oh my God, Arnie, stop whimpering. Oh. Oh, that was awesome.
Wait for it.
That's fucked up.
Man, doesn't that go so hard?
That is so good.
It's so good. Ugh.
I really like the. I do like the comedic beat before that though. It's the police. Open up. What? Right to the fucking. It's the police. Open up. Stop resisting. Yeah, that's insane.
I like how it's like the last words of all its victims, right? Like, help, someone help me.
Yeah,
and then of course
the mimicking
child.
thing. The large, like the heavy footsteps trudging through the house too.
Yep,
Horrifying.
Yep. And I think so. Of course, the thing that jumped out and killed him was our boy.
Yeah, the face.
Right?
Yeah,
the face.
100%.
I feel like there's some connection between Semiodyne and like sicking this thing on people. For like, okay, the first ones were accidental, right? Like accidentally. Or well, hold on, no, let me get that right. It is incidental because a crew being up there means this thing will kill it, right?
Yeah.
But now this guy is away from the mountain, and also all this was in April. The attacks over the town didn't happen till October.
Yeah.
So there's 6 months between this event and the time when the people from within the mountain attack everyone. So either Semiodyne has found a way to send this creature to kill Arnold, because remember, he said that when he talked to Frank Porter on the phone, Frank was like, okay, if you don't want to go back, sounds good to me. And then sure enough, this thing shows up and kills him.
Yeah.
Or Frank Porter knows because Arnold had some interaction with the mountain. This thing was already tracking him down.
Well, I like your first theory more. I like your first theory more just because the idea, too, that in the future, in the 93 stuff, they've basically done the thing where they've now have technology where, or it's more readily known that they're like, oh, we are able to control them and contain them.
Yeah.
And stuff. So to me, it seems like around this time, this might be the first thing that they found that they can control for their own use, especially for an army type of program, you know?
Yeah, that would make sense. I agree.
So I feel like I'm leaning more towards your first theory than the second one.
I think it'd be possible, especially because of, how much control Semiodyne thinks they have over them in the modern age, at least.
Yeah, and I agree with your phrasing of that too. Thinks that they have.
Thinks, yeah. Oh, again, it's the Tower of Babel thing, right? We will look God in the eye as equals, and then what happens?
Yeah, no shit.
Yo, so how are you feeling about just overall Greylock so far?
Oh, it's amazing. I think the world building's really fun. I agree with the first one. Them setting up just the pictures and stuff, I'm like, and then introducing the more video actual elements of the snow. But I feel like it's really one thing I'll give this one credit for. I think that it's the strongest aspect of this is, yes, this is a great story and stuff, albeit I would say, I'm not going to discredit in that way. I think the story is very fun, but I think the strongest aspect of it is how they've unfolded the information.
Yeah,
I think has made it much more intriguing.
Fed data works very well. I agree.
Yeah, I think that has made being completely enveloped into the story so much stronger is how they've done it, especially in the non-linear way too, is really fun.
Yeah, like you get, and it's also fun for me as a YouTuber because then I get to make money off a video that breaks down the timeline of everything, right?
Well, I think one thing too is I hope that what we can do with this series too is get more eyes on it, more recognition, because these are a not that to discredit the numbers that it has, because obviously it has hundreds of thousands of views, but I really think that this deserves more. Yeah, more recognition.
Way more. Yeah, to a absurdist level.
Mm-hmm.
In one of his first acts after his historic succession.
Okay, so
Lyndon B. Johnson, Jesus, was 70s?
63. Yes, 62. Lyndon B. Johnson was... Because Lyndon B. Johnson came in after Kennedy died in 63, yeah. So he became president in 1963.
Wow, so we're time jumping back even more now.
Yes, this is currently the earliest thing we have in the timeline, the National Access Initiative.
Okay.
Under this groundbreaking initiative, eligible American households will receive packages containing a myriad of electronics so that citizens may stay properly engaged with one another and remain knowledgeable regarding important events. These electronics packages are being made available to American households through a partnership with world-renowned technology manufacturer Semiodyne USA.
Wow, Semiodyne has been around a long time.
It has. So all the stuff that the NAI, National Access Initiative, was trying to do is put, smoke detectors, flashlights, stuff like that in every home in America, right?
Sure.
And then, what do we have here? President Kennedy says no to Semiodyne. Oh, oops.
What happened to him?
Kennedy. Yeah. Man, Kennedy didn't like Semiodyne. I sure hope everything went well for that guy. All right, so check this out, right? It's a home, right? Video, audio, active, 1966.
Oh, wow.
They're enhancing the experience and...
That was haunting.
Yep.
When asked for a quote during a press conference earlier this week, President of Semiodyne USA, Percival C. Rothwell, had a lot to say.
The National Access Initiative represents a milestone in our nation's journey towards progress and inclusivity.
Oh, is this just vague? Is Semiodyne just a vague, all-encompassing technology company, or are they specifically going into some... I'm kind of lost on what they do.
So all that we know so far is that they are partnering with the U.S. government to put these devices into homes, right? So some kind of tech company, we could imagine, right? And then in the modern age, they're also partnering with the government to create the Thoughtform Manifester. That's all we know about them so far.
So basically, do you think that this is somewhat commentary on how government people can look through our webcams and stuff right now? Because it seems like it's putting devices in homes to spy on Americans.
There you go. No, yep. Yeah, you're correct. That's what this is.
Okay.
It'll say that outright here in a second.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Thinking ahead of the curve on that one. You're too smart for it.
Actions we take will be read, heard, and seen on the instant.
32% of American households still don't have a television in the house. This means they are less informed and are unable to respond to emergencies as quickly or efficiently. They are left disconnected.
Oh, wow.
People of all kinds have wondered what it is we're working on at any given time inside Semiodyne. And for decades, we've kept it all quite secret. But I'll let you in on a little something.
Kennedy didn't go for it. But you assured me he was amenable. Or was that just more of your bullshit? Huh? He's gonna fucking expose our whole plan for the NII program. If that fucking Nick thinks he's gonna expose Semiodyne, he's got another thing coming.
Seems like that, if I can stop for a second, it seems like the president, like the great grandson of this president, maybe they've had this knowledge of the mountain for so long that's going through there, but the use of him saying the connectivity seems pretty relevant, especially with the hieroglyphics, the Greek, all the different stuff down in the thing as well. If there's some kind of philosophy they follow, maybe via the god that they worship in the mountain or something, or some kind of entity there.
I think it's 100% true that whatever Semiodyne's objective is, it's to the glory, you could say, of whatever's in Mount Greylock, right? Knowingly or unknowingly.
Yeah.
Could be that they just want the power it has or something like that.
Sure.
But yeah, it seems like everything they're doing is just to progress that end.
Well, I'm wondering if they're pawns in whatever scheme of them knowing not to go down there, but to send other people down there to excavate it is almost as if it's kind of like in Satanist practices or something, or certain kind of demonic practices, people will worship these entities that are inherently evil, or so they, people say that they're evil for riches now in the mortal plane or whatever. It almost seems like maybe something along those lines of like this entity offering them power or like world control or something, or some kind of grand scheme power to fulfill some kind of prophecy. Or plan. Prophecy is probably a bit bold, but I just mean in terms of interconnectivity of connecting the world.
Some grand objective, yeah.
Sure.
Hey, hon, have you seen the car keys?
Humanity has stood many times at the precipice of extinction. And the only reason we are still here today is because we stood there together. Semiodyne USA is here with you every step of the way.
I like this one.
The program was a trap. They're watching, they're listening. Fuck Lyndon B. Johnson. Fuck Semiodyne. I won't be your lab rat anymore.
Someone's like, they're in the TV. I know they are. So he puts this in front of him. That's pretty good. Also, but check the
1990.
timestamp. Yeah, so they've been doing this a while and it hasn't gone away.
Security, connectivity, accessibility. It is our belief that it is these three factors that make America the best country in the world.
All right, so now
93 now.
We're in Thought for Manifester times. So we can see that directly in people's homes with Semiodyne's tech.
Mr. Rothwell also...
That was a sick visual.
It was. But I love how it just comes out of nowhere. Now, there's a lot of theories as to what this could be. My theory is, honestly, I think it's like these guys, Rockwell and like his boys and stuff like that. I think this is their worship of it, maybe, or someone's worship of the thing in the mountain.
It feels cultish. I mean, it feels like definitely some kind of religious group.
Yeah, it reminds me of, have you seen True Detective?
Yeah.
So the first season where it's like all the politicians and pastors and religious figures of Louisiana like dress up in garb and then worship the Yellow King and stuff like that. It reminds me of that.
Mm-hmm. A secret society of sorts.
Yeah.
Mr. Rothwell also stated that these monumental benefits won't only be made available to American households, but to police and fire departments, schools, and to small businesses as well.
It's 1994.
Right. What is he saying?
Katie. You know our editor's name?
Yeah, no shit.
Hello? Is somebody there?
It's me, Lyndon B. Johnson.
He's the cryptid of the series.
Yeah. I've been in the mountain the whole time, Katie.
It's been 30 years.
It's been 30 goddamn years. What the hell is this? It's a computer. It's a home computer. What?
I was gonna do a Lyndon B. and Johnson impression, but it would require too many slurs, so we're just gonna move on.
Classic LBJ, dude.
Classic LBJ moment. The boy, Lyndon the Boy Johnson.
Lyndon D. Boy Johnson.
I'm over here.
Oof. Sir.
Who are you?
I'm your imaginary friend.
My imaginary friend? But I didn't imagine.
You probably just don't remember.
not to ruin the tension of this moment, but every time I listen to this part, the thought form sounds like Yandere Dev.
I'm not really apologizing for anything.
You know what I mean? He has the same cadence.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Yonder Dev, please.
Hold on, this is important.
The allegations are totally preposterous.
Okay, is this
your party? You're a fucking retard. Sold out. Go fucking.
Okay, well we shouldn't have that. I didn't want that. I didn't want that audio.
Maybe let's just go back to the.
Do you hear it? Do you know what I mean?
Did you read my funny DM I sent you? There's a lot of Jewish propaganda I want to show you.
I didn't imagine you.
Oh, yeah, you did. I've been rolling around in that head of yours for a long time.
What's the favorite? Oh, you are manipulating me in this situation. I'm 16.
I'm like 38 years old.
Okay, I'm glad. I had to share that. It's been on my mind. I can't. Okay.
Are you from your doctor's office place that I had to go to?
I think you might be right, Kate.
That is telling to me. So she says, "Are you from the doctor's office place?" Right? Which is probably how a kid would see, you know, the thought form test, Unit 13, whatever. But that means in 1994, for some reason, they're experimenting with children, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see what the form is. We got to we got to barely see it. Kind of look like a skeleton.
Oh, don't worry, you'll see him.
Oh, good.
I can't find my glasses, so I can't really see you.
Oh, they're over here.
How did you get there?
I noticed they were a little dirty, so I wanted to clean them for you.
So creepy.
Yes, they look all shiny and new now. I just opened a lens crafters off exit 13.
Have you ever heard of Glasses World, KT?
I just opened a lens crafters next to my cousin's lens store in the outlet mall.
You mean the hat store?
Glasses, you say?
I just got a St. Louis Cardinals hat with the Lens Crafters logo on it, Katie.
You've got a lot of glasses. He says he's got a lot of glasses.
Ben John Goldblum, your first customer.
I could take my son, Ben John Goldblum. He loves glasses.
To get an Oakland Raiders hat and a nice pair of glasses.
Oh, Ben John Goldblum would love an Oakland Raiders hat.
I still can't really see because my eyes are so bad.
You reach out and I'll put them into your hand. Okay.
Okay.
My imaginary friend, what large teeth you have.
Just a little bit. Closer.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I gotta say, it's pretty fucking rude.
What is?
He's like, hyping this girl up, and then all of a sudden he just pops out.
There you go. Isn't this a lovely friend?
Yeah. I will say, I really love the vocal pattern. Like, it's like he's just now figuring out how to talk for the first time almost.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
So I have a theory here, which is just half-cocked, doesn't really matter. I think maybe in opening up the power of the mountain, whatever's inside of Mount Greylock. I think that they've accidentally kind of given it the reins, you know? So maybe, like, sure, it needs humans to come up with the thought, but then the mountain can kind of put whatever it wants to out there, which is why it's creating things like this. And maybe this has been happening so much that Semiodyne thought, well, if we get some children along, surely they won't come up with anything like this, convinced it's the human experiment's fault.
Right.
But it doesn't matter because the mountain can keep implanting whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is crazy. I love this visual so much. Check this out.
What is this?
This looks so metal. I think my theory is this is the Thought 4 manifester. This is what looks like hooked up to someone. Like you have the big dish and then the wires coming down. Doesn't this look so like, you know, metal, sci-fi, whatever?
Yeah,
it's
it looks like a fucking industrial metal album cover or something, like Ministry or like a fucking, like a Meshuggah album cover or something.
Goes hard.
Hello, you've reached Alex Marsh and Tiffany Crisaldi. We're not able to get to the phone, so please leave a message after the tone and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Keep coming back to the significance and the importance of Alex Marsh and the Marsh family. But it's kind of crazy too that even back then that they were being surveilled too.
Back when all of it was everyone was, man. It seems like, you know, they put it in every home in the country. All right, so now are you ready for tape 10?
Yes.
Messages from the Dead.
Messages from the Dead.
For YouTube, that is a doll. It's actually a toy. It's a dog toy. And definitely not
it's a dog toy.
They probably, I mean, like, we haven't really talked about it, but like the level of production for this whole series is great too.
Well, what's interesting about it is they ham it up, or not ham, they put it where they need to, but really, like, anyone could do this. Like, this is not a, like, if you had a base level camera and editing software, anybody could do this, because a lot of the stuff that they're finding, a lot of these props, like even these, they probably found this stuff at like a thrift store. You know, film in the back of somebody's house. But the idea is, with enough creativity, you get so much out of it. It's amazing. Some of the like the design choices and some of like the graphics they've used though have been so compelling and awesome and very authentic looking.
Yeah, they do a lot with what they have.
After we lost the baby, I stayed home for almost a month. It came time for me to return to work. We decided I would call home every day during my lunch break. She always picked up the phone whenever I called. She knew it would worry me sick if she didn't pick up the phone. But this time, on that day, she didn't pick up. Tiffany, babe, still haven't heard from you. Hope everything's okay.
Poor Alex.
I'm getting a bit worried, so please call me back, okay? Love you. Okay.
What was that?
It's like a ritual or altar site of something, but it just cracks me up. The love you. It's like a ritual site. Like, hold on.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah, it's like you got candles and then
some kind of symbol.
It's a triangle with a circle in the middle and then circles at each point. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm gonna head home. I'm sorry, I'm kind of freaking out. I'll be there soon.
This is very sad.
Dr. Heinrich Albrecht, Medical Examiner, Westfield. May 19th.
Westfield.
Intake report for Tiffany Elaine Marie Crisaldi. Caucasian female, age 28, 39,
26, 30, 27, 25.
I know it's the computer like giving an error or whatever, but it sounds like he had a stroke while saying it. She's 27, 35, 62, 33.
This autopsy will be conducted at the request of the Adams Police Department.
That's cool.
Yeah, so Revelations 9:6, which, if I recall right, it's the one about, and I saw a star falling as it were for heaven. And in those days shall men seek death, and shall not find it, and shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. Not allowed to die.
Do you think that's supposed to be an idea that maybe she's been being kept alive somehow?
That is what I would theorize. I mean, look at her body. See this?
Yeah.
Like, that's not...
What was the thing, too, with that one guy's body, too? Remember, he was technically dead, but he wasn't the king.
Yeah, you're right. It is similar to that.
Of particular note, and the reason for this specialist report, is an unusual finding on the abdomen, specifically below the sternum. A symbol of some sort has been carved into the flesh. Equally concerning is the absence of hemorrhaging in the surrounding tissues.
There's also the altar we saw on the ground, which I have theories about I'll mention later. But this part, all right, this series is wild and all the connections is drawn. This is Tiffany when she was a child, okay?
Probably back in the 60s, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it would have to
be. Or 70s, I'd imagine.
60s or 70s, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. We can figure out exactly. She was 26 when she died, right?
She was 29.
Okay, 29 when she died, so basically 30. And that was in...
87.
Yep. So, was she an 87 or a 93 death?
She was 87.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, hold on. Are you sure about that? Where did it say? Yeah, okay, her date of death. Oh, no.
Is this the little girl from the...
Oh,
she's the little girl from the one before, isn't she?
She's what?
She's the little girl from the room that got attacked, is she not?
No, that was Katie, remember?
Okay, yep.
So, Tiffany, you just had your 6th birthday, didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you have a party?
Yeah.
How was it?
Good.
That's good.
Okay.
You seeing them again?
Yes.
Can you see them right now?
Yes.
Where are they? Where are they, Tiffany?
They're everywhere.
Private lock for case file 87-091-HA. For my home archives, I conducted an examination of Miss Tiffany Crisaldi today, though it seems misfortune loomed over the proceedings. Electrical flickers and inexplicable drops and spikes in room temperature. Repairs may be required. After placing Miss Crisaldi in storage and moving on to cleaning up, my assistant Sarah mentioned that she'd heard what sounded like a woman crying, coming from the direction of the cooler. I didn't dare to tell her that I heard it as well.
Okay, are you ready, Tiffany?
I think so.
Are you nervous?
Yeah.
I'm going to play some sounds that will help you through this exercise. Now close your eyes and keep them closed until I tell you to open them.
With the cult-like stuff that's going on, you know what it makes you think of? If Tiffany had her child taken, it kind of has that vibe of like your firstborn child has to be sacrificed, except they don't even wait for the baby to come out. They just like take it from the womb.
Take it straight away. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my theory's always been that the child inside of Tiffany was a thought form. Because there was that whole mention about like, oh, well, we really, like we've been trying for such a long time, but now we're finally pregnant in it. I'm so excited, whatever, right? So there's years of dedication thinking about what this child could be, and then she becomes pregnant, and then it disappears. Maybe it's the mountain kind of reeling back in what they want. So my theory has always been that Alex went away from her, seeing that they can't have kids, and used the thought form manifester to, you know, create the thought form inside of her, and she wasn't aware of it, right?
Right.
But I hadn't put together that because her death was in 87 and the tape that we see made for Alex Marsh was in 93. So it might be more likely that maybe Alex was trying to thought form her back, potentially, or alternatively, because he potentially had created a thought form before with Tiffany's pregnancy. Maybe that's why Unit 13 was recruiting him. There's a lot of scenarios.
I want you to picture yourself standing outside your house in your front yard.
She's definitely being indoctrinated into this system right now.
Oh yeah, something's up with Dr. Redacted.
Yeah, the Dr. Redacted is definitely like...
you know, good old Dr. Redacted.
Yeah, it seems like he is teaching her how to manifest these faster or something.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Redacted, he works at the blood bank that Mr. Wellers runs.
Yeah, Dr. Redacted has a premium count at Mr. Wellers' blood bank.
Mr. Wellers' blood bank, exactly. Good old Dr. Redacted down there with Mr. Wellers.
Down there with Mr. Wellers down there.
Down there with Mr. Wellers. They take children like this here, Tiffany, and teach her how to control the unspeakable horrors of Mount Greylock, you see.
Unspeakable horrors of Mount Greylock down there.
Unspeakable horrors is what's Mama cooked for supper. Throw it in the jambalaya.
It's a beautiful day out with big fluffy clouds and a blue sky. No one else is around. Wind calms down now, and you begin walking very slowly towards the front door of your house. Step. 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 And with each step you take, it looks like the day's getting later and later. Soon the golden rays of the sunset are shining against your house. The front door is closer now, but you still have some more steps to go.
Just horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
You arrive at the front door. Reach out your hand, turn the doorknob, and open the door. Until you can see your bedroom door closed at the end of the hall. And you start walking nice and calmly towards it. You see the door coming closer with each step. You can see the pink flower stickers that you put on it 2 years ago, and the small wooden sign that reads Tiffany.
He knows way too much about her room.
Mm-hmm. He does. I imagine it's because they've done this process before.
Yeah, or I was thinking about the cameras that are probably in her room.
It's also true.
You walk into a room, and that's when you can see something different that's never been there before. Tell me what you see.
It's a door next to my window.
That's right, it's a door. What does the door look like, Tiffany?
It looks black. It has weird marks on it. The wood looks weird.
Walk to the door and open it. Now tell me what's on the other side of the door.
It's a small room. Somebody's in there.
No, Tiffany, you're alone.
No. There's someone here. He's facing away from me. He's standing and tall. He's very tall.
Tiffany, you are alone.
There's a TV. The screen is all fuzzy, and the tall man is watching it.
Tiffany, I want you to focus.
Tiffany, there's not a fucking man in there with you. God. Meet me halfway, Tiffany.
This is an imaginary room, Tiffany.
I'm trying, Dr. Redacted, but it's hard. Tiffany, you're going to make me lose my fucking mind. There's no one there.
Okay, Tiffany, what is the man saying?
He's speaking perfect Spanish. Tiffany, what the hell are you talking about?
Hola, Tiffany, it's me.
Yeah, Senor Goldblum, Benjamin Goldblum.
Hello,
¿Cómo
it's
estás,
me.
Tiffany? ¿Cómo
Would you like to meet
estás?
my son, Senor Benjamin Goldblum? He's like wearing a sombrero.
Dr. Redacted, I think it's Jeff Goldblum. Yeah, Tiffany, just stop.
Dr. Redacted, I think it's Jeff Goldblum. He keeps
Dr.
asking
Redacted,
me for
I think it's Shaquille O'Neal.
he keeps asking me for salsa.
He's asked me for various bits of snacks.
Dr. Redacted, I think it is the Macho Man Randy Savage character from the Tommy Taffy Creepcast bit.
You know the episode people hated? He's like, oh, Tiffany, I'm very well aware.
But actually, if they think about it, the way that Hunter and Isaiah cleverly bounced off of the trauma in the episode for good comedy really highlights what Creepcast is all about. And I think they should get over it.
Yeah, of course. These are obvious facts that people should know, but it doesn't matter. No one's in the room with you, Tiffany.
Even Dr. Redacted, even the fact that it's a story and they should grow up and get over it.
It's not like they wrote the story, they just read it. And it was them experiencing it for the first time.
And maybe
that's kind of
Dr.
the entire gist
Redacted
of the podcast, right? Right.
And maybe Dr. Redacted, the audience should lighten up a little. And Dr. Redacted, that Isaiah and Hunter are trying their best.
Well, Tiffany, I think you're speaking probably the most facts you've spoken today. Your mind
That's
could be more clear.
right, Tiffany. That's right. You're so right. The audience should lighten up a little bit, huh? Maybe let Isaiah and Hunter experience the story.
Be a bit of a
I
wet
mean,
blanket.
it's not like they're trying to condone Tommy Taffy's actions. They seem quite opposed.
They seem quite opposed the entire time, Tiffany.
As a matter of fact, they don't like child abuse at all, if you ask me.
It just kind of comes with the territory of reading creepypastas.
Maybe if they're reading scary stories they've never read before, that kind of thing can happen.
Oh God! Please, all right, let's go. Tiffany, you're right. My God! Now, what's on the screen? I'm going to count down from 5, and if you keep talking about the man, I'm going to punch you as hard as I can in the chest. She's like, "What?" He's like, "Bring the man up again." Within 5 seconds, and I'll punch you as hard as I can in the chest. Does that make sense?
If you bring up that man one more time, I will have Tommy Taffy here in an instant. You will get suplexed. You will get suplexed out of this 5-story building.
I'm gonna give you the worst Charlie horse you've ever had in your thigh. You're gonna get the worst dead leg you've ever had in your life.
You're feeling more awake
He's
now.
turning around.
4. Everything around you is becoming
He's
hazy.
looking at me. He sees me.
3. Tiffany, you can feel the chair you're sitting in again. 2. Everything around you fades to the blackness behind you. 1. Take full control of your body. 0. You're awake, Tiffany. You'll return to reality now.
Poor Tiffany.
Tiffany's been through it, man. From that as a child to her death now, and then the flash we get, I believe, is her corpse. Yeah.
I thought it was just her autopsy or like the newspaper. Oh,
well, it's like the before, then
and
the
then
autopsy.
after.
Yeah.
Poor Tiffany.
Girl. Also, that's such a horrifying visual. He's in my room. He's cracking. He's turning towards me. He's getting closer.
Well, it makes me think of the face because the eyes on that mask that we see a lot looks like around his eyes are cracked.
Oh, that's a good point. It
Doesn't
probably is the tall man. Probably is.
So that is, I think this is Jim.
I'll go ahead and tell you you're right. You're about to find out in like a minute, but yeah, you're right.
Okay.
And because this whole episode started with like him walking through the woods with the handheld camera, that leads me to believe all of the handheld camera is Jim Melgren.
Yeah, that makes the most sense, just in terms of continuity.
And if so, it means Jim Melgren is a goat, because this guy's hunting everything down piece by piece.
This isn't even a part of any of his research either. This is just what he likes to do.
He just likes cutting open dead mice.
He's like, this mouse feels really weird against the blades of my scissors.
It feels good.
Jim
You ever cut up
Likey.
a mouse? You ever cut a mouse?
Jim Likey.
Whoever edits this, if you remove any of my Jeff Goldblum impression, I'm going to break something. Okay. Let me have it.
Jim Findy Tapey in Dead Ratty.
I'll go ahead and tell you,
Happy.
I have absolutely no idea how a cassette ended up in a dead rat. It's not explained.
We don't have to know.
It's just there. I assume it'll be explained in a future episode, but not yet.
It's just Ozzy's No More Tears single. Jimmy Likey Ozzy. I like to think Jim talks in the third person. Jim is very inquisitive about this. Oh.
Okay, so this is, to me, one of the most interesting developments in the series, right?
Mr. Melgren, I have some very important information for you pertaining to the events you have been investigating. It's impressive you have remained alive for this long. But then again, you've gone to great lengths in the past in order to survive, haven't you? I'm going to tell you a story, Jim. A story that you've been dying to hear.
This whole part, I have so many questions about. Okay, so that's the symbol that was seen on Tiffany, right?
Right.
And Tiffany's still like supernaturally alive, or she's like a necromanced corpse, whatever, something like that. So that symbol has some supernatural properties, right? And it seems the symbol knows what's going on. I've had a theory that there's two competing supernatural entities in the story. There's like the mountain that's like destroying everything, and then there is another system. So, okay, for example, which example was it? The Dawn Wright, the newscaster who was dead.
Right.
That didn't feel like the entity in the mountain killing him to me. Because Dawn Wright was lying to everyone, saying, don't worry about it, life goes back to normal. And then the broadcast called him a liar, and then he was killed. And then behind the scenes, we hear that Dawn Wright is effectively a puppet for whatever the government's doing, right? So I don't think the same entity that is inside the mountain would be doing supernatural things to kill people who are covering up for the government, right? That sounds strange. Maybe whatever this star thing is doing it, because it seems to know what's going on. It wants to give Jim Melgren information, and Jim Melgren, from everything we know, is a positive force in the story. Or at least the thing in the mountain's also trying to kill him. So, I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of good entity, or maybe it's someone that has harnessed the power of the mountain, you know, for...
Yeah, it seems like something else that doesn't appreciate the fact that this Cinedyne has control of its power, or is using its power as well. So if anything, it might not be good, but it might not want to share it with anybody else.
Mm-hmm. It may just be that like Jim Melgren and it have a common enemy in Semiodyne.
Right.
But yeah, it's interesting. I'm so excited to see where this entity goes from here in the story. There's your face. Poor Tiffany, man.
Yeah, poor Tiffany, for real.
Talk about someone who's been through
We only got two more. Do you just want to kind of hammer through them?
We can hammer through them. One of them's only 2 minutes.
Yeah, cool. Let's just hammer through them because we've been recording almost 4 hours.
Yep. All right. Tape 11, preparations for a guest.
Ooh. Kind of has the same vibe as the visitor one. Unexpected visitor.
What you so fear, so I am.
Ooh.
Basement renovation.
Inside these walls. Basement renovations.
A new spirit to an old basement. I think this is telling that it's after the star thing speaks to Jim. Maybe it gave him this information to do this.
Yeah, go here. Explore X.
Yeah.
Could be leading him into a trap.
Could be.
Some kind of holding cell.
Yep. See the overlay of the altar we saw in the previous one?
Do you think this is his house and he's creating something in his own home?
I think he's creating this in his home. See these flashes that keep going by of the candle symbol? I think that Jim built that, which would make sense because that was also found footage camera, you know? And it looks like it's in a small enclosed room. So I think Jim goes inside of that room. He builds that little altar, and that summons whatever the star thing has taught him to summon, and he's trying to contain it in the room. That's my theory. Now this part's cool.
Interesting.
So I think what that was Jim placing a lure. I think these things are attracted to crying, to sadness, something like that. So there's two theories, and I think the altar ties into it, but there's two theories. Either he builds an altar in there in the crying and a thought form or whatever can manifest there, or this theory I like a little bit more, even if it's not as practical. The things are underground within Mount Greylock, right? So what if they can burrow, you know? Because it's down in a basement. What if you place like a tape of someone crying in there and lock the door and they'll burrow through the wall? That would also explain why they're able to break into houses so easily.
It's interesting. The only problem is, would you really be able to catch them though? Or would they just be burrowing to a place and then just be like, oh, and then just go back through the hole they came through?
It wouldn't be as possible unless that altar he made somehow inhibits them or whatever.
I think he's thought forming something into the room or something. Like something is going to manifest into the room is what I think.
Yep, he certainly might be. You might be right. But yeah, so that's the end of tape 11. So there's one more tape left.
So far,
are you ready?
In the story.
So far, yeah. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
So
Charlotte
video
Jean
cassette
Meldrin.
is...
Oh, his wife.
So
Potentially.
Wait. I can't remember. This is either... So his daughter's in this one, but I can't remember her name. So I think this might be his daughter.
Okay.
But yeah, so don't relate to Meldrin. And it's the same thing. They're going to be executed effectively. Hide in sensory state. So... Imagine. Transient moving shapes. Shadow formations. Vocal phenomena. Unidentifiable music, a feeling of a separate presence even while alone.
So basically all the other presences that we've seen so far that have been caught on camera?
Pretty much, yeah. You need a neurovisor headset and a workbook and writing utensil.
Greetings, and welcome to the second video program in the Preconditional Protocols and Orientation video system for Unit 13, Waking Your Subconscious. Before we begin, let's go over the required checklist to be sure you have everything in order, so that we won't end up with any negative or unexpected outcomes from this program. First on the checklist, ensure that you are alone and will not be disturbed for the entire duration of this program. Turn off all light sources, except for your television or monitor that you are using for this program. This aids tremendously in your brain's ability to focus, but it also can make you feel vulnerable or frightened, which are beneficial to this program achieving the desired results.
I can confirm, as someone who did all of this on live stream, I was in fact scared.
Your screen is about to gradually turn red. Once it is completely red, the program has officially begun, and the point of no return has been crossed. You have 10 seconds.
How are you feeling, Hunter?
I feel like I just went to hell.
It gets worse, don't worry.
Beginning induction. Please stare at your screen for 30 seconds.
Go ahead, Hunter, stare.
Oh, God, it's painful, Isaiah.
How's that epilepsy coming?
I'm nervous. I'm going to slip into a damn seizure here. Good God. It's like that one Pokemon
That'd be great
episode.
content.
Good God.
Man, I hope, man, we will market that so hard.
No, I don't want that to happen.
That's too bad. You're going to be seizing. What are you going to do about it?
Well, if I survive the seas. I just got
You're
induced.
now locked in. Congrats. Now whatever happens next is real.
No.
I
see a spooky man behind
primed. I don't know what you're talking. I don't see anything.
Yes, you do. You're lying.
I don't. I swear I don't see anything. Where? Where is it still there?
Yeah.
Where? Here?
You're such a liar. I know your big goofy ass smile is behind the camera.
Where is it? Okay, is it right here?
It's under the N and the G of the red letter, dude. Under it.
Here?
Yeah.
It's grid. It's the grid patterns.
You're such a bad
is it
liar.
Like,
You're such
is
a
it
bad
like
liar
right
and bad
here?
actor. Shame on you, sir.
What does it look like?
Shame on you. No, okay.
Is it the cracked face guy? Is that what you're saying's there?
Yeah, You're not gonna scare me, dude.
Me. You're messing with me. Shut up.
This exercise will present you with 5 separate sets of words. Each set will contain 6 words. For each set, you will have 10.
You have to play the games, by the way.
The 6 that you feel doesn't fit with
you have 10 seconds to choose and write down the one word.
You don't have to write it down. You could just say it out loud, but...
Okay.
Your workbook, simply write the numbers 1 through 5 vertically on your paper and place your answers beside each corresponding number. Now, let's begin.
Which one does not fit?
Chair.
What?
Rope, dude. Duh. Blood.
There you go.
His eyes are flickering at me. Visible. Right?
Bad decision.
That one was too fast. I couldn't do that. I'm going to do improved. You. I'm guessing if I wrote them all down. Okay. Conditioning.
All right, now continue to play.
All right, here we go.
A specialized variation of the Stroop test, which will measure multiple facets of your reaction to congruent and incongruent stimuli, while also examining how you deal with high stress, high anxiety situations.
All right.
You will be shown a series of faces with emotional expressions, and the word for each emotion written on each face. The word could match the expression, like the word happy on a smiling face, or they might not match, like the word angry appearing on a sad face.
Right.
So just say the face, not the word.
Please state the word written on each face. Oh, I am supposed to say the word.
Now you say the word.
Neutral. Happy. Sad. Angry. Scared. Neutral. All right. Disregard the expression. I'll try. Sad. Happy. Neutral. Scared. Happy. Scared. Please state the expression shown on each face and disregard the word. Okay, I can do this.
So now what the actual face is.
Easy. Angry. Happy. Neutral. Scared. Fucked. I did. That was good. You gotta admit that was good.
Right. Yep. Now expression again. Here we go. Phase 4.
Neutral. Happy. Scared. Angry. Happy. Neutral. Angry. Neutral. Sad. Happy. Scared. Happy. Fucked. Okay, come on, dude. Come on, man! That was cool.
Yeah. You did pretty good.
That was sick.
That's a cool, like, everything the series is doing about, like, the thought form manifester and stuff like that. That's a cool visualization.
Was that the Slender Man who just walked over there?
It's something, all right.
Uh-oh. Is that Dr. Redacted getting ready to put down another dog? His nightly euthanasia?
I'm going to go ahead and call something. From everything I know about you, Hunter, the kind of like horror you like, the writing you like, I think the end of this episode is going to be one of your favorite things ever.
Okay.
Just a prediction.
I like that. What the hell happened to them dogs?
Hello?
Yes, hello, this is Troy with Evervigil Security. Am I speaking with Charlotte Melgren?
Yes. What happened this time?
Miss Melgren, we've detected some unusual activity at Forever Friends Kennels.
The power's out, but it literally goes out all the time over there, so I'm just gonna go flip the breaker.
Miss Melgren, we strongly advise against going outside or into the kennels, especially with the power outage. We can call to have a police officer dispatched, and they can make sure it's safe before you...
Wait, hold on. Is there any way we don't have to do that? I have to be up at 6, and the last time it took them over an hour to get here. For nothing. Please.
Ma'am.
Like I said, this has happened a ton of times, and plus the dogs aren't even barking.
Uh-oh.
Ma'am, I could get in a lot of trouble if anything happened.
Ma'am, you're being kind of a bitch.
I'm going to call them twice now.
If anything happens at all, you can call the police.
Well, GG, Melgren. Yeah, Charlotte's just putting herself up in her fucking casket right now.
Okay, let me see here.
I would probably tell her that an invisible man slammed a door. Right?
Whatever it is you don't want to, I promise. Please don't.
Okay, on the cordless. Got my flashlight. Still there?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, heading outside now.
Nice.
Right the kennel, so
Isn't
just
that
hang
so
on
cool?
another minute.
Nice. I love that.
Oh, it's dope.
There's a 12-foot tall Home Depot skeleton Halloween decoration walking around.
That to me looks like the thing that was in Katie's room.
Hi, babies. Hi, Mama.
What's wrong?
I don't know.
Charlotte? What's going on?
The dogs aren't moving. They're all just standing here. Oh my God. It's like they're fucking dead, but they're not.
What the fuck?
What?
Miss Melgren, you need to get out of there and return to your house immediately. I'm sending your information to the police right now.
What's going on?
Get the hell out of the kennel now!
Fuck, I'm leaving.
What was that? Are you okay? Charlotte?
The door's fucking gone.
Charlotte, you're gonna be okay. Just listen to me right now. Feel along the wall until you get to a door or a window, okay? Do it right now, nice and quick, all right?
Shit.
Look at that. No windows, no doors.
I think my skin is moving.
How good is that?
So good.
Bro, I think my skin is moving. Like, oh my heart. Oh, it's so
the
good.
monster's
That
too
whole
close
sequence.
now, Isaiah.
What?
The monster, he's too close now. He looks too close to us. Tell him to leave.
What monster? What monster?
Uh-huh.
Are you talking about the monster that got her in the dog kennel?
Oh, stop.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? I know what you're... I know those big, juicy lips are spread open and showing those big-ass white teeth because you're smiling your ass off.
What are you talking about? Why are you talking about my lips? My big, juicy lips. I like the word juicy being applied to me in any respect.
What are you talking
regardless
about, man?
of what you're talking about.
That's a compliment, juicy.
I don't know about that.
All right.
My wife said it. Maybe I take it as my big, juicy lips. That didn't feel like a compliment. Okay, you have to play again.
All right, you're about to give an important test. The test is made up of 5 statements. You will check true or false. All right, I'm good.
Statement number 1. This video system is
pretty close.
Your brain.
Oh, this is moving. False. Nah. Ah, shit. Okay, well, fuck. All right.
Only a very small percentage of people will never betray their moral values, no matter the situation.
True. Show me true. Fuck. Come on, man. Okay.
Statement number 3. Through your conscious mind, you make your own decisions.
I'm the master of my own will, Isaiah. Remember that. Show me true.
Whatever you say.
We all have immortal thoughts and desires, but it's critical to focus on our... True! Fuck!
Man, you are doing awful.
Statement number 5. Opening the door to your shadow psyche and embracing your darkest urges as a part of yourself is the only way to live a fulfilling life.
False. False, dude. Hell no. I'm not about that. All right, dude. All right.
I think you got every single one wrong.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of fun, though. So that's what Tiffany was doing.
Yes, yeah. Opening the door.
Activation. Establishing the subliminal bridge.
Make sure you don't quit staring at the screen.
I feel my subliminal bridge forming. Never-ending train.
Old Mr. Wellers likes to take the train from time to time.
I like to take the train when I can.
I enjoy a good train trip from time to time.
Oh, hell.
All units clear. No sign of Miss Melray. Kennels are empty, too. Buffy said she had dogs here. Okay, well, proceeding to the basement.
Uh-oh. This is very good.
Jesus, it's dark in here. The fuck was that? Oh, God. What the fuck's that smell? Jesus Christ.
Well done on completing the TF2, Waking Your Subconscious video cassette. Please allow your brain to rest for at least 12 hours before continuing this video system. Once you have rested and you are ready, enter the cassette labeled TF3, The Shadow, Communion and Assimilation. This is the end of this tape.
Man, I was just grinning the whole time.
I know, right, dude? Is that not so cool?
That's so sick.
Bro.
Very thing. Very John Carpenter thing.
Super thing. This.
So fun.
Look at it.
So fun.
It's so good.
You know,
so like, it's like recombining their genes, their DNA. She said it felt like her skin was moving. Whatever creature came in there pushed them together like Play-Doh. Like fused their genes together.
I love that.
Her mouth is becoming a snout. So good, dude.
Yeah.
So good.
You know, and that's the series so far. I think it's still, hopefully still going to be ongoing. Still, hopefully he's making one right now. I will say, out of a lot of the analog horror stuff that I've seen online, this feels like one that I would like to see a legitimate limited series out of. Or I think it would benefit from being I think it would benefit from being a movie or something. A lot of these analog horror stuff, which doesn't take away from it, but I think a lot of them are good in small doses whenever they're not so linear. But I feel like I feel like the I don't know. I feel like the world and stuff and everything that's being built has such a fun story, and also we're following so many like fun characters too.
Yeah, but man, I love Greylock so much. It's so good all around, every part of it. So this part, the screen said, "Love contorts her flesh," which of course was in reference to her, right? And then There's another part, I might not be able to find it, but one of the newspaper flashes that occurs talks about how she opened that animal care facility, and another one's a missing persons poster of her. So it seems like publicly people don't know what happened to her. The other part, one of these sections, I forget where, but the screen flashes and says, "What happened to your daughter, Jim?" So confirmation that Charlotte is Jim Melgren's daughter, right? And we see what happened to her. So here's the thing. Like you pointed out, this was 1992, correct?
Right.
Does that mean Jim's trying to find out what happened to his daughter?
I think so. I think he's trying to find out what could have possibly happened, because I'm assuming that he has to know what happened to her body, right? But he doesn't know the cause, or like the unexplainable reason. So I think he's trying to go down further. And I think from as we see Jim being this like vigilante kind of guy, or a guy who's like, I don't know, really sacrificing himself to get the truth, I feel like he's also trying to prevent it from spreading to other people too. Like I feel like it's probably a bit more selfless than we think.
Jim is certainly our protagonist. Semiodyne and the entity within Greylock is certainly the antagonist, and I don't know where the star manifestation stands.
I feel like it's going to be something of a third party that is not good either. I think that they will work with him to uncover something, but I feel like it's going to be one of those things where it's like just like a chessboard, right? Like a Game of Thrones kind of thing. People only use each other when it's beneficial, and then when they're not, you discard them.
Yeah.
It's very sick, though. I mean, like,
it's so
I don't know, man. I think that
so good.
For starting off Creep TV, I feel like this is one of the ones where, I mean, it's going to be, it feels like such a great start, man. Just so fun. I love too that this is just all a fun independent project made by people who are just have a fucking great idea. I don't know. I know that sounds stupid and simple to say, but not enough people do it. And like, this is obviously the practicals and stuff they do here. There's a lot of like actual, probably like fabrication that went into this. But I think the first, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 episodes just show that like all you need is a fun idea and determination to make something simple and effective.
I think it's super inspiring, and I'm really glad we got to cover it. I absolutely love Greylock. And above all else, go check out the series for yourself. Show them some love. Rob and Matt have done an incredible job with this. They deserve the love. They deserve more views. They're awesome. Rob told me during a live stream they referred to this creature while they were working on it as Dog Mom, which is very brutal. I love it.
Yeah, that's an amazing deal. And we'll be sure throughout this entire episode too, we'll have all the episodes labeled and stuff, and all the various links in the description as well, to make it as easy as we can. But please go show that channel some love. It deserves all the love in the world. But yeah, I mean, that's Greylock so far. I'm excited to see maybe in the future there can be more that we can cover and stuff like that and chat about, because the theories run deep. I'm gonna have to pick up a shirt too. That's sick.
I didn't realize they had a shirt. Everyone go get a Greylock shirt. I didn't actually know this was a thing. Oh, look at that. Oh, there's several. Morelli Construction.
No, that's so sick.
That's awesome. Serving New England since 1943. And then the Friends Forever dog rescue and adoption
rescue place that Dog Mom was wearing.
Well, look, where people and dogs come together. Yes.
Cute.
Oh my gosh.
This is the first Creep TV. We hope you guys like it. If there's any suggestions below or anything else that you think we should cover, please be sure to leave your comment down below, and we will see you next time.
Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for checking out Greylock, and bully Hunter about whatever I told you to bully about in the comments. Bye. Bye. You let me into your subconscious. Now I'm not going to leave. Bye.
Welcome back to CreepCast. How you doing? Isaiah, how are you today?
I'm doing very good. I feel honored that you did the Papa Meat how you doing thing. I kind of missed that.
I know, I fucked up.
No. I like it, because when I watch Papa Meat, I'm like, oh, he doesn't do that for me. But now I feel special.
I don't want to mix the waves too much. I get in record mode, and I start just saying all the random stuff I say verbatim. So
that's cute. You have little catchphrases and stuff.
I think people just get such a tickle out of it.
Yeah, of course. That's a word for it. Yeah. So hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you so much for stopping by the show. It means the most. Thank you all so much for the support that you showed on Creep TV. Was it brave of us to take our already successful podcast and push it in a direction we knew would be successful? It was, actually. So I
think it's incredibly brave.
That. Yeah, it was very brave of us. And we're actually veterans, if you think about it, like the same level of commitment and bravery, at least as you told me before we started recording. So I'm glad that people recognize that, our braveness.
Hey everybody, we want to let you know that we have merch now. We have an awesome shirt. This is what it looks like. But on the back, it has the spider that goes down to your ass crack. It's very episode. But without further ado, let's get into today's episode, which we are talking about my wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying. People have requested this before, and I want to say right now, one of my favorite titles of a story we are getting ready to cover so far. Love the title.
The title's pretty cool. I'll admit I'm a little skeptical, mainly because the audience suggested this one, and their track record has been questionable.
We've been burned.
We have been burned a lot, and you know what? For the record, I enjoyed Tommy Taffy, but that was your all's fault. Any problems you have with it, look in the mirror. That's who did it. But like, there's a lot of creepypasta, especially like r/no sleep, that have a title that's a question like that. We've covered a few, right? My dead girlfriend keeps messaging me on Facebook. The thing in the basement's getting better at mimicking people, stuff like that, right? And it can be hit or miss. Now, I'm with you. I think the title's great. I think it's a good hook. I am very excited for the potential, but the fact the audience suggested it makes me nauseous. But we'll see if they're worthy of being called our fans.
It's true. Well, I shared some of that rage with you as well. I punched 4 holes in my wall just because I read the comments once. So there's a plethora of walls. It looks like a goddamn beehive in my room right now with the amount of holes and caverns there are. But I'm excited. I also, as we've said before, I really enjoy whenever the names of the stories also really heavily play into the social media post aspect to it.
Yes. Yeah, I do think that's pretty cool. Because like we've talked about before, the whole premise of r/no sleep is it has to be conducted in a way that makes sense for it to wind up on no sleep, right?
Yeah.
So like some of them kind of try to hide it, like they'll kind of fit it in at the end, like the left-right game, for example. The very end, it's like, I'm sending this as my final message, something like that. Or the framing device, her friend who posted it online is the one who received the email. And there's others like this or my dead girlfriend that just full bore starts with like, hey guys, I know this is a subreddit. I'm going through this. And you can do cool stuff with it when you kind of embrace the format. So again, we'll see how it goes.
The immersion is beautiful. Well, I say without further ado, this is also by Malia Girl 1314. So I say let's just dive in.
Let's go ahead and dive in. There is one thing I want to get off my chest before we start, though, that mostly I feel like you'd appreciate. I was in the city this weekend, and some girl runs up to me, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, are you that guy from CreepCast?" Not Wendigo.
That is nice.
Not Isaiah. That guy from CreepCast.
That guy.
That guy.
You're the guy who does the Jeff Goldblum impression, right? Yes.
Now, if she said that, I would have been thrilled. I've been like,
that would have been fucked up. I would have actually quit the pod. I would have been like, okay, I'm done. I'm actually done.
I would have been like, that's right.
That's right.
That's me.
That's me.
No, she wouldn't know that because the editor keeps cutting it. The Creep TV was the most the Jeff Goldblum impression got out because Caitlin wasn't allowed to touch it. She didn't get
you know what I say?
Paws on it.
Enjoy it while you could because it's the last time. Okay. All right, let's get into it.
Here we go. My wife has been peeking at me from around corners and behind furniture. It's gone from weird to terrifying.
Terrifying.
My wife Lynn and I have been together for 6 years and married for 11 months. Our entire history together has been very normal, and never once have I noticed any weird behaviors or red flags. I can't stress enough how out of character this whole thing is for her. Okay, hold on. I'm already surprised. From the title, I fully expected the beginning to be like, oh, my wife's dead, right? And now her ghost is.
Oh,
in the
really?
house.
See, I was thinking, I was thinking this was going to be the trajectory of like, we've been for some reason at this time she's just like a switch has happened. And then we get to dive into that. I'm surprised. So did you think this was gonna be a ghost story?
I thought it was gonna be like a ghost story or something. Yeah.
Oh.
Or maybe maybe not ghost necessarily, maybe like skinwalker kind of thing. Like, she disappeared and then something comes in the house.
I'm expecting it's like the switch is she's like, oh, whatever. And then it's maybe something where I don't know if she has been murdered and someone has replaced her. Like she is in a physical state still.
Maybe it's kind of like my bias for the way the title was formatted. I talked about earlier. I was kind of expecting a "my dead girlfriend keeps messaging me" kind of story.
It does have you're right. It does have that kind of ring to it.
But I emphasize that to say already I'm like, oh, okay.
A little curveball.
Let's see what you have. Okay.
Ah, boy, oh boy, when I sit baking under these lights recording this creepy little podcast for you, I smell like and I think, I bet my listeners smell like too. Each and every single one of you. Which is why I have a couple fragrances that I'm stoked to talk to you about today. Starting off with Dirty Hinoki by Heretic. The scent of the Hinoki cypress and cedar are known to alleviate anxiety, and I thought it would give a good overall calming effect to anyone I spray it on. Another fragrance I wanted to try was Amour Café by Monsieur Paris. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but the smell of coffee always gets my tingling. And the scent has notes of espresso, vanilla cream, and brown sugar, making it the ultimate sweet treat. Yum! Next up is Vanilla and Bourbon by Scents of Wood. Spraying this in the air is like being dipped into a big old bowl of vanilla ice cream. Underneath the covers are hints of cardamom oil and cinnamon bark. Last of the bunch is Antihero by Cuatrix. Now that's cool. This fragrance might be my favorite one. It smells like stumbling out an alley of a speakeasy in the best kind of way. It has notes of rum, praline, apple, and saffron. And all of these scents, guess what? They're from Scentbird. For less than $17 a month, you can try different brands and scents in order to find out which one you like. And all the vials come with a 30-day supply. And Scentbird carries a wide range of brands, including Prada, Versace, and Roja. Avoid the disappointment and stop wasting money on bottles you might end up disliking. If you're interested in trying Scentbird, use our code CREEP or click the link below to get 55% off your colognes and fragrances at Scentbird. That's code CREEP to checkout to get 55% off your first month. Thank you so much to Scentbird for sponsoring this episode, and hey, back to the episode, you smelly
Lynn is very kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. She's always been the no-nonsense type of person. Being childish or trying to scare me is not something she'd normally do. She doesn't even like watching horror movies. Lame. Gosh, you married this girl?
Yeah, I know. What the fuck are you thinking, dude?
Loser.
Yeah, she's kind and thoughtful. Can't be too kind or thoughtful.
You know, we need to roll back out that girl from Pen Pal who I was like,
oh yeah,
way too into. Then I realized she was a teenager and I backed off. You know, whatever her name was, that would have been a better option. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so scared that she didn't even make it through half of the movie before we had to turn it off. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop breaking every paragraph. But The Shining, halfway? What happens halfway through The Shining that you would turn it off?
Jack Nicholson's hairline.
That, you know what? Actually, that's fair. All right, continuing. She isn't into anything creepy and has never been into pranks. It's just not her cup of tea, and that's fine. But that's what was so strange about this. It's just so unlike her. I should also add that she never had any mental health issues, and as far as I'm aware, it doesn't run in her family. I know some people are able to hide their mental health problems, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I had seen some sort of sign.
I love these build-ups with these stories too, where it's just like the author has not said anything specifically about what has happened, but it's been so many things like, well, she never used to scare me. I also want to say that she has never been mentally deranged at all. So it's just like slowly building these pieces without ever actually being like, this is what she's doing.
It feels like a guy actually coming to the board for help, you know? So if you like pretend like it's not r/no sleep, it's like, yeah, this is formatted like a guy who's like, something's up with my wife. Does anyone have any advice with this? You know, something like that. Like I said, it embraces the format, right?
Right.
2 months ago, I was in the kitchen making myself some coffee before work. I was running a bit late that morning and knew I wouldn't be able to make it to Dunkin' Donuts for my usual morning fix. I took a sip of my coffee as I hurried down the hall towards the front door, when I happened to notice Lynn peeking at me from around the corner ahead of me. I could only see her eyes and a strand of her long dark hair hanging against the wall. The rest of her body was concealed behind the corner. I nearly spilled my coffee when I saw her. I did burn the shit out of my lips.
Jeez, Lynn,
I said, wiping a few drops of coffee from my pants.
You scared the shit out of me.
She immediately popped out of view like a little kid that had been caught. I heard her scurry off towards the living room, and by the time I got to the front door, she was out of sight.
I'm definitely picturing her peeking, and you can tell she's smiling. Like, I bet you her eyebrows are raised, you know?
Man, I'm already, okay, I'm in, you know? Because, like,
it's just so weird too. It's like not. It's obviously strange. It's not that she's even threatening. Because if I first saw this, I'd be like, "What the hell are you even doing?" And then just, and then she like runs off because she got caught. There's nothing threatening. It's just so surreal and odd that a grown woman would do that it does make it creepy.
Yeah, it's like so out of character. Like, imagine your wife doing that kind of thing, you know? Or
Oh,
like,
that would, no. I would be like, what the fuck are you doing?
I would be like, oh no, come back here. What was that? Explain what that was.
Don't run off like a toddler.
Yeah, don't what? Like, I'm imagining like my wife doing that. Like, if I was walking through the house and it was like just an eye of hers, I'd be like, no. We're not going to bed until we talk about that.
Yeah, there's no way. I'd be like, especially, can you imagine like living on the day normally after that? Like, we're like brushing our teeth at night. I'd be like, no, seriously, what the fuck were you doing earlier? It's just a prank. I'm like, well, don't do that. No more.
It's like,
no more.
What? I'm sorry. Are you a child? Are you
exactly. What are you, a fucking jester? I'm gonna get you a hat with some bells on it, you freak. That's what I'd say.
Put a collar on her, like, mate. Well, that sounded weird, but you know what I meant. Like,
okay.
I lost it. My bad. Okay, take it back. Immediately I jumped out of that one, but no, it's like it is uncanny. It's like an odd. It's creepy. It's creepy enough, you know.
Yeah.
It was really weird and just totally out of character for her, like I said, but I also found it kind of funny that she was being more playful and a little less serious. I shouted that I loved her and called her a weirdo. As I shut the door behind me, I heard her laughing.
Oh, I don't like that. Even from him, I don't. That whole interaction was, I love you, you fucking freak. And you just hear behind the door. like, what can you get? I bet dinner parties at their house are unbearable. Hey, we're throwing on the football game tomorrow night. I'm like, no, I'm good. Hey, babe. Hey, you freak up in my attic. They just got a touchdown. She makes the best pork roast, doesn't she, guys? She's like hanging from the ceiling like a spider.
Yeah, she's like scampering across the walls. Isn't her guacamole delicious?
Oh man, it's delightful.
She's like, you just hear Latin coming from, she's not speaking it, but there's Latin coming from her. Her behavior was a bit odd, but it certainly wasn't something to call a priest over. I forgot about it by lunch, and by the time I got home, she was her normal self. I didn't bring it up, and neither did she, and life went on. The next incident happened 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m. and I had woken up to get a drink. I was standing at the kitchen island, jug of OJ in hand, when I felt a strong feeling that I was being watched. For whatever reason, I looked down at the floor and saw my wife's smiling face staring back. She was peeking at me from the other side of the island, staring up at me with wide, unblinking eyes and grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I'll admit it. Not out of irritation, but fear. For some reason at that moment, I was scared. At the sound of my scream, Lynn scuttled backwards out of my... Scuttled? I do not like the word scuttled being applied.
Yeah, dude, no.
She's like vibrating backwards really quick. Like,
yeah.
Her hands and feet smacking the tile floor. Oh, I don't like that either.
Her hands and feet smacking the tile floor. Was she a goddamn duck? now imagine that she's like running away like a duck. Like she's just like
feet pointed straight
just like
out.
wobbling side to side.
Yep.
To the ground.
That gets me in like horror films when it's like dark, but you hear like the running, you know, getting quicker.
Okay. See, I didn't have the visual of you doing that, so I didn't know what that clapping was. The
for the caller, you know?
Yeah. I will say the new context of this being at 2 a.m. makes the one during the day, like you could easily see that being played off. But at 2 a.m., I'd be like, it takes on such a whole new entity.
Yeah. I mean, like my wife's like pranked me before, you know, like,
oh yeah,
put something scary somewhere. So maybe you could write it off as that, but I would ask her about it.
If it's super uncharacteristic though, it just feels even more odd.
You know, it's uncharacteristic.
Where the fuck did she pick this up?
You know, it's uncharacteristic about. I mean, we've only seen one instance, so maybe it happens here. But there's no alleviation after the scare, right? Like if your friend scares you and you scream,
usually laugh.
There's like the ha, whatever, I got you.
Yeah, you got me.
But
blah,
if
blah.
that never happens, then there's like just a strange tension,
Yeah.
It's kind of the vibe I get. Scuttled down my view, smacking the tile floor. Wait, whoa, hold on. Her hands and feet smacking the tile floor as she hurried out of the kitchen on all fours.
Yeah.
I didn't get that far.
She's running around the house. It's like, I should have never taken her to say Planet of the Apes.
On all fours? I was making a
fours.
joke about the Aladdin spider running across the walls.
I'm telling you, dude. It's like a goddamn beetle walk around. Yeah, no, there's no way.
She's like 6 inches off the floor, her whole body parallel, and her arms and legs are bent at like the knees and elbows. Like,
yeah. That's what I'm expecting.
What the heck? I didn't run after her or even yell after her. I just stood there frozen in shock, wondering what had possessed her to do that. It took me a little longer than I'd like to admit to go back upstairs, but I eventually did. When I got to our bedroom, Lynn was lying on her side, asleep. I would wake her up. I'd be like, no, we're talking about this.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, I don't want to wake her.
Like hell. I'd fucking flip on the lights and slam the door. Hey! That's what I'd say. Wake up!
My prediction is that there's another entity in the house that looks like his wife.
Oh, see, if I was a betting man, I still think that his wife is gone and something has taken its place. That's what I think.
That's possible. I'm assuming in between though, there's like a lot of like normal time.
At first, I'm imagining. I think it's going to be a slow transition, I think.
Yeah. Or at least pretending to be asleep. I stood there for a while watching her breathing to be sure she was really asleep. I had the feeling she might jump out at me the moment I got into bed, but she didn't. Climbed into bed and she didn't even move. Her breathing was soft and deep, and I was starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing. The next morning, I waited for her to come down for coffee, and after handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to ask her about it.
What was that about last night?
I asked, keeping my tone light so I didn't offend or embarrass her. She frowned over her cup of coffee, shaking her head like she had no clue what I was referring to.
You were peeking at me again from over there,
I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gaze, and when she looked back at me, she burst out laughing. She laughed so hard, I couldn't help but join her.
You creep me the fuck out sometimes, you know that?
She giggled and set her cup on the counter and wrapped her arms around my neck.
You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even.
What? That was a weird interaction.
This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this is just a fucking socially weird ass couple, dude. I've known some people like this.
These are just some weird people.
Yeah, like where it's just like a guy's just like,
Yeah, I mean, my favorite thing to do is play Settlers of Catan and watch the old Gargoyle show on Disney XD, and she likes to crochet and eat pears.
And you're like, what kind of fucking, what world are you in, dude?
Examples are always so hyper specific. Do you know someone who plays Settlers of Catan and watches Gargoyles on Disney?
Yes. His girlfriend would crochet the whole time and she'd eat raw pears. It was so fucking odd. It was unbelievable.
Wait, this is a
I'm
real
telling you.
You're describing.
Yes, it's and I'm like, it makes sense to where it's like, then I'm reading this and I.
Was this a bug family you were talking?
I don't know. All I know is when I read these things, I'm like, this is not out of the realm of reality of a guy being like, just having these kind of awkward interactions and stuff. I don't know.
There are a bunch of people I know who are like strange, socially, and I'm like, what are they like at home?
Yeah.
What's their day-to-day conversations? Yeah.
Also, I just want to say too, just looking back at her quote, was you creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even. Reading that back, it feels like she didn't respond to anything besides there. Do you think that's like, it doesn't feel like a human interaction really. Just feels kind of weird. Like, I don't know.
You creep me out all the time, so I guess it kind of sounds like she's still not acknowledging what he's talking about.
Well, that's what I mean is he's like, what is that? Because sure, she laughed, but to me, I read it kind of like she's fucking weird as hell, creepy, eating pears and doing whatever the heck she has to do. But I think like more so, wouldn't you be like, I know, I've just been messing with you. Like you would like have a trail on sentence to that. And then it's like it's even kind of a threat too, or her being like, you creep me out all the time. It's kind of insulting.
The closest thing I could think of is if like Kayla was pranking me And I was like, what's that about? She'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, she would keep the game going, but like the whole, you creep me out all the time. Like almost making it like like a cutesy romantic moment, you know? That's
it's weird. It's a backhanded like compliment kind of thing, or it's supposed to be a cutesy insult. But to me, I'm like, oh, to where in the moment you'd be like, oh, okay, it's normal. But I feel like on my drive, it would eat at me all day. My wife would get some very inquisitive text. What the fuck did you mean by that?
Yeah, what were you talking about? No, that's so funny. The pear thing is so good. She's just eating pears. This sounds like a eats dry spaghetti kind of person, right? Like just opens a box, eats the dry noodles, you know?
Oh, dude,
that kind of thing. Yeah.
Chews on dry noodles like chips, and then cooks it and doesn't use like pasta sauce but ketchup.
Yes.
And like,
oh my gosh.
It's tomatoes.
It's all the same thing. You can't taste the difference. Yeah, those freaks.
Yeah,
those.
Yeah, they play Settlers of Catan, the biggest horror of all.
Do you need to talk about it?
No.
Okay. We said our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I kept thinking about how creepy it had been seeing her grinning at me from behind the island like that. The sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. See, like that takes me out of it. My wife has never crawled in my presence.
I'm telling you, there would be some inquisitive text I would have to send.
Yeah, like what the heck? I told myself she was just trying to be silly, just trying to join me in my love of all things horror. It's not like I was afraid of her, but it still didn't sit right with me. Yeah, maybe this can confine in the realms of just like a weird couple.
But that's how I'm reading it. Just kind of an oddball couple.
Yeah. I started seeing her peeking at me more and more. Sometimes she'd be peeking out from behind the couch or living room curtains. Once she even managed to get inside her grandmother's old trunk that sits at the foot of our bed. I might not have even known she was there at all had the trunk's old hinges not given her away.
Hey, babe, could you get out of the trunk, please?
Imagine you're going to bed tonight. You're like in your boxers and t-shirt, and you walk out of bed, and your wife is just
you're like scratching your balls, you're farting, and all kinds of stuff. And then like my wife is just at the foot of my bed in the smallest Bulgarian trunk of all time, and I'm like, how the hell did you even get in there?
Can you please
come to get out of the trunk, please?
I'm going to have an affair just to make you do something else. Just to make you mad. I don't want to, but
I need to feel something else besides fear.
Feel something. I'm constantly afraid in this house. People looking at me like a freak.
Well, she hasn't gone to work in 4 months because she just sits in the trunk all day.
You bring like her parents over. They're like, sweetie, you want to come out? She's just like looking at you like an eye.
Yeah, we have to bring the family therapist over. It's like this old German guy. He's like, Thomas will get out of the trunk. Yeah, come to me. Lynn, come. That's what he says.
Did the Pear family have a German therapist?
That I don't know.
Okay. That was your first abstraction.
Yeah, that was the first piece of fiction to that story, by the way.
She had the lid propped up just enough so that only half of her face peeked through. She'd been grinning like an excited toddler. It was unnerving. I didn't even know what to say to her. All I could do was stare. When I finally found my voice, I asked her why on earth she was doing this. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid.
Oh, dude. Can we talk about this like adults?
Hold on, let me read the sentence. She didn't answer, but she had slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I just walked away feeling disturbed. Imagine that. You walk out, you're like, babe, can we go to bed? And she just like slowly sets the trunk and you're like, I guess I'm watching Family Guy reruns. I guess I'm sitting on the couch. Oh, look, Family Matters is on reruns. I guess I'll leave that on.
Cosby Show's on. I feel awkward about that, but I guess I'm watching it.
I didn't understand why she was doing it, but it clearly made her happy. I just hoped she would tire out of the game quickly. Lynn didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks. I started to think she was done with her weird prank, and I was relieved. We were watching a show on Netflix one night, and I jokingly said that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately, and that she must have given up on her spy game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said,
"Maybe I've just gotten better at it."
Oh, I don't.
That's a great line.
I didn't like that.
That's a great line. That's fucking creepy. You know what? You know why that fucked me up though too? Is because my fat ass is thinking about like me scarfing down some chocolate cake at night and not realizing that my wife is just watching me devour like a piece of like triple chocolate cake, and I'm like, "Did you see that? Did you see me eat the triple chocolate cake?" Babe?
I mean, it's like.
Please.
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your bit.
No, that's it. No, that's it.
I didn't mean to cut you off through the bit. It's
fine.
There's like this sacredness to your house, right? You know, that like when you're up at like 2 a.m. walking around and stuff like that, like, you know, you're in your own world, who cares? But it's weird to think that the person kind of invading that privacy would be like the one person you share it with, you know? Because there's not any other scenarios I can think of where like my wife would feel like an intruder, you know?
Yeah.
Except
it's
for
the person you're supposed to trust more than anyone else on earth.
Exactly. Yeah. But if she was like refusing to talk about how she would spy on me for long periods of time and I couldn't see her, like, dude.
Well, it's just weird.
That's good. I haven't heard, you know, I can't think of a time because every like, oh, my wife is scary horror story I know is about like possession or, you know, demonic stuff like that, whatever. This one's just kind of eerie. I like it. I didn't say anything, but I wondered whether or not she was joking. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. Was she still peeking at me when I wasn't looking and I just hadn't noticed? And if so, what the hell was she getting out of this? I started to feel paranoid, constantly checking whether she was watching from around the corner or behind a door. I was jumpy whenever I was home and she wasn't in full view of me. I felt stupid and a little crazy. But after a few weeks without another incident, I began to relax. I stopped checking behind furniture and walls and told myself it was just a bad memory. Then a few days ago, things got much worse. Lynn left to go to a friend's, and I lounged on the couch and played a couple games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I hopped in the shower as I was washing the soap from my hair. Man, okay, I'm getting chills now. Yeah, imagine, because it's your wife, bro, you know? Like, it's supposed to be just positive feelings.
Well, one thing that's kind of interesting about the
my wife, who always barges
like,
in when I'm recording these episodes. And that, but...
The instinctual feeling of like knowing that someone is watching you is such a weird human trait to have, but for the idea of it to feel so foreign from someone that you're supposed to trust so much is just really interesting.
Yeah,
because I feel like I've had feelings like, oh, I can tell them you can. It's like different presence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like whenever you feel like a stranger's looking at you, like, and you have that feeling is different than when you feel like your wife is maybe looking at you.
Yeah.
So I feel like his body is even picking up on like, oh, I feel like some kind of stranger is looking at me right now.
Yeah. There's been a lot of, it's like that primal thing, right? Of like, someone's looking at me.
Yeah.
But you like don't get that with your wife or, you know, the person you live with or whatever. But to like, yeah, like you said, like to pick up, it's almost like you relearn that fear of them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I was in the shower. I felt that awful feeling that I was being watched. I slowly opened my eyes and almost had a heart attack. Lynn was peeking from behind the shower curtain. Her entire head stretched into the shower, leaving just her body outside. Her long, dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth hung open in a terrible grin, eyes wide and red as if she hadn't blinked in a while. I screamed and jumped back against the wall. She didn't move, nor did she smile, nor did her smile waver. Her makeup ran down her cheeks in 2 black streaks. She looked giddy and completely deranged. I was terrified. Oh,
oof, that's awesome. That's really good.
And that's good. Her eyes, like she won't blink. She's just wanting to look at you. We stood like that for a few moments, neither of us saying a word. Finally, after what felt like forever, she slowly pulled her head back out of the shower, and I watched her blurry figure through the curtain as she moved backwards towards the bathroom door. A second later, the bathroom door slammed shut, hard enough to rattle the mirror. I screamed again and jumped out of the shower to lock the door. I stayed inside the bathroom for over an hour. Maybe I overreacted to some of you, but joke or not, I wasn't going to put up with this crazy shit anymore. That's what I kept telling myself as I paced in my bathroom, stopping to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly, I heard a muffled sound, and I pressed my ear against the bathroom door, straining to listen. I couldn't hear anything, but I envisioned Lynn standing on the other side of the door, giggling at her joke. I felt a surge of anger. I was beyond pissed at being made to feel scared in my own house and made to hide in the bathroom for an hour. All for what? Some joke? If it was a joke, it was an awful one.
What the fuck, Lynn? This shit's getting really fucking annoying.
I waited for her to apologize or to call me a jerk, but instead I heard a faint moan. So quiet, I wondered if I heard it at all, and then complete silence.
Lynn?
I called out, not able to even hide the shakiness in my voice. I got no response, just my own heavy breathing.
I swear to God, just fucking stop it!
I yelled, pounding my fist on the door. I waited for her to cuss me out, something I would expect from me talking to her like that. I never screamed at her before. But there was nothing. Just the occasional drip from the shower head. I won't deny that I was scared. Too afraid to open the damn door and face my own wife. I waited another 30 minutes or so, which feels like a lifetime when you're scared. Finally, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night hiding in my bathroom, so I got down on my knees and peered under the door. I almost expected to see her face peeking back at me, but thankfully I didn't. I could see straight down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but no Lynn. I didn't know if I should be happy about that or not. I looked for a few minutes, waiting to see her head pop up over the top step, but it never came. Man. Oh, what an awful idea. What an awful visual. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door, and mentally prepared myself to open it. I slowly turned the lock with shaky fingers. I was about to yank it open when I heard a sound. It still makes me feel nauseous when I think about it. A moan, louder than before, but this time I was able to tell just where it was coming from. I turned my head to the closet door, as if in slow motion, and locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking out from the slight gap. Her eyes were still wide as ever, and her mouth was hanging open in the most grotesque, gaping smile I'd ever seen. I didn't even scream. I was too scared for even that. Her hands were clasped to her chest, body trembling with sheer delight, as if she could barely contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan bubbled up from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire body.
How do you imagine the moan sounding?
You can't hear it, but they can because I'm doing the microphone.
No, I can hear that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, kind of like a death rattle kind of noise almost, you know?
Well, imagine if you're smiling, it's like...
Oh,
like
yeah, like you're so eager with excitement, you're like trying to hold in a scream almost, you know?
Yeah,
like
almost like it's like the kind of like short burst of air you get from trying to hold in your laughter. Almost, I'm just trying to
like a
picture in my head because there's so much. I'm so glued to the story. I haven't like even been wanting to talk. It's been so good, but I'm trying to get in my mind's eye. I'm having a hard time figuring out what the short raspy.
I think what it is she like visibly like her eyes are red because she's holding them open. Her mouth is huge.
Dry.
She has her hands clasped up to her chest, like not across her chest, but like a kid who's like excited to go somewhere and has like his like fist up and he's like bouncing, you know.
Yeah,
and I imagine
almost like they're wearing a backpack or something.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly. And I imagine the moan to be like kind of like a little eek, you know, like ee, like you know,
yeah, like a very like little high pitched frequency with it.
Yeah,
like the little bit of the big bubbling rasping, like the bubble that's coming up from her throat is carrying in just like a very low bit of wind coming from her or air coming that's over the top of this, just like leaking out a high-pitched frequency.
She is so excited for this.
Yeah.
Somehow I found the ability to pull the bathroom door open and ran as fast as I could all the way down the steps, snagging my keys and phone from the table in the living room before running outside to my car. I could hear her shrill laughter behind me, but I didn't hear her getting closer. I didn't bother shutting the front door. I drove away from the house faster than I legally should have, shivering the entire time. either from fear or the cold. Maybe a little of both. I hadn't grabbed a coat or even a pair of shoes. I was still in my boxers and my hair was still damp. I drove straight to my brother Chris's house about 40 minutes away, ignoring any and every call and text I got. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Lynn had called 4 times and sent a flurry of texts, all wondering where I'd gone and why I left, quote, like that.
I'm reading that she's sending these texts as well. Like, I'm just picturing her smiling, looking at her phone.
Yeah.
Like, I think left like that, I think it's much more malicious. Or it's like, you know, like almost like mocking, antagonizing.
Yeah, it's like, oh, why'd you leave like that? Oh, you scared?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, are you a scaredy boy? Like that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why'd you leave like that?
Yeah. Like there's like a high school mockery to it almost.
Yeah.
I threw my phone at the dash in rage, furious at her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were surprised to see me, especially dressed in just a pair of boxers, but told me to stay as long as I needed. Chris lit me some clothes and asked me what happened. Told him Lynn and I had a fight, but didn't get into the details. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting, leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a strange one. I mean, hadn't I encouraged her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I'd wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I'd had in mind. That is a hard situation to get anyone else to understand. You know, like your friend comes over, he's like, well, she peeked at me, but she was really excited about it.
Well, I think it's insane. I mean, like, you probably feel like you're going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you reason that through? I mean, even to himself, he's like, he understands that this is an absurd situation, but it's how long it's gone on and her like unreasonableness afterwards that's got him so. I'd understand being mad, you know.
Yeah, and being in a relationship too, I think that there's a lot of like give and take, especially whenever you've been in a relationship so long. That's just like, I don't know, like the amount of guilt you must feel as well, or like just to be like, what am I doing? I'm overreacting. Like you would be lying, you would be dancing circles around your head trying to make sense of all this.
Yeah. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my brain wouldn't let me sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Lynn's face staring at me from inside the closet. Knowing she'd been in there with me the entire time made my skin crawl. She never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she flipped inside the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to fool me. The mere thought of going back home gave me anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chris ended up giving me a sleeping pill, so I was able to get a little rest. My sleep was filled with terrible dreams. All of Lynn's smiling face.
Do you think this could be some kind of creature that is like feeding off of fear almost?
Could be like a mimic of sorts. That's kind of like,
it's like relishing in the idea of just watching him be afraid.
Yeah, it could be like a parasite
there,
type thing, you know?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The question would be if it just looks like his wife and it killed her, or maybe it's kind of like a possession thing, like it controls his wife, you know?
Yeah, I'm almost wondering if it's something that gets passed on as well, like an It Follows deal.
Yeah.
Of like, did something similar happen that maybe she didn't talk to her husband about, and then before he even knew, she was gone, and this thing had replaced her.
It does. So if I think of it as just like a woman, like when I picture the story in my head, it's more
horrifying.
viscerally scary, you know, like a stranger like making that face and like smiling and being so happy. But when I picture my wife, it's more so like. It's just annoyance, you know, I guess.
It's annoyance, but to me, it's even worse because you can, it's much easier whenever it's a stranger because you've never perceived that person any other way, probably besides this. Yeah. So when it's someone that you know, one, my immediate thing is you feel guilt, and you're also like, are you okay? But then you are annoyed because you're like, I'm trying to help you, but at the same time, I feel like I want to leave and I feel guilty. Like there's so many different kinds of, I think, emotions that go into it.
It's a weird emotion. You know, it's almost like, have you ever tried to like reason with someone who's high?
Yeah.
Where it's like,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, where you're
someone's
like, no,
too
like,
wasted kind of
come
thing.
on, talk to me, and they like, you know, they're in there, but you can't get through to them. So you're trying to figure out how to phrase yourself to get through to them, you know, like,
right.
It's like there's a veil almost. It's creepy in that way.
Yeah.
I woke up just as the sun started to rise. My sore body ached from the sofa and I felt drained. I knew I'd have to call in at some point, but I didn't know what to say to her. I wouldn't be going home unless she gave me her word she'd never do any more creepy shit. I just wanted my wife back. Her normal, serious self never looked so good to me. I was contemplating calling her and telling her that when that familiar feeling came over me. I was being watched. I was staring at the ceiling, my heart in my throat. Didn't want to look away, but the longer I ignored the feeling, the worse it got. My eyes drifted away from the ceiling almost on their own. Her face was pressed up against the window beside the couch.
Oh, man.
Staring down at me with that same gaping smile. Bro. Yo. Oh, gosh. It followed him all the way there. Drool dribbled down her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I didn't know how long she'd been there, but something told me she'd been there for quite a while. Possibly all night. Bro.
If that's the case, then too, I think that you were right to assume that's something paranormal.
Yeah.
I mean, how else would it know?
Yeah, of course.
Where you were at.
It knows where he went. It was a 40-minute drive, and it got there, you know?
Yeah.
Unless it's stowed away in the car with him, how could it do that if not paranormal?
Exactly.
Which that's another terrifying fact, that it was in the car with him the whole time.
Well, yeah, it keeps moving, and it keeps moving and like plotting how it's going to like follow and watch him.
Yeah.
And it's just interesting.
I didn't bother screaming, though I was afraid anger trumped any fear I felt at that moment. I jumped up from the couch and pounded my palm against the glass.
Lynn, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Just go home now.
She didn't move, and her ghastly expression never changed. If anything, her smile only grew, as if she had never been more elated. I could hear Chris and his wife moving around upstairs. As if Lynn could hear them from her place outside, her head twitched slightly in their direction, and she began to close her mouth slowly. Chris called my name from upstairs, obviously concerned. I turned to see him and his wife Rebecca hurrying down the steps. When I turned back to the window, Lynn was gone. The only sign she'd been there at all was the 2 streaks of drool still dripping down the glass. I tried explaining to Chris and Rebecca about waking up and seeing Lynn watching me through their window. They were skeptical. Who wouldn't be?
That's a nice setup, not to interrupt you. That's a nice setup too, because Chris did give our protagonist some like sleeping pills beforehand too.
Yep.
So who knows? I mean, it's still, we don't know. I mean, it could still be a hallucination of some kind.
Could be. Chris and I went outside to the spot in front of the window, but there were no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indent. Animal, probably, Chris guessed, and I didn't argue. He and Rebecca assumed I dreamt the entire episode, but they didn't understand, and I was too tired to explain it to them. I called out of work that day and turned my cell off. I didn't want to face Lynn. Just talking to her was too much for me at that point. I really started to believe something was irreversibly wrong with her, that no matter what promises she made, we'd never be the same again. The thought saddened me to my core. I cried most of the morning. By noon, I figured I was ready to confront her. Give her one last chance to explain herself. I could at least give her that after 6 years, I told myself. I turned my phone on and saw the dozens of texts she'd sent, all from a seemingly concerned wife.
Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home.
And more of the same. All texts telling me she loved me and she wanted me home. How worried she was. Not a damn one addressing the crazy shit she pulled, like she had been acting like a character from a Stephen King book. I'll also mention those texts are very vapid, and just like generic, you know?
Well, to end with just come home, I mean, it feels like bait.
Yeah. It does feel like swinging the carrot on a stick, sort of, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Even her texts were different. She normally texted novels just to tell me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say after her bizarre shenanigans. That's what I mean, right? Like normally, like your person will text you more detail or something more specific than just "I love you, please call me." You know.
Well, yeah, it's
very Skinwalker-esque.
Mm-hmm.
I know it probably seems childish to some of you who are miles away from this situation, but if you saw the way Lynn had looked at me, how she scampered away on all fours like some wild animal, grinning at me from inside the closet like a lunatic, then I think you'd find my reaction was warranted. Yeah, I get it, bro. I'm
fully there with you.
I would have said grounds for divorce after the crawling away on all fours. Everything else is just reaffirmed that point.
I would have never spoken to this person again as soon as she got in the fucking trunk. The trunk was the last straw for me.
Yeah. Like maybe you can save the marriage after the shower thing, maybe. But that, no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I ended up staying with Chris and Rebecca for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until afternoon, and thankfully, I didn't see Lynn's face watching me through the window.
I don't want to pry because it's not my place, but is this fight something that can be mended?
Rebecca asked. She made us both a sandwich for lunch, and I knew she wanted to breach the subject without seeming to be nosy.
I don't know. She's like a different person.
I said, choosing my words carefully. I still wasn't ready for her or Chris to know the full extent of the batshit craziness I had been dealing with.
People change, Ben. But she's still the same woman you married. Maybe you both just need to talk through the issues. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it can be fixed.
She said, ever the peacemaker.
I think it's beyond that now. I don't think talking would help. I just don't trust her.
I said. The words stung in my heart. I missed and loved my wife. How could I live with someone like that? Living in constant fear didn't sound too appealing.
Lynn loves you. She has to be absolutely crushed. I don't know about that. Well, she certainly seemed like it to me. I've never seen her so upset. Very much unlike the Lynn I know.
She said, shaking her head sadly. It took a full minute for her words to really sink in, and when they did, I felt dread worming its way through my skin.
Wait, what do you mean? You saw her? You saw Lynn?
Oh, I didn't even reger that.
I took me a second too. I'm like, oh, fuck, when did you see her today?
Yeah.
Or is she in the house?
Like
waking up and it's like, oh yeah, we invited her over for dinner or something. Oh God.
Shut up. Rebecca nodded casually as if the fact wasn't nightmare fuel. Maybe for her it wasn't.
She stopped by this morning just after Chris left for work.
Oh God. You've been in the house all day, a safe space.
Oh God, sleeping too, defenseless.
Gosh. She said, cleaning the plates from the table.
I didn't see her car though. Maybe she took an Uber or something.
Bro.
Dude, he told you that she was outside the door and Chris was like, oh, I bet it's like a deer.
Well, I mean, realistically, I come to your house and I'm like, yeah, dude, Kayla, she was pressed up against the glass this morning.
Oh, sure. No.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Let's say that happens, right? You say that to me. I say this to my wife. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's still a bit loopy. He said he saw Kayla come up.
Yeah.
And my wife would be like, oh, yeah, he's probably just, still
sure, yeah.
Dozing off. And then if Kayla was like, hey, can I come in? And I'd be like, where's your car?
Next day.
I feel like, okay, it's the next day. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Which does give it some level of like, okay, forget about that. Oh, here she is.
A little bit of belief. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I would still be, I don't know. It puts me on edge a bit. Beck, what did she say? Did she come inside?
I asked, sweat starting to break out on my forehead. I began looking around, examining corners as though a predator lurked behind them.
No, she just asked if you were awake yet, and I said that you weren't. I asked if she wanted to wake you, but she said no. Just said to let you sleep.
She said as she washed the dishes.
That's all? She didn't say anything else? No. She looked awful, though. Like she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her.
I got up from the table and thanked Rebecca for lunch. I felt a little bit better at the knowledge that at least she hadn't come inside. Still, I needed to double check that the doors were locked. Except for while trying to figure out what to do next. I didn't want to go home, but I felt that I owed it to Lynn to help her if I could. Hadn't I sworn an oath to love and honor her through sickness and in health? Clearly, she was very sick. And that's a good point, right? Like,
true.
My wife's had some mental snap. I want to help her if possible.
Of course. Yeah. He's not, the main character's not a monster. He's just completely drained. I mean, he slept for basically 24 straight hours because of just probably tossing and turning, thinking about this stuff.
Nothing supernatural has happened in the story, right? Like, we're theorizing what it might be, but I like the mention of like, I need to make sure the doors are locked because that probably would keep her out because we haven't seen anything so far. Like, oh, she can crawl, phase through a door or something like that.
Well,
right?
he's scratching for any kind of security at this moment.
Yeah.
He has completely a restless mind.
Yeah, man, I'm so locked in. This is great.
Yeah.
You know what, audience? You're all right for now. It's going to be like 2 paragraphs later. It's going to be like, there's a 7-year-old boy, and he's like, "Have you seen Tommy Taffy?"
And then Rebecca brought out her 9-year-old cousin.
Yeah. We're going to go to see the Skinned Men.
Yay!
Oh, is that a guy? Yeah, Rebecca shows up in a bear suit.
Yeah, I'd be like, okay.
All right, I see what happened here. If she was sick, which I truly believe she was, I had to try and get her the help she needed. But I didn't even know where to start. I didn't want to call the police, and besides, what the hell was I going to tell them? That my wife was peeking at me? She was being creepy? As bizarre as she'd been, she still hadn't committed any crime. Not yet, anyway. The police would have probably said that I was overreacting, but this wasn't some prank. It felt wrong. Dangerous, even. Like something sinister lurked beneath her smile. I knew as her husband, I was well within my rights to have her committed, but what if... That's a funny way of phrasing that line.
Very 1950s.
It is. That's what I was thinking.
She's hysterical.
I know that when a woman begins to lose her mind, it's only right that she be put into a ward, as anyone...
Yeah, as any normal woman would.
As any respectful, God-fearing husband would, and then sleep with his secretary to take the pain off of his mind. As God intended. In the Bible, as my pastor said. But what if she simply acted normal in their presence? She'd obviously been able to fool Rebecca into thinking she was just a concerned wife. As long as the doctors didn't find her a danger to herself or others, they'd have no choice but to release her after 72 hours. I felt lost and overwhelmed. I will say, if this story was set in the 1950s, would have been 2 paragraphs long. My wife leaned around a corner, so I shot her. Anyway.
Yeah. So I choked her out and threw her in the lake.
That'll teach her for burning the roast.
Yeah, exactly. And now she'll stop crying so much around the house.
Maybe if she wasn't a pagan, this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, she is Catholic. So what do you do?
God bless you, FDR. So I did what any husband in my position would do. I called her mother.
That's a funny line.
I didn't want to, believe me. Her mother, Marianne, and I were never on the best of terms. We never fought or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm person and wasn't really easy to get along with. She hardly ever smiled, and when she did, only her lips would move into a thin-lipped smile, leaving her eyes as blank as before. She gave off this aura that felt like she was permanently on the offensive. I'd only ever met her twice, and both times were for such short visits. I got the impression she didn't approve of me for her daughter. Lynn always ushered us out quickly, and she didn't want me to feel uncomfortable, which I was grateful for. Being in her mother's company felt almost unbearable, like walking on glass. I was glad when we moved 3 states away so we didn't have to see her often. I was happy to avoid the woman. I needed her help. I really didn't want to talk to her at all, but I had to talk to someone, and someone who knew Lynn better than I did. So I grit my teeth and did what I had to.
Yes?
She answered, already sounding irritated.
Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a minute to talk?
I asked. I could hear her cluck her tongue in irritation.
I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss, Benjamin?
She said coolly.
It's about Lynn. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something...
I was quickly interrupted.
It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is that you want from me?
She asked. I could almost see her standing there with her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table.
I wanted to know if you've noticed any odd behavior, or possibly any mental health issues.
There was a long, uncomfortable pause that I couldn't tell was because she was just thinking or something else. Finally, after a few seconds, she spoke.
I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if so, I don't find the humor in it. Now, I do have business to attend to, as I've said, so if you don't mind...
She said, but I cut her off before she could get rid of me.
Marianne, it's not a joke. I'm sincerely concerned about Lynn's mental health. Her behavior has been very erratic lately, and I'm very worried about her, and I figured as her mother, you would be as well.
I said, the frustration evident in my voice.
If you're truly concerned, then I suggest you get the health professionals involved. I don't know what you expect of me.
She snapped. I could tell she was seconds away from hanging up, and for some reason I was desperate not to let her. I had the feeling that she knew a lot more than she was letting on.
Please, if not for me, do it for Lynn.
I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were trying to hold her steeply persona together, but failing.
Marianne, Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice would be to seek professional help. Do not call here again. Goodbye.
I tried to call out to her, but she'd hung up. I tried to wrap my head around the call and her refusal to help me. Even if she didn't like me, why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't understand that. I tried to replay the conversation, desperate to find something I missed. After a while, I almost gave up, till I remembered her last words to me. Seek professional help. She said those words with a bit of urgency. I could have just been grasping at straws, but no, I was sure her voice had changed ever so slightly when she said that, as if they were very important. What had she meant? I assumed she'd been referring to medical professionals, but maybe she was referring to someone else. Someone that she didn't, for some reason, feel comfortable saying directly. Or maybe I was just desperate. Well, I feel like the mom has seen this out of Lynn before, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
And maybe that's why she had all of the animosity towards Benjamin, like when they were dating and stuff like that, because she didn't want Benjamin to go through it, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm thinking that and because Lynn, they've been married 6 years, or they've been together 6 years and married for 11 months.
Yeah.
And he's only seen her mom twice, and now they live 3 states away. What I'm wondering is Lynn keeping him from her shady past or her past self to where she doesn't want him to be around Benjamin, to be around the Marianne, because Marianne might be like, hey, you don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Or maybe she has something that comes out, once every 10 years or something like that. Yeah. I waited for Chris to get home, and after a very long and exhausting conversation with him and Rebecca, I convinced them that Lynn truly needed psychiatric help. I didn't tell them everything. I wasn't prepared to go into it yet, but I told them about our last encounter, how she'd hidden in the bathroom, peeking at me from the closet. They were obviously shocked, but thankfully they believed me. They too just wanted to help her. Still, they didn't think it was all that serious. Weird, maybe, but not dangerous. They just kept saying that Lynn had to be playing some kind of weird joke.
Maybe for YouTube?
Everywhere you look, everywhere.
Yeah, so hot. She's actually a very prolific YouTuber called LennyBoo755. She's a cam girl, Benjamin.
She's really into this thing called CreepCast, and she figured if she acted strange enough, maybe you'd put it on r/no sleep. Sorry. Chris didn't think we should involve the police just yet. He offered instead to go with me, and I readily accepted. He reasoned that calmly talking to her, trying to coax her into going willingly, was the best recourse. I agreed to do it his way. At least I wouldn't be going into that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going at night. When we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began doing somersaults. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't let my guard down. The front door was ajar, and for a split second, I thought we'd seen her eyes staring through the gap. I was shaking and starting to sweat. Chris, however, was fine. He waited for me to open the door, his hands in his pockets, like he was going on a stroll through the park. I envied his ignorance. I pushed the door open and was immediately hit with the stench of rot. Chris smelled it too, and he walked in the house behind me with his nose scrunched up.
What do you guys use to clean the floors around here? Shit? Shut up,
I said, my eyes darting around for any signs of Lynn. The house was deadly quiet and dark despite being 10 in the morning. All the curtains were closed up tight, refusing to allow any sunlight inside. If I haven't left it just 2 days prior, I'd have thought the house to be abandoned. We moved through each room, carefully checking any place she might hide, occasionally calling her name.
Where the fuck are you looking under the couch? Aren't we looking for your wife?
He was looking at me like I was a moron.
Let's just go upstairs.
He shook his head but followed me up the stairs to check the bathroom and spare bedroom. On the way up, my shoes crunched over pieces of glass that looked to be littered over a few of the steps. I noticed that one of Lynn and my wedding portraits that hung on the wall along the staircase had been smashed. The frame hung crookedly, all the glass removed. I stared at the picture, a lump formed in my throat. We had taken the photo just after leaving the church, after saying our vows. She looked so beautiful in her white gown. I looked at Lynn's beautiful face. I never dreamed her face would ever be a source of terror for me. We climbed the rest of the steps and checked the spare bedroom, but it looked completely untouched. I was hesitant to go into the bathroom, my fear from that night coming back to me all at once. Chris noticed and offered to go in by himself, but I couldn't let him do that. So we walked in together, checking the closet and the shower. The bathroom looked as if it hadn't been touched since the night I left.
I don't think she's here, Ben. Why don't you pack some clothes and we'll try coming back tomorrow or something?
Chris said. I nodded and went into our bedroom and shoved some clothes into a duffel bag. When I checked inside our closet, I came across the source of the smell and gagged. Chris took one look and lost all color in his face. He had to go stand by the stairs to get away from the sight and smell. I gazed down in shock at what lay inside my bedroom closet. Soaking into the rug were at least a dozen eyeballs, all carefully laid out in pairs. Some were as large as a quarter, while others were as tiny as a marble. I stared down at the eyes she collected from the small animals and wondered how she'd gotten them. Shuddered at the thought.
Man, I thought I had it bad with Becca's shoe addiction, but fuck me. Your wife's in here collecting eyeballs. Ben, I think we should go. I'm getting nauseous.
I would punch him in the face.
Yeah, exactly. I thought my broad was bad with all of her weird shoes.
Hey man,
yours is legitimately a lunatic. I'm getting the hell out of it. It smells like baby diapers and shit.
Hey pal, at least these are less expensive, am I right? You can get eyeballs in the backyard. Ain't gotta spend the check on the missus, the old ball and chain, you hear?
Yeah, you're lucky, pal, all right?
Yeah,
At least your
I wish mine had eyeballs.
Right?
Get some Febreze, clear that right up.
Yeah, get some Febreze. You can't go to prison for tackling the neighborhood dog and ripping out his eyeballs. You'll be just fine.
But you know what you can't get over? That price from Payless Shoes, that receipt she brings home, am I right? Put her there. Up high.
The one thing you can't get over is a Balenciaga receipt.
Yeah,
all right?
I tell you what, you think eyeballs are bad? How about some Balenciaga on a receipt, you hear? Yeah, I tell you what.
All right.
I grabbed my duffel and shut the closet door on my new nightmare. Stepped out into the hall and took a deep breath of air. I could taste the rot on my tongue and I couldn't help but gag.
Who the fuck lines up eyeballs in their closet like that? I tried to tell you she needed help. She doesn't need help. She needs a fucking exorcist. You coming or what? I can't stand the smell any.
His words died in his throat and his eyes grew wide with fear. I didn't ask him why. I could feel it. Someone was watching me, and I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. I turned around, my eyes slowly scanning the bedroom.
Christ.
I whispered as I finally saw what we'd missed. Under the bed, curled on her side, watching us with the excitement of a kid on Christmas morning, was my wife. She held her hands together just under her chin, and they were shaking eagerly. Now that she knew she'd been found, I could hear the quiet noises she was making. A sort of hiccuping sound in her throat, as if the excitement was just too much for her. It was unnerving to say the least. Wide eyes and that same huge smile. Everything in me told me to run, but I forced it anyway. This was my wife. No matter how twisted, she was still the woman I married. I had to help her.
Lynn.
She didn't respond, but her head bobbed back and forth in two quick little movements as if she were nodding.
Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that?
I'd taken a single step forward, approaching her like some kind of dangerous animal.
I love you, Lynn.
I said softly, taking another step closer. She let a tiny moan escape her wide open mouth, and I had to resist the urge to run. Her shoulders were starting to quiver, and her eyes grew as large as saucers. Crouched down so I could see her better, and immediately saw the blood. Her hands were covered in it. It trembled more the closer I got, as if she were barely able to contain herself.
Lynn, are you hurt? You're bleeding,
I said. She bobbed her head again, and her bloody fingers moving up and down as if playing an invisible piano, and occasionally grazed her chin, leaving smears of blood on her skin. I wanted to recoil in disgust. The smell that was coming off of her was revolting. I could feel the vomit trying to climb up my throat. Her lips were dry and stretched thin, blood seeping between the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come out on her own, but I didn't want to leave her in the state she was in. I scooted closer and reached out to her. The excited hiccuping sounds got louder and her hand shook, fingers flexing. It was then that I could see the blood oozing from in between her fingers.
Oh my God, Lynn, you're bleeding.
Instinctively, I reached out to take her hand, but before I could even touch her, her hand sprang out towards me. Sharp pain shot through my arm and I fell back on my ass. My arm burned, and I could see the blood dripping down onto the carpet. I looked back at her in shock and saw her grinning madly, her fingers clutching a large shard of glass.
You all right in there? I hate Chris.
I hate Chris so much.
He's like taking all of the wind out of this really good story. It's so fucking annoying. Hey, I know I saw those eyeballs and you've been like, you saw your dead wife or something with blood. You okay?
I thought those shoes were bad, buddy. Anyway, let's get... Yo! Oh, man, anyway. You all right in there?
I thought the BOGO wings we got at Buffalo Wild Wings were bad, but she looks crazy.
She's right behind you, isn't she?
Benjamin, she's right behind you, isn't she? It's like, Chris, you can see. You would know that
You're
question.
looking at me. You are looking at me right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's behind you.
Ben, you're going to want to see this. I turned my head slightly, nodded to him, cradling my arm to my chest. When I turned back to face Lynn, I saw that her focus had shifted. She wasn't looking at me anymore. She wasn't smiling anymore either. She was staring past me, her eyes glaring at Chris the way a hungry lion might stare at an antelope. Her mouth was still hanging open, but it was twisted into a snarl. I got on my feet and began walking backwards down the hall, afraid to take my eyes off her.
Are you bleeding?
Chris asked. The moment the words left his mouth, Lynn started fast, scooting out from under the bed, the glass shard still in her fist. Oh my gosh.
Chris, run, go!
I yelled. He must have been too afraid to move because a second later I felt my back bump into him. He was still standing at the top of the stairs, staring at the horror that was my wife. Lynn had crawled completely out from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, her face twisted in rage. Her whole body was visibly tense. Blood ran down her fingers and onto the floor.
Jesus, Lynn! You playing hide and seek? God damn it, Chris! God. God damn it.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus, Lynn. You playing hide and seek?
She just stabbed her husband.
Yeah. What the hell you doing? What is this, operation?
Whoa, don't go. Hey, look, it must be that time of the month or something, going a little crazy.
Hey,
you know?
you're bloody. For what reason? Hey-oh.
Hey, pal, don't we all got them? Oh, I see some blood on her hands. I know what that means. Hey, they all get a little wacky. They all get a little eyeball. You know what I mean?
I hope Chris gets skinned alive here. Also, I want to say before Chris completely ruins this story for me, it does, if she is looking at everybody else as a threat and like threatening to kill their people, do you think that she was like looking at her husband with like some kind of weird demented love then still?
No, I think so what I think happened is she's possessed.
Okay.
By something. and whatever entity it is feeding off of Ben.
Okay.
Feeding off of fear, like I said earlier, a parasite, right?
Yeah.
And other people can endanger that or basically give up the charade, right? Because what the parasite wanted was to just spend the life of feeding off of the energy, the fear, whatever, of Ben. But if someone else is there, then that ruins the charade, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what it is. But although, that being said, she did collect the eyeballs and then stab Ben. So maybe it's like reaching some apex, whatever this possession or poltergeist is.
I didn't know if it was just I just didn't know if it was overindulgence. Like feeding so much that now you're like just a blood rage kind of thing.
Yeah, it might be. Okay, yeah, but locked in before Chris can ruin it. I reached back and pushed him towards the steps.
Move your ass, Chris!
I said as quietly but firmly as I could. Lynn bobbed her head in fast, sharp motions and began to grin, stretching her mouth open wider and wider so that her chin seemed to touch her chest. I heard Chris mutter a prayer and then he was running down the stairs. I stood at the top of the steps, stuck between the love for a woman who clearly needed serious help and self-preservation.
I only want to help,
I said, choking back tears. Her eyes focused on me once again as she slowly lifted the glass, holding it out in front of her. And then she started sprinting towards me, grinning with utter excitement, bro. Thankfully, my body took over and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 at a time. I made it to the front door before I felt her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms around my neck, her open mouth next to my ear so that I could hear those terrible hiccuping sounds up close. I shook her off me, knocking her to the floor. I felt a searing pain in my back as she went, but I tore open the front door and bolted to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. He's on the phone like, she's right behind him.
I need you to deliver this as fast as a Jimmy John sub.
Yep. I want this hot ready or else it's free. You hear?
Yeah, exactly. This toots is being absolutely wild. She's all screwy-dooey. Get over here.
Hey, bring us a glass of wine and a weekend vacation, if you know what I mean. The woman's going a little stir crazy over here. All right.
You're like, sir, what the hell are you even calling us for?
I didn't say a word. I just ran to my car and jumped in. Chris took the hint and followed me, still on the line with 911. I watched the rearview mirror, sure I'd see her there, running after us, but I never did. I went straight to the ER. Why on earth would you go to a motel?
I don't know.
Why would you go anywhere without? Why would you drop Chris off, tell the police, and then go isolate yourself? Oh, okay. All right. This is where I've been for the last 4 hours. I thought maybe the police would find her. Maybe they'd get her the help she desperately needs. But now I don't think so. And I'm being watched.
Hey!
And that's the end of the story.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. It kind of...
That's the end of the story.
To me, like, last 10% kind of fumbled a bit. But
well, here's some of my thoughts.
Concept. I love the concept.
Yeah, I think great. I mean, first I've been spooked in a while, man.
That got me. That got me.
It has a lot of good stuff. I wrote some questions down throughout that I would like to discuss with you now.
Go for it.
Now, one earlier in the story, I wrote this earlier in, and I think that I wrote, does this feel more believable if they were just dating for 6 months and not married? And I say this because of the back and forth of, if your wife was being that way, I feel like you'd be a lot more confrontational, or you'd be more open to being like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You would not let something lie, versus if you were dating somebody for 6 months, you're like, okay, I haven't really had a girlfriend in a while. I guess this is whatever. Like, I would rather be with somebody than with nobody. You know what I mean? And I know that they kept it being a marriage because it's like, well, of course you wouldn't just like leave.
You wouldn't leave your wife. Yeah.
Right. But still, you'd like,
okay. I think leave the marriage part, right? Because you can make it be like you just got engaged or something, right?
Right.
Because that puts it in a middle ground. Because the idea of the marriage thing is that it's too strong of a bond to separate. Because I feel like if they're just dating, then this would be grounds to be like, and we broke up. You know, like absolutely.
Well, to me, it's
not.
like it's more about the amount of time. I mean, 6 years.
If you put it at like a 2-year relationship, I think that's about right. I think.
Yeah. Not super long, but not like short to the point where it's like, well, I mean, I've invested this much time into this thing.
There would be a thing if you were dating for like 2 years of like a weird middle ground of like, is she okay or something? I think I know her. 6 months is like, okay, bye. But 6 years is like, what? What?
Well, yeah,
Like,
I feel like you have so much more room. You have so much more room to actually be confrontational and be like,
at
like
6
talk to me.
years in a relationship, honestly, after like 4 years, you're comfortable to start a fight, you know?
Well, you're past the honeymoon stage, and now this is where the relationship actually begins.
Yeah, and it's like if there's an issue, because like before, it's like if there's an issue in your head, you're like, well, I don't want to cause any problems. But after like 4 years, it's like this needs to be fixed. Time to start a problem, you know, if need be. And this would absolutely be cause to start a problem, you know.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was the next one I had too is do you think was the movie Smile based off of this?
How old is this story? Hold on.
It's 2 years old.
There's no way they turned Smile around that quick. Smile came out like a year ago, right?
I think.
Not officially. I think I would have heard something about that, right? If it was based off of Creep. No, it came out September 30th of 2022.
Okay, so these came out around just like a similar time.
Yeah.
I mean, like, creepy smiling stuff is like a pretty standard tropey thing, but it was just some of the things I was
there was some specific notes, I think, but they're I mean, even if there was enough time for one to be based off the other, I think there's enough uniqueness, you know, that maybe it got conceptual. There's no way though that the movie came off of this story, because that's just that you can't make a film that quick.
I was just curious. I mean, I don't think either or is like parasitic to either properties.
They're both
or
their
whatever,
own product. Yeah.
I just wrote Chris jokes sucked. just made a note for that, just because that
all
was.
Of them?
I feel
Which
like the
one?
story.
Every one of them sucked. I was so mad
That's
about
what I mean
that.
is I think all of the jokes sucked. I feel like he was the only thing that made the story feel a little not poorly written, but just unbelievable. Like, and then also it's like it's just not funny, and also I just don't think you need to have that quirky character in something like
playing
this.
hide and go seek or something.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I mean, like,
me.
here's another thing too. What do you think about her collecting eyes? Did that feel so random, or is there a correlation there? Besides the aspect of staring, I really can't think of like why eyes.
Well, it's got to be a staring thing, right? Well, what I think it is so when how she keeps doing these elaborate pranks, kind of like, you know, slamming the door so that she's standing in the closet. I bet she did it so that he opens the closet and there's things staring at him. Like it's not that the eyes have a significance beyond haha, it's something else looking at you. And then she's super excited watching from under the bed, like, haha, I made it look at you.
Yeah. He puts an emphasis on the joke aspects that could be. I almost read it at first as like, oh, is she plucking the eyes of things that are staring back at her?
I had that thought. At first I thought it was people's eyes, and she was like a serial killer. Like, okay, animals. So
yeah, it's just animals.
But I think it's more than likely she like is getting a kick off of staring at him. So it's like, haha, made more things stare at you, you know?
Yeah,
so
just having
in
this
that,
thing of like
if it's just like, oh, she's getting to the point she's killing animals, I think that's kind of lame. But as an extension of the whole staring joke, I think it works. I think that's fine.
So the thing ends, and it's supposed to be that, oh, she found him, and that's how it ends.
Yeah.
I think, is it a better ending if when they get outside, the cops have already showed up because Chris has called the cops. They show up, and she's holding the knife, and she's charging at Ben. She gets shot. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't even know what was going on with her. You're just like, what the fuck even happened?
Mm-hmm.
When they go back and they're figuring out what stuff going on, or Rebecca shows up to pick it up. It's like Chris hugs Rebecca, whatever, and then as Benjamin looks up, Rebecca's smiling because
that'd be fun.
Because Lynn had that moment with her alone as well. So it's like passed on. Do you think that would have been a funner thing to where you were like, I don't know how that ended. It's inexplicable, but it doesn't end where it's just like, oh, she's still out there. More so, the thing has been passed on. Or this thing is like it's larger than her.
Give me a second. I think, okay, the ending's fine. It's like the standard creepypasta ending, the ending in the story.
Right.
It's like
it's the same as the dead girlfriend.
Yeah. It's your typical like, oh, it's still out there. It's going to come get me, you know, whatever. even if I think it's a bit contrived that he would make himself alone in the hotel, like, no, he wouldn't,
Yeah.
But it kind of forces to get the whole like, oh, she sent me a picture of her eyes, she's still out there. Sending a picture of the eyes kind of goofy too. Like I can't imagine a demon like holding the iPhone camera up to their eye and then like waiting for it to focus and then being like, all right,
kind of read like,
and then send,
it kind of
and
read like
hold
something.
up so it gets data for okay. Like,
It reminded me almost like the ending to like a Junji Ito comic in that absurdist kind of Japanese manga storytelling kind of way, which I kind of liked, but I just feel like it's not the strongest ending. I also think that another general complaint I maybe had is I feel like don't include the mom section of the story. It doesn't really lead anywhere, and I don't think the carrot that you're dangling with the story of like, oh, she knows something that we don't know. I don't know if that really leads anywhere. And I think it also just takes away from what this entity is, which at the end of the day, I think it's strongest when you don't know.
The strongest element of the story was someone you love developing this insane joke, basically.
Yeah.
And the mother element almost explicitly said it was like demonic. Right. Like a professional, that whole thing.
Yeah.
So if it had gone somewhere, it probably would have been fine. But as it stands, it kind of it gives you an out, right? Like, oh, it's a demon, and that's, I don't want to feel satisfied with a creature in the way of like, oh, I've figured it out. Because the scariest part is like, it's unexplainable.
Yeah, well, that's I was going to say, if it's unexplainable, and especially if the format of the story that you're telling is through this social media post, I think it's better if you don't have these things where it's like, well, I better go see her mom or something. I feel like it just needs to be more self-contained in that way to feel like this post is coming or whatever, and you can have this guy reaching out because he's just like, I just don't know what's going on, and I feel like it's just more contained to his personal experience, and he hasn't like gone out and done these things. It isn't totally unbelievable. It's just my personal preference. So I guess I just wanted to say that too.
I think
it's just my personal preference.
Okay. I think this would be a better ending. This is very pretentious of me, by the way, to be like, oh, I think what would be a better, but I think something that would maybe follow through on in my opinion, the best parts of the story would be if he goes over to her, right, there at the house, and you can have the eye part. I think the eye part kind of works, right? If you do it this way. So the eyes are there to be like, haha, it's staring at you. You could even up the stakes a bit if you wanted. Maybe there's like dozens of pairs of eyes, right? And she's like standing in the corner all excited. And then he gives his whole like, Lynn, I want to help you or whatever. And then you don't have the kind of horror movie ending where she chases him and like is running and stabs him. Because then it's just like every other horror movie creature, right? Sure. What if instead she's just standing there like mouth open, excited, and he's like, come with me. And what if she's like still like smiling and excited, and she's like, did you see my joke? Did you see my prank? Did you like it? Are you scared? Are you scared? Did you like being scared? And he was like, yeah, honey. It was really good. You got me good. And like,
do you think that works too? Is at the beginning, it's like, because I see what you're saying. You have like, that's pretty demented and just fucking like mentally weird. You know, like I like that like kind of psychological ending. Do you think that it all starts off with him pranking her at the beginning? He's like, it was a helpless prank, and like that's the thing that triggered this like response.
I don't know, because that almost makes it too defined. Of like, oh, well, she just snapped on it. I think it makes it a bit scarier if she just started doing this and you don't know why. Like, there's not really an explanation. And then she's like, did you see it? Did you like it? Because the one thing she says is like, maybe I've gotten better at it. So maybe there at the end, she says something like, I'm really good at this. Or like, I've gotten really good at this. And he's like, yeah, babe, you are, I love you. And then he takes her to be committed. And she goes into like, she goes into a mental health facility. And he was like, I go to visit, but she won't really talk to me. The doctors have told me not to bring up anything specific about the peaking or whatever, because they're afraid that might agitate her. So I try to small talk with her about life and stuff like that, but it doesn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, when I visit her, she just sits under the table and peeks at me from up under the table or something.
It's not getting better.
It's just getting worse.
It's
the
just
total
getting
deterioration.
worse. But there's no abject danger to it. it's just the unknowingness of why can't my wife be helped? You know, what's going on?
The uncanny nature of like this mental deterioration, which I think too is just unbelievably horrifying as well. I'm curious what people have to say, like what people think of the ending and what people have maybe, you know, do you agree with what we're saying? Do you like the ending and how it is? I'm kind of curious to see what people say.
From there's a few ways you could end it. You could end it with just him writing about what happened. It's like, this was a weird scenario. You could have her die, maybe somehow in the mental health facility, like, you know, she does it herself or something like that. You could have her, if you really wanted to have a monster ending, you could have her escape or something and you don't know where she's at. You could have like a little ending where he has some like normal interaction with a person in public, maybe another relationship, maybe just someone in public who he thinks was maybe peeking at him, but it could also just be a normal scenario, you know, but he's so paranoid now he can't trust anyone, something like that.
I think the best way to end it would be Benjamin in a fit of rage in a rainy night shows up at Chris Jones's house or Chris's house and just shoots him 3 times in the chest, and that's how it ends. Chris opens the door and like you're like, oh, this is horrible. I mean, he's not really going to do this, is he? But then the first thing Chris says is "Cowabunga" with a question mark, which doesn't even make sense. And then Benjamin's just like, God, and just
unloads a shotgun directly into his face.
Yeah, boom. And then Rebecca just smiles, and that's how the curse gets transferred over.
Yeah, you could have an ending. Okay, so imagine. Okay, let's rewind a bit. He takes her to the mental health facility, and then he was like, "That was yesterday." So she's still in the health facility, whatever. He was like, "I drove over to talk to Chris about it tonight, and I noticed Rebecca was looking at him from the bedroom window."
Yeah, like I think having it pass on to Rebecca after we have that thing where Lynn has talked to Rebecca since he was sleeping, like something happened there. I think it just sets it up for a great continuation of it, and like, or even like not a continuation, but like, oh,
in your mind,
it's passed on
like,
in some way.
What
and
was this? Where did it go?
Yeah, and somebody must have had this interaction with Lynn as well. I think that's just like a fun way to go about it too. But I'm curious what people think.
That's not to say that this is bad by any means.
No, I definitely.
I like it.
I think the verbiage of this would be a better ending is probably not correct.
Yeah,
I think it's
not that be a better ending. I guess
food
how
for thought.
I would have written it, which is by no means a like perfect. I'm not the arbiter of good writing by any means, of course. I think it worked well. I had
a great time.
I did have a great time. I thought that one line was insanely good. Maybe I've just gotten better at it.
Yeah,
that was so good. I thought the whole bathroom section was fantastic. That was great.
Yeah, the bathroom is definitely the highlight. The beautiful tension raised from there, and just like the kind of anticipation of waiting. I think that was all really done really well. I also just liked Benjamin too as a main character.
Yeah,
I liked him. I think that
like
I think he did everything like in a believable, good way. I just felt bad for him. I think that like as a protagonist in a horror story, I don't think you could be much better. So
yeah,
I don't know. Curious what y'all think. Let us know what you think down below, and be sure to I guess just keep the suggestions. This is a good suggestion.
This was a good suggestion. You know what? You guys did good this time. So that is 1, 4, 5, I think. How many have they? How many have they suggested?
I won't hold it against them.
I like Tommy Taffy. Okay, so that one, like that.
I'm not even gonna bring up the word again. I don't want us to be crucified anymore.
I have access to this channel. So I am going to make an entire Tommy Taffy like parts 3 and 4 episode without you in it. Yeah.
It's going to be basically fan fiction, the same way that like FNAF gets fan fiction. It's just you and Tommy Taffy.
Yeah, I'm sure people would love that. And it's going to be Hunter like. It's going to be like at the ending, it's like I've got like a cigar in my mouth and I'm like out of ammo and there's hundreds of Tommy Taffys. And Hunter's like laid on my feet in like a white dress, like, Isaiah, what are we going to do? And I'm like, we're going to keep killing or whatever. And that's how it ends. Yeah.
Yeah. The first video of mine is going to be the rise and fall of Wendigoon.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. And then
I'm going
to make a video that's actually talking about how if we analyze Meat Canyon's cartoon history, we can actually see a history of alt-right supremacism throughout his works and these tones.
You team up with the guy who made the video on you to make it on me.
It's both of us standing in front of a green screen.
Yeah. I'm like, what the hell is? I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Exactly. That's the first line. That's the first line in quotes by some guy.
I'm in that. Like we're both in priest garb. Like we have to stop him.
All right. Well, I think that does it for our episode today. It was a wonderful one. I appreciate you guys. Also, once again, be sure to check the description and the link below probably for the merch drop that we're doing. I believe it is actually limited. I can't remember the days,
think it's
but
2 weeks.
It'll say on it.
I think it's like 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Like
It'll say on the website too. So
yeah, link
it should be up there.
Link in the description.
Feel free to pick one up if you want.
Get the hat and the shirt, not to support Hunter, but to support me, and I appreciate it. So
that's right. Yeah. And I will say the don't support me, support Wendigoon on this. I swear I don't get anything from it. And I think also I just want to say thank you guys again. I know Isaiah brought it up at the beginning, but thank you for checking out Creep TV. I think it's going to be a fun continuation onto what we're doing here. And as always, we appreciate the amazing support on everything we've been doing. So thank you all. I just appreciate you.
Appreciate you all very much. Thank you for all the support. It means the world. Continue to show love on audio platforms and stuff like that. It means a lot. You guys are awesome. Thank you for everything.
Stay scared, you fucking creeps. We'll see you in the next one.
Stay creeped, you scares. Stay creeps. Stay, you scares. Stay. Okay. Yeah. Bye.
And Wendigoon died of an aneurysm right there.
You wish.
Bye, everyone. Thank you, Scentbird, for sponsoring the video, and be sure to check out the links below.